everybody. Welcome to another marathon episode of wannaseemyrod. We're out here again at Holter Lake in central Montana. We just got the boat in the water. We got our 2 rods out. We are fishing for rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, yellow perch, whatever the hell wants to bite. Thanks for joining us out here today. Happy Tuesday. Hope you guys are all having an awesome morning. We've got 2 rigs in the water. The pole that you guys see is our lead core line. We are running for Ed. Ed, if you're here this morning, we're running no Dodger, no lake troll, no nothing, just a worm harness rig. Good morning, Ted. Good morning, Hammy D. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate y'all stopping through. On the rod on the other side, we're running our braided line, and we're running a moon jelly spade dodger with a Thomas Cyclone spoon, just a little spoon tipped with pink gulp maggots. Good morning, Carl. Welcome, welcome, everybody. We're running about 1.3, 1.4 miles an hour. We're over about 30-foot bottom right now. We're a little bit shallow. I tend to start the mornings in shallow water and work a little bit deeper. I'm marking a little bit of fish. Looks like mostly trout and perch probably is what I'm marking right now. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Mia. What are you doing up so early, Mia? You come to fish? Good mark at 35 foot. That's probably kokanee right there. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us. We're gonna be out here from sun up till sundown. It is just before 6 a.m. The sun has not quite crested the horizon, so we're at first light. Man, nice fish to end last night, brother. Thanks, Carl. Yeah, that was a good one. That's the biggest trout we've pulled out of here all year. By just a slim margin, but definitely a nice one. Excuse me. We are gonna get the morning started. We got our fridge sig here. Some Mountain Dew. Get our fish whistle going here. Happy fish whistles, everybody. Let's call in our first fish of the day. Huckleberry milkshake, not too shabby. Oh, buddy. We're gonna kill the outboard. Oh, buddy. Figure eights. We gotta find some good fish to mark on first here, Ed. But Ed, we are running just 2 colors of lead, and we're running our small worm harness rig tipped with pink gulp maggots. Definitely a nice one. Thank you, Ted. You are here. All right. Yeah, we'll stay in the shallows here for maybe the next 20 minutes, half hour. If we don't get bit, I'm gonna move out into deeper water where I suspect the kokanee are hiding, and we're gonna go deeper. Steve McMahon, let's go. Good morning. How you doing, Steve? We're running a high diver. No divers at the moment we're running, so 2 colors of lead out with just our pink, orangish salmon Bridal Rig tipped with pink gulp maggots. On the other line, we're running a Spade Dodger back to a Thomas Cyclone spoon with a 2-ounce snap weight on that one. I should call in sick this morning and go fishing. Ed, swing on by. What's the temperature there? Somebody see if is Rodbot and Nightbot working yet? Somebody type .w for weather. Solid mark at 30 foot right at the bottom. Wolf Creek, 64 degrees. Feels like 64, 4 miles an hour from the north, gusts to 8.5. So a little bit chilly this morning, but not too bad. What's up, NM Fishing? And thank you, Ted. Temperature at the surface is 72 degrees. Again, we're over about 30-foot bottom, 25 to 30-foot bottom. We're kind of ranging in between. Marking fish all the way from 5 foot down to 25 foot. Every once in a while, one right on the bottom. Sunday morning, nylon, baby. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to, I'm gonna try and schedule ahead and see if I can get my mom to give Bella, or excuse me, my mom and Bella to give me a ride to work and watch the kiddo on Sunday. Not too bad. Yeah, it's really nice here. It's been super hot. Yesterday was the first change in the weather. It got up to be about low 80s, high 70s yesterday. Today, I think, is expected to get a little bit warmer, but we're supposed to have fairly cloud-covered skies again today, so the weather should be nice. Dave Hensel with Dot Roaches. Perfect fishing conditions this morning. It's beautiful. It really is. Come on, fishy fishies. We need our first fish of the day. 21 people in here, let's go. Good morning, everybody. We are in central Montana. This is Holter Lake. We're gonna be out here for a marathon fishing session today, sun up to sundown. We did fish a little bit yesterday, camped out last night. We're back at it again. Fishing was slow yesterday. We got one fat rainbow trout landed in about 8 hours of fishing. It was slow. But we're out here today targeting rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, yellow perch, walleye, northern pike, whatever the hell wants to bite. Whopper plopper conditions, I dare you. We'd have to poke into a shallower bay, but that is a real possibility. There are some fat pike in here. And now is the time of the year that a whopper plopper bite can be fairly good. I've tried trolling with whopper ploppers before. I've never had much luck. Good morning, Justin. Hey, Rod, check out stealth planer boards on YouTube. Makes them removable. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to look into that. I've always run them inline. I know that there are different ways that people hook them up to make them removable. The handful of ways that I've seen people do it looks kind of sketch. But we will definitely give her a look-see. Stealth divers. Greetings from Italy. What's up, Rogos? Welcome, welcome. 88 North Outdoors. Good morning. Looks like a little breezy there this morning. Yeah, a little bit breezier than it was yesterday, but it's still very nice. We have just a tiny little bit of chop, but I can barely feel it. All right, we are over an absolute cloud of fish right here. Giant bait ball. Let's see if we can hook up here. Lots of fish, lots of fish. Small fish, but lots of fish. Where there are small ones, there are usually bigger ones looking to eat the small ones. So we are, when you see small fish, you're usually on the right track. It's just adding planer board clips to Dipsy. Let's go. That's what I'm saying, Ted. Good morning, Morocco and Italy. Peanut deer. What's up, Peanut? We're out here, central Montana. This is Holter Lake. This is one of my favorite water bodies to fish. It's fairly close to where I live. It's just under an hour's drive. We're out here, Lewis and Clark National Forest, Helena National Forest. Beautiful area. We're fishing over about 25 to 30 foot bottom right now. We're running 2 colors of lead core out with a worm harness rig. A Dodger and a small Thomas Cyclone spoon on the other line. We're about 1.4, 1.5 miles an hour currently. Summit, rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, yellow perch, walleye, northern pike. It's a really good multi-species lake. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here, but the most common catch is the rainbows. Catch and release? Yes, mostly on this channel. I fish so often. I do harvest fish from time to time, but primarily we are catch and release. If we catch some Kokanee salmon today, we might throw those in the cooler to take home to smoke. Rainbow, unless it doesn't want to swim away, they usually don't end up on the stringer. Walleye I do harvest from time to time, and northern pike is actually my favorite to harvest to eat. They're probably one of the better eating fish. Welcome everybody. Appreciate those thumbs up. Hope everybody's having an awesome Tuesday morning. We're marking some decent fish. Nothing super big, but fish is fish, and when you're marking the little ones, there's usually some bigger ones lurking. "21 thumbs up. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for coming to hang out. If you haven't done so already, double tap that screen. It costs you nothing. It does help trigger the YouTube algorithm usually to send some more people into the room, into the stream. We're gonna be out here for a marathon stream. The sun is just rising. We will be out here till sundown. So y'all get your snacks, get your drinks, get comfy. Go find your fish whistles. Let's catch some fish here today. I go fishing in Ireland for pollock, mackerel, and trout. Caught 12 pollock in about 45 minutes. The bite was crazy. Hell yeah, those are fun days when the bite is just on fire. Please double tap that screen and hit that subscribe button. Good morning, awesome. Cheers. What's up, Animal Stack? How you doing this morning? It's so nice out here. It's a little chilly, but not bad. All I fish with is black leech spinner on Hauser, Holter, and Canyon Ferry. 2 colors out with a Dodger at times. Gulp maggots and worms are my baits of choice. Ed, okay. So yeah, we're, I don't know exactly what you're talking about with a black leech spinner. I assume, when you say spinner, I mean just the Colorado spinner, like a worm harness rig? Nightbot still done? Yeah, I broke Nightbot on the channel in some way, it seems. I was in Skipjack Cindy's channel for a little bit last night after we put the boat in, and Nightbot was working in her channel. But we do have Rodbot this morning, so we'll have Rodbot for probably 6 hours or so before it runs out of tokens. But I'm not sure what I did to offend Nightbot. I haven't changed anything in Nightbot in months. I stopped there last night too for a few before bed. Yeah, she was out there. I think they had caught one catfish when I was in there. Nice one though. It should be a really nice day out on the water here today. A little bit breezy, but not too bad. Temperature-wise, it should be really good though. Any bites or fish so far? Salmon, no, we've been in the water for about 15 minutes. No bites so far yet. We're marking some decent fish. I'm gonna grab our Mountain Dew. We need some caffeine to start the morning out here. We might have to switch a crawler here in a little bit. I used to sell my tackle at Capital Sports and down on the Wolf Creek store. Okay. Oh, that's ice cold Mountain Dew is good shit. That's what coffee is for. Fair point. Is there any signs of any fish so far that you've seen? No surface bite that I've been seeing. Haven't seen anything coming up to eat bugs off the surface, but yeah, I'm marking fish all over the place. We're ranging, I just have autopilot on right now. We're at about 25 to 35 foot bottom, and autopilot kind of moves us in and out, but we've been marking fish all the way from 5 foot all the way down to the bottom. So we're over a fair amount of fish. Morning, Carl and Rod. What's up? The average Viking. There he is, the one and only Rod. How you doing? Hey, Tommy, the Stam, the man, the myth, the legend. We're doing awesome out here, Tommy. We just put the boat in, Rod's in the water. We've been up for just under 20 minutes. We haven't had any action so far, but we are marking some decent fish. We're doing about 1.2 to 1.4 miles an hour right now. We're over about 30 foot bottom. We have a lead core line out with 2 colors and a worm harness rig tipped with pink gulp maggots. The other line we have a small moon jelly Dodger, followed by a Thomas Cyclone spoon, also tipped with pink gulp maggots. That one's on just straight braid. We're out about 30 foot, a 2-ounce snap weight, and then out about another 40 foot. So we're probably 15, 20 foot depth on that line over there, and probably closer to 12. maybe 12 to 14 foot of depth on this guy. I like when auto drives. Yeah, it's so handy. Did you ever try sea fishing? Salmon, I've only the only ocean fishing I've done has been from the shore on the Gulf Beach side of southern Florida. When I was younger, I spent like 3 months down in southern Florida, and we fished the crap out of the local piers, the canals, all the salt and brackish water. But no, never been out on a boat in the ocean fishing. So we launched today for you locals here. We launched from the Log Gulch boat ramp, and we're kind of headed right now we're headed north on the eastern shoreline. Kind of down towards Kokanee country. Although I suspect in the deeper basin area all along here are almost certainly Kokanee. Mountain Dew and jerky's breakfast food. Heck yeah, Ed. Now I used to every fishing trip. In fact, I have probably, I'm sure I do, a couple of sticks of jerky in here somewhere. I used to eat it every damn time. One of the last times that I busted it out on stream, there was a chunk of frickin' bone in the jerky. And it chipped my damn tooth. Big old chunk of bone. I bit into it and it was just rock hard. Busted a chunk off of one of my teeth. So I haven't really eaten much jerky since then. It kind of turned me off of it for a minute there. There's a pier in Dublin, 5-kilometer walk to a lighthouse, and it's a good spot for mackerel, pollock, dogfish, mullet, and red mullet. Nice, Samet. I've never caught any of those species. I've seen people catch them, watched videos. They look fun. I live near a canal, and there's pike in there, but there's too much algae, get snagged. Oh, I love pike fishing. Pike is one of my favorite species to target. I'll bump our speed down just a little bit. Welcome everybody joining. We're out here at Holter Lake this morning. We're after trout, salmon, walleye, pike. What time is it? I think we're gonna give it just a little bit longer here, and then I'm gonna move out into slightly deeper water. Seen Ed's cooler full of fish. He catches some nice fish. Yeah, he pulled in some nice ones for sure. We're gonna try to meet him on Sunday at Nylon if I can arrange transportation and babysitter. That's just outside of Augusta, Montana. Kind of near, for those of you guys who were on our Willow Creek stream, Nylon is fairly close to Willow Creek. Just south of Pishkin. Again, another one of the Rocky Mountain front irrigation reservoirs. Get anything yet? Nicholas, welcome, good morning. No, we haven't gotten anything yet. It's really fun. Put 2 flies on 1 or 2 ounce weight and you get a bite every cast. Nice, Samet. Crazy Cajun, what's up, bro? We just got in the water. We've been out 20 minutes, a little over 20 minutes. We're fishing over about 30-foot bottom-ish. Running 2 colors of lead core and a worm harness rig in pink. and then a moon jelly spade dodger with a small Thomas Cyclone spoon on the other line, with a 2-ounce snap weight. I can fix your broken tooth with my hook file, Ed. Now we're just off the jerky kick here for a little bit. I did eat 2 big fat slices of cold stage line pizza last night after we got to camp. So my belly's nice and full. Went and laid down in the tent. And, oh man, I slept so well. Sleeping when camping is usually pretty hit and miss for me. Some nights I sleep real well, other nights I don't. Last night, man, I was out like a baby. PA Outdoors couple, good luck out there today. Thank you, PA Outdoors. Welcome to the stream. We had a real slow bite yesterday. We landed 1 rainbow trout in 8 hours. It was we were struggle busting it. We did have a second one at the back of the boat that we lost. We had a couple of bites, some drive-bys, but it was a really slow day fishing. I'm hoping that the fishing improves here today. We're gonna fish a slightly different area, I think. How long you been fishing for? Today, 20 minutes. In my lifetime, my first time dropping a line in the water was somewhere between the ages of 5 and 7 years old. Fishing with my dad, fishing with my grandpa. 6 miles west of Augusta. Good road to get there. Yeah, it's been, I think at the very beginning of last year, I fished from the shore there a little bit. I was fishing like the southeast corner, kind of where the island is. Or it was an island at that point, because the water was so low. Good marks at 10, 15 foot, another fat mark at 30 foot. We're over slightly deeper water here, about 40 foot bottom. Those kokanee, I'm pretty sure it's kokanee, I've been holding anywhere from like 30 to 50 foot. So we're not nearly deep enough for them right now. We're gonna give it probably till 6:30 before we start running a little bit deeper. The kokanee bite here is usually strongest in the morning, so I do like to try to fish for them early. We could switch and fish more towards rainbow and other species later in the day. Ojibwa, hello from Wisconsin. What's up, O? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Good morning. Hey, Rosalie Fernbach. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to another episode of Wanna See My Rod. We'll be out here another marathon stream today, sun up to sundown. We are camped at the Log Gulch campground. I did get the campground for a second day, so we don't have to go over there at noon or whatever to pack all of our crap up. Sasquatch in your camp stealing all your food last night? There was something crunching around in the rocks out by my campsite last night. Didn't sound too big though. Probably the goddamn field mice. Ed, I know I've asked you before and I think I missed your response. How fast were you trolling at nylon for them? Was there any particular speed range that was hitting for you, or was it kind of all over the place? No, the last time that we streamed, I think, what was it, our July 4th stream from Pishkin Reservoir. I'm pretty sure there was a bear outside my camp. That first night when I got there and set up camp. It was probably, I don't know, 30 minutes after I laid down, and there's some rustling in the branches. I'm like, go away, I'm fucking sleeping. I was so tired. No Sasquatch today, though. Speed of 3. So that doesn't really help me. Do you know miles per hour? Or are you saying 3 miles an hour? There's no way you're trolling 3 miles an hour. I think you mean like the speed setting 3. So I don't ever go, this one, the Lowrance, the Recon has, you can set the mile per hour, or you can set like the percentage of thrust. 10%, 20%, 30%. I don't have speed setting 1, 2, 3. So yeah, I don't know what a speed setting of 3 translates to in miles per hour. About 1.5, okay. All right, we'll bump her up a touch. Good morning, Morty Smith. Thumbs up, let's go. Appreciate y'all coming and fishing with us today. Double tap that screen if you've not done so already. We're out here in central Montana fishing for rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, yellow perch, walleye, northern pike. Anything that's lurking, really. We're fishing over about 25 to 35 foot bottom. We're doing about 1.4, 1.5 miles an hour. Marking some fish sporadically, anywhere from like 5 foot down to like 25 foot. We're pretty close to the shore right here. We're right off of a point, a rocky point right now. Don't be a slacker, be a double tapper. There you go, Morty. Teamwork makes the stream work. I like it, Morty. It's my motor, way too fast for my boat. I'm always on speed 1. Oh yeah, Ted? Yeah, this trolling mother, the Lowrance Recon is way oversized for this boat. We're running at 24 volt. It runs 95 foot-pound of thrust. If you run at 36 volt, it bumps it up to 115. Most people on a boat this size, a 16-foot flat bottom John, would be running like a 45, a 50, 45, 55 pound thrust. So we're almost double. Sorry, I fish cheap and simple. Oh, it's all right, Ed. I was just trying to translate. I just didn't know roughly what that translated to. Don't be a bum, hit that thumb. There you go. Feel free to like and subscribe, everyone. Thank you, Ted. How's everybody doing this morning? What y'all think we're gonna get into? Nice fat fish, 25 foot. We're gonna mark that guy. We're not really fishing deep enough for that. What is it, 6:27? We gotta change something. We've been in the water for 35 minutes now. No bites, no nothing. want to let out just a touch more line here. Let out another half a color. So we're at 2.5 colors on this one. Let me check our trolling motor battery life. %82 battery still on the trolling motor. We are good. We trolled almost 8 hours yesterday and used 16% battery life. So not bad, about 2% an hour. We're running a Vader 200 amp hour, 24 volt lithium. So we got quite a bit of juice for the trolling motor. It's nice. But being as our fishing is a little bit slow so far this morning, let's give you guys a quick boat tour here. So this is our Uber driver for the day. This is our recent addition to the channel. She's dirty, I need to give it a bath. We run it under a cover on these dirt roads and it just, oh man, it gets real dirty. But we're running 12, 16 inches under the surface of the water. It's 54 inches, so it's I have a whole bunch sticking out here. I can go much deeper if need be. She seems to be about fine where she's at. But we're run cleanly back here. Got some double-sided Velcro and run just a cable channel down for my network and power cables. We put a through-hole mount up here, so we got our network cable and then our power. So it comes cleanly through the front wall of the gun wall there. We come down and I'm running straight under the bow over to our battery under the helm here. And we have a 24 volt, 200 amp hour Vader Vitraire. And then it's all networked. We have our NEMA cables up there. That networks our Lowrance Recon, so the trolling motor, our Lowrance HDS 10 Pro, and our Elite FS9. Run off of our fuse panel over there. We got accessory power up here. A voltage meter for both our house battery as well as our crank battery. We're running our Starlink Mini up here. That's how we get our cell signal or our Wi-Fi signal out here in the middle of nowhere. We have a camera pole set up. I custom built this. It's a much smoother ride. We used to run with the phone, trying to stream from the helm here, and it shakes so much. This is a much better setup. But we power the Starlink Mini there for the stream with a custom rigged hot swappable battery system here using the DeWalt 8 amp hour lithium batteries. The brains of that are in here that manage the hot swapping. So we got a waterproof box down there. We got a fire extinguisher back there that I might be able to get to if the boat's on fire. I really need to move that. I'm gonna put, you probably see them, the like pool handle railings. It's a metal bar, probably about 36 inches or 40 inches, that's just gonna come up and then back down and mount right straight into this. And I'm gonna mount the Starlink on top of that. And I'm actually gonna put a light, I think, on top of this instead. But we have the captain's helm here. It's a little awkward. I kind of perch when I'm in the boat. I don't sit like a normal person. We've got some storage pouches on the side. I love these things. They've been so handy. I got all my attractants and bullshit in this one. There's our trash can. And my bullshit box up top. There's our old school spot lock. 20 pounds of lead and 100 foot of rope. We are running some 50 amp hour solar panels, one on each side. They're in a terrible orientation, but that's the only place I could get them to fit. That does give us, when the sun's out, it gives us a little bit of juice back into our house battery. I've recently resurfaced all of the benches and the floor with starboard. So it's all custom flooring, custom deck. This boat used to heat up like a frying pan in the summer. Now it's much more comfortable to sit on. But we're running our lead core rod out the side. We also have second rod holder in the back on each side, the Scotty rod holders. There's our crank battery. For you, it probably looks on the right, but it's actually the left. And then our house battery, Optima Blue Top AGMs. ACR system, so the automatic charge relay. That's what handles switching between the batteries, combining the batteries. So it takes juice from the outboard as well as from the solar panels to charge the batteries. We got about a 12 gallon gas tank. We're running an old school 1984 Johnson Evinrude 2-stroke, 75 horsepower, with a jet foot conversion on it. She's an old tank. We got some extra rod holders back here. Pretty simple setup. We got storage underneath the main bench there. And my bait cooler. But we are marking, I mean, there's some fish, not a lot of fish, but 35 foot bottom, marking fish at 15 foot, 25 foot. All right, we'll put you guys back in the phone holder here. Lots of nice gear. Got to get you up to speed on catching them, Ed. Someday I'll learn how to catch a fish, Ed. I want to go fishing, damn it. Heck yeah, Carl. What's up, Tim and the White? How you doing, Tim? Did you catch anything? Not yet, Tim. Fishing Extreme. Good morning, good morning. Didn't hit him with a crocodile muzzle. I was too damn sleepy, man. I speak Spanish and English. I speak good, but I don't understand anything you're saying. That's all right. Nobody ever does. I nerd out on shit and people just nod and smile. That's all right. He has better electronics than I run. Ed, you can run. If you look at rods, community page, I share pics of catches. You can see what I run. Bruce Lee has entered the chat. Thank you, Ted. All right, we're back. That has got to be my new goal. We really got to fix this damn audio drift issue. I don't understand why using the wireless receiver didn't fix it. There's something funky going on. Yeah, that wind is definitely picking up a little bit. All right, it's 6:37. We're gonna swap. I'm gonna go into deeper water. We're gonna get our Dipsy rig back out. We're gonna go look for some kokanee. It's 6:37. Sun is just cresting over the horizon. Let's go see if we can find a kokanee bite in slightly deeper water. We'll come back shallow a little later. We've run first 45 minutes in roughly 30-foot bottom. We're marking some fish, we're just not getting bit. All right, I'm gonna bring in our Dodger and spoon. Ah, yes, and we gotta, y'all try and remind me today to check our lines more often. There's so many floating weeds in here. They get fouled up so quickly. We might very well be running with a bunch of crap on our rigs down there. Though most of it seems to be in the shallower water. Oops. All right, so that's what we were just running, a moon jelly Dodger with white and orange spotted. It's a Thomas Buoyant, not a Thomas Cyclone. All right. So this is the rig that we caught our fish off of last night just before we ended the stream. We're running the large size Dipsy diver, a Kokanee Dodger in silver, orangish gold, and moon jelly. And then a pink Hoochie rig. And we're just gonna rebait this here real quick. And then I'm going to use a little bit of this Lunker Lotion Walleye. It's just a UV anise smell. And I'm gonna get a little bit of that under the frill of the Hoochie. All right. Let's get this guy out in the water. We'll get that over there for you guys to see. That trolling snubber is huge. Mine are 2 inches long and stretched to 6. Yeah, that one is one of the Lure Jensen snubbers, I believe. Fisherman Jim, are you walleye fishing? There are walleye in here. The state record Montana walleye comes out of this water body. The method that we're fishing right now is not likely to pull a walleye though. We will later on this afternoon try and do some more walleye fishing. It's a very elaborate setup. Morty, yeah, it's more complicated on the trolling side. I think your guest the other night is very close to right 30 rod holders on the boat. That's crazy, Carl. Good morning, Sage. My auto doesn't think like yours. I just set a heading and hit autopilot. Yeah, so there's different modes on here. That's basically course lock. There's the course lock. You can have it autopilot through waypoints. You can have it do contour the depth following. There we go. We're over 60 foot bottom. There's our kokanee, 40 and 50 foot. Yeah, we're right about perfect. We're gonna slow down just a little bit. We are on the kokanee, you guys. 40 to 50 foot over 64 foot bottom. Post a picture of your homemade snubbers. Yeah, I'll have to. I'm curious to see what yours look like. What's up, Angel? Welcome to the stream. Fisherman, okay, appreciate it. Good morning, bro. Good morning. Mostly throw spinners, rooster tails in the lakes like that and hope for giants. Heck yeah, Morty. Missed yesterday, was travel. Oh, that's all right, Sage. Yeah, beautiful day on the water yesterday. The bite was real slow for us. We had a few bites, a few swings and misses. I lost one at the back of the boat, and then right before we ended the stream yesterday, we landed our first rainbow. It was about 21 3/4 inches, almost 22. Probably a little over 3 pounds. Good size, chunky little, very dark colored bow for what I typically catch out of here. Unfortunately, I didn't get a good picture of it to put on fish brain. Get the divers out. Carl, I just put the Dipsy out. I will show everyone on Sunday if Rod shows up at Nylon. I build lots of tackle. I just don't do it anymore. My basement is a full sporting goods store from all those years. Nice. Yeah, I built a small amount of spinners. That's one of the only things that I custom make. K-Hod, no, nothing yet. What's that, Exotic? Welcome. Thought it was a very pretty fish. Yeah, good looking rainbow. I think there's like 2 or 3 different, at least 3 different strains of rainbow in Holter. They do the Arley, the Eagle Lake, and I think one other. I don't know that they've ever stocked Gerard or Kamloop in here, but I think there's a couple other random strains that they do put in here periodically. Right on, sorry, I was checking pool for drowning ground squirrels. Poor little bastards. My girlfriend dumped me, so I stole her wheelchair. Guess who came crawling back? Oh, dear Lord, Morty. Rod let his breakfast go last night. Yeah, so Ed, I'm not big into eating rainbow trouts. My mom will eat them. So I do keep them for her from time to time. Big fish, 35 foot. We're trying to pull some kokanee out. If we catch some kokanee, we'll throw those on the stringer. Get them in the tackle box. Or tackle box, in the cooler. Yeah. buffering, lost signal. Is it better now? I just swiped out and swiped back in. All right, we are back, I think. Back, yes. All right, cool. Sorry about that, guys. We have wild rabbits everywhere in town I live in. I live half hour north of Rod. Yeah, there's bunnies all over. I got a whole herd of damn deer that feeds in my yard every night. 3 garage pet rabbits and a dining room chinchilla. Nice, nice. All right, let's do a weed check. All right, we got weeds on our bead and our clip, but not on our worm harness. I honestly should swap this for a silver blade instead of this gold. But that's what we're running out here, you guys. It's my hand-tied worm harness rig. Call it it's a wedding ring, a worm harness. I call this one a bridal rig or a bridal set because it's got 2 wedding rings. It's a UV orange, pink blade. We're running Gamakatsu drop shot hooks in 1/0 size. And we're tipping it with pink gulp maggots. We're running this on Suffolk's Advanced 832 lead core. We'll let that spool out a couple of colors. I think we probably picked up some weeds on our Dipsy there. I don't think that was a bite. I think that was just weeds. All right, we're out 2.5 colors on our lead core line. You get about 5 to 7 foot of dive depth per color. So we're at, 12 to 17 foot dive depth. We're over about 40 foot bottom here, marking a big fish right on the bottom, 35 foot. We might actually be a little too shallow for our diver right now. This is probably why we picked up some weeds. We're gonna head a little deeper into the basin over here. Yeah, I think we're definitely smacking bottom here. Yeah. All right. We gotta get a little bit deeper. There we go, we're headed in the right direction. Try and catch a big one. Braxton, we are on it. Gotta get my acid gear and head to the post office. Work back and start up rod. Bye, fellow chat friends. I'll check in later. All right, Ed. Don't have too much fun at work today. We'll catch you a fish today, I promise, Ed. Had bears in the yard a few times a week ago. Sal with 2 cubs had to take bird feeders done. Dang, man, that's terrifying. What's up, Montana fishermen? Welcome, welcome. Sorry I didn't see you come in. Why is the river getting covered with that killer algae? Angel, it's just that the temperatures bring the algal blooms. As we start moving into summer, it's just gonna get worse and worse. Smoked trout is hard to beat when they're planked out. I've never done it like that before. Might have to get a recipe or method from you, Ed. What's up, Rude? How you doing, buddy? Tried to subscribe, but I already am. Well, that's a good problem to have. Welcome again to the channel, Morty. That drag peeling is playing with my emotions. I know, we went a little bit shallow. Oh, good fish. Whole bunch of big ones on the bottom. A little bit deeper, we're over 50-foot bottom here. Those are at about 45 foot, so they're just sitting off a bottom. We ran the fish hawk yesterday. Okay, so they're off the left-hand side of the boat here. We're marking a bunch of stuff I can see on the side scan. The thermocline, the temperature break looked like it was pretty close to 58 foot, so we're a little shallow from where the comfortable section is for the kokanee, but they should be up oftentimes feeding, and then they go back down into the comfortable water. So we should be in the general neck of the woods of where I would expect to be picking some up. I'm not messing with any bears. Hell no, Sage. Is that Tim again? Yes, Tim Dow, 2091 with the 10 Rod Squad gifted memberships. Thank you, Tim. Good morning. I appreciate your support. Congratulations to the 10 new members of the Rod Squad. Jessica Howard, John Corman, Eli Jen, Westside Rulers, Skyfish 2005, Trudjon, Tripwire, AW Rats, ITHC. Welcome to the Rod Squad. The Rod Army. Tim's Rod Army. Tim's back spamming subs. Yeah, he's a general over here or something. I don't know. He's gonna be commanding a whole army of the Rod Squad here very soon. The Bears. Good morning, brother. Morning, want to see. Hi, Annie. Welcome, Annie. Good morning, everybody joining. We're here in central Montana again. This is Holter Lake. We camped out last night. We're back on the water again today for another marathon session. We'll be out here sun up to sundown. It is just about 7 a.m. Sunrise was about 30 minutes ago, so we're still early in the morning here. We've been in the water for a little over an hour. Haven't had any action yet, but we're gonna keep at her. Trying to get into a little bit deeper water here. Surface temperature 71.5, so it is a little toasty. We're gonna get into a little bit deeper water where there's more area for the fish to go down to where it's comfortable. The kokanee are probably sitting at somewhere between 30 to 50 foot depth over whatever bottom. We're at about 56 foot bottom right now, heading a little bit deeper. Whoa, that gets real shallow there. We don't have this area marked here yet. $7 a.m. here, old man went to work. And my cat wouldn't let me sleep. Oh man. Good morning, cloudy and smoky here today. Candace, yeah, here as well. Should be a nice day. Tim, Secretary of Fish. Right, Spot. Good morning, Spot Snatcher. That doesn't answer my question. Glad the rain, but the smoke. Howls out the bedroom door like she's a dog. Oh man. Yeah, I can't leave doors closed to the bedrooms in my house. The cats go ape shit. They don't like closed doors, not even a little bit. Good fish at 30 foot, 35 foot, 40 foot, and 45 foot. So those are more than likely some kokanee again. I do spend time in South Chicago at times too. Yeah, I've been through Chicago. I've never really spent much time there though. My family owns cottages and lake houses on Chino, Bear Down. What's the deepest spot on that lake rod? Carl, 120, 125 foot down in the basin by the dam. We're headed kind of that direction. I don't know if we're gonna go all the way down to the basin though. Honestly thinking about busting out a second Dipsy diver to get down. Good Lord, that's a deep one. Yeah, there's it's fairly deep here in spots. Right now we're over about 55 foot bottom. Oh, that wind is chilly. lake house is a 25-minute drive from me. Talk about a lake with weeds. Another 10 minutes, I'm at the rec land, 120 acres. Nice, Carl. Good mark at 25 foot. Candace had some wicked weather here this weekend. Caught the tail end of a tornado Saturday night. It was terrifying. Candace, oh man, those heavy wind events like that can be scary. I've never been in a tornado, but we do get some basically hurricane grade winds here in central Montana. Some days it gets just scary to go outside. Feels like it's gonna tear the roof off the house. Been hearing good stories of big lake whitefish caught from breakwall on Superior. I may put some line on noodle rods and go try that till wind dies down around here. What the hell's a noodle rod? Just a long bendy rod? Arizona Outdoors, good morning everybody. What's up Arizona? Welcome, welcome. 60 thumbs up, let's go. Don't forget to double tap that screen if you're enjoying the stream. It costs you nothing. If you are enjoying the stream, hit that subscribe button. Come back and fish with us again sometime. We do try to stream 1 to 2 times a week here on Wanna See My Rod. We're out here exploring the wilds of central Montana, central and western Montana primarily. We've been trying to get to some new spots. This is Holter Lake. We've been here, we've streamed from here quite a bit. This is kind of home lake. This is the closest lake to us. We're out here targeting rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, yellow perch, northern pike, and anything else that decides to join the party. My pleasure to be here. Heck yeah, Arizona. Noodle's a 10 to 12 foot spin cast. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any quite that long. My longest rods are probably my catfish rods. I have a couple of ugly stick catfish rods and then a couple of Whisker Seeker brand catfish rods, and I think they're 9'6". I think one of them's 9'6" and the other's like 10'2". So fairly long. They're the only 2-piece rods that I have. Are we still talking about fishing? Morty. usually Morty. Gonna top off my coffee and scroll a bit. Be safe and hope you catch some. All right, Candace, thanks for stopping through. Enjoy your morning coffee. Swing back through. We'll be here till sundown. Hopefully we'll get into the fish here eventually, but enjoy your morning. Thanks for swinging in. I also have a long rod. Now, you guys want to see some long rods, go check out, he was just in here earlier, Tommy Stam. He fishes out of, I think, they're out of Netherlands, Amsterdam. He fishes with these giant ass surf rods. They're like freaking, they're like 15 feet. He launches them suckers too. They're ridiculous. Watching his live stream, I always joke that when he casts his pole, I'm gonna go look out my back window, see if it landed in my yard. He just whales them things out there. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe if you're enjoying the stream. Good morning, Rod. How you doing this morning? What's up, Nick Fetzner? We're having an awesome morning. Weather is beautiful. A little bit breezy, a little bit on the chilly side, but it should be warming up here fairly quickly. We haven't had any action on the poles yet, on our rods. We're fishing kind of a different section now, and in fact, we're fishing an area that I haven't even mapped yet out here in the basin. So we are, as we're trolling through here, we're doing about 1.1, 1.2 miles an hour. We're fishing over about 55 to 60 foot bottom right now. We're about to do a pass and start heading back, I think, down the direction that we came from. Trying to clear out some of the missing areas on our map while we hunt for the deeper kokanee out here. I'm in Arizona, but gonna be back up in Wisconsin in October. Upper Peninsula, Michigan. Rain's making it even worse right now with the humidity. What's up, Malmancing? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it rained on us a little bit at camp last night. It sprinkled for, I don't know, like an hour after I turned the stream off and ate my pizza and sat next to a nice fat campfire. It was sprinkling, but it's supposed to be really nice out here today. I think it's, somebody typed .FC for the forecast. I think it's supposed to be low to maybe mid 80s today. Yesterday it was, I think 77, 78 was the peak. Getting rain, send it my way, please. Let me see that rod. What's up, CMDR Commander Apache? 10 a.m. yesterday. Got black so quick I was questioning the time on my phone. Dang, you had a crazy storm, huh? Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Carl. Wolf Creek, Montana. 24-hour forecast. High is 88. So a little bit warmer. Dang. Wind up to 8.9. Humidity 54%. So it is fairly humid. Tempe, Mesa rain is great, but it makes humid even worse. Yeah, still no Nightbot in here. I don't know what I've done to offend Nightbot. I'll have to do some testing when I get home. Figure out what the hell's going on. We're not gonna mess with it out here today. Yeah, I broke the forecast type. So do .FC space 1 space 49855, your zip code. I was adding the ability to look up 1 day, 3 day, or 7 day forecasts, but I broke the condition that when no time frame is specified. That should return something. I don't know why it's not. Me and Nightmare Bot don't get along. All right, well, that should have worked. Christ, I need to test my changes better when I push them, I guess. Try, no. Instead of zip code, try with the name of the place. There we go, there's a fish. 62 foot bottom, we got 2 marks at 40 foot, 3 marks at 40 foot. Okay, well, I broke forecast apparently. Weird. Let me see what the log says. Command reply failed. Invalid request metadata. Request contains an invalid argument. Dang it. Yeah, I broke something adding in the forecast, the day parameter. We're gonna have to revamp that. It's gonna tell me wind and rain for the next few days. Sheriff Monkey, no catches yet. Invalid argument. Yeah, so it's the day parameter. So the way that it used to work is it just gave you the 1 day forecast, but the API that I'm connecting to provides 3 and 7 day forecasts as well. So I added functionality and it was working. I broke it apparently, to where you could add an argument for 1 day, 3 day, or 7 day in front of the zip code, and it'll give you whatever forecast you're requesting. But I broke it. What are you trolling? So we have a Dipsy diver on our down rod that is running a moon jelly spoon, or excuse me, a moon. Now, what are we running on that? Kokanee Dodger, silver, gold, and moonshine with a Hoochie off the back of it. That one's running at probably about 40-foot depth. Let's let it out. I'm gonna go a little bit deeper, actually. No, we're at 70. We're at 2.5 colors out. Let me bring this up and check on it. Let's make sure that we don't have weeds. It's been a while since we've checked these lines. There is a bunch of floating weeds in here. So let's bring it in real quick and check and make sure we don't have our line fouled up. And I'll show you what we're running. A little bit of weed, not too bad. All right, so we're running a Dipsy diver, which helps get us down deeper in the water column. This is one of the bigger sized ones, I think a size 5. Then we're running I caught a Croc. Our first catch of the day is Rod's Croc. So a silver, gold, and moonshine Dodger, followed by a wiggle Hoochie in pink. All right, we'll let that spool out. Then on the other rod here, we're just running 2.5 colors of lead out with a hand-tied worm harness rig. Pink wedding ring. Fish whistle, that's about the time. Hey Rod, a catch is a catch. Let's just say I'm on one side of the 101. Rolling stone in my youth, traveled a lot. I live on the north end of South Dixie Highway. Lead core line, yeah, citrus lead core line on this side rod. It's basically braided line with a soft lead core, so it's weighted line. The more line you let out, the deeper your lure goes in the water. All right, we're out a little over 60 foot on our Dipsy rod there. gonna bump our speeds up a little bit. You try too hard, just let them come to you. We gotta go find them. Do a quick cleanup of the damn weeds everywhere. Could you watch catch cam footage from yesterday? Yeah, if I were to charge it up, I think I could watch it wirelessly from my phone. I'd have to plug it in. We did get the one fish that we lost at the back of the boat was on the water wolf, and then I think we had one other bite on the water wolf as well. Rod, what's your opinion on using lead line? Is it worth it? Arizona, most days that I'm out here trolling, my lead core line, my lead rods are usually my most productive. I love trolling lead core. It's a really simple way to be able to get, you can't get super deep with it unless you're running a ton out there. About max depth that you're gonna get with lead core is probably somewhere between 40 and 50 foot. So you can't get super deep with them. But running 2-3 colors of lead core out there is a good, simple way to get almost any rig, you know, 5, 10, 15 foot below the surface. It tends to be real productive, whether I'm trout fishing, salmon fishing, pike fishing. There's a lot of versatility with lead core rod. You do have to get a good quality lead core though. Most of the lead core that I've run has been quite fragile. It's really easy to mess up. I like what I've been using is the Suffix 832 Advanced 27 pound test. And it seems to hold up way better than I think I had 17 or 18 pound test last season. Amazing view. Isn't it pretty out here? In fact, let's get some footage. We got GoPro is a go. We are on. Now we just need some fish. Is the snapper big? What snapper? What kind of fishing are you doing? Mao, we're after, it's freshwater fishing. As this Holter Lake, Central Montana, we are after rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, yellow perch, walleye, northern pike. Crazy background view of someone from the Midwest. Oh yeah, this is why they call it Big Sky, Montana. We got just gorgeous big open views here. Absolutely breathtaking mountains, and it's amazing here. We're much deeper, 80, 88, 91 foot bottom right here. We need to find where we were marking most of the fish was at right around 65 to 70 foot bottom yesterday. And they were marking anywhere from 20 foot depth all the way down to 50. Run the same stuff rod backed with 30-pound mono. Nice, Carl. Yeah, so I back mine. I don't run mono backer. I run a braid backer, 65-pound Suffolk's Advanced braid. Would it be beneficial for bank fishing or just boat fishing? You wouldn't use lead line for bank fishing. It's for trolling. It's not super castable. When you're trolling, you're typically feeding line out, either thumbing the reel or oftentimes like with the Dipsy there. I open the bail up and I turn on the clicker and it creates just enough drag to slowly spool your line out. But yeah, for trolling, if you want to, I usually bring 2 lead core rods, trolling rods, 2 straight braid trolling rods, and then I bring 1 or 2 braid casting rods. What's up, Marcello? Good morning, good morning. Ball striker, this MFN guy, what's up? Trolling motor model. Citrus, we're running the Lowrance Recon. Oh shit, is that a tree? All right, we are coming over a tree that's sticking up from 90-foot bottom all the way to 50-foot. We're gonna mark that. But it's the Lowrance Recon. We're running in 24-volt mode. It's got about 90 or 95 pounds of thrust. It's paired with a Vader Vatrier. I don't know which way to properly pronounce it. 24-volt, 200 amp hour lithium. We've been primarily trolling anywhere from like 0.8 to 1.8 miles up to 2 miles an hour. And it's been using on average 1 to 2%-ish battery per hour. Is that all state protected land? Yeah, most of what's surrounding here is national forest. Helena National Forest, Lewis and Clark National Forest. There is some private land in here, but it's mostly state land, national forest. Definitely not a cheap battery. No, they're and it's I figured if I was gonna get an expensive, nice trolling motor, and the way that I fish out here, I mean, I'm out here on the water 12 to 15 hours, and again, I'll camp and fish 2-3 days in a row. So I wanted to get a battery big enough that would last me 2-3 days worth of trolling. And when I say days, I mean, again, 12 to 15 hour days. But we're also in central Montana. It's frigid here in the winter months. We get, well below 0. So this one is also has a sensor in it that's got a self-heater. So lithium batteries degrade and you can ruin them in too cold of weather. This one's got built-in battery, so when it senses that the weather's getting too cold, it keeps itself warm. It uses a little bit of its own battery to warm itself up. Nice battery though. I did get it on sale. It's normally like I think a $1,500 or $1,600 battery, and I got it almost half off. So it was like $900 or something like that. You could troll to West Virginia with that setup, right? Ice fishing with live scope. I've never done ice fishing, and I don't do live scope. We have the trolling motor. I have down scan, side scan, but I don't have any forward-facing sonar. I don't have anything against it. I don't have it. Not something I've ever really been super interested in. All right, so we went through kind of the deeper part of the basin there. It was a little dead. Oh God, that sun is finally coming out. That's bright. So we're going towards the western side of the basin right now. The side that the sun is shining to. And we're gonna look for that like 65, 70 foot bottom and then start heading back down towards Log Gulch area. If I wanted to troll, I would ask why you haven't caught a fish yet. There you go, Morty. We're trying. Seeing the sky for the first time since the start of the smoke yesterday evening, right? Those fires are making everything cloudy. All right, let's blow the fish whistle one more time. He's not taking it down, by the way. He's making a statement. Nothing radical at all. I don't know what you're talking about, ball striker. Favorite fish for table fare, jumbo yellow perch is delicious. Citrus, yeah, perch are great. Perch and walleye are very good table fare. My honest favorite, I like northern pike. That's probably my favorite fish to eat. You gotta harvest them during cooler months out of clean water though, and they have to be prepared properly, but northern pike is my go-to for harvesting to eat. All right, it is Fish Whistle 30 here. Ryan with the sparkles. Thank you, Ryan. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate the gift. Ball striker, I don't know what you're talking about, who you're talking about. All right, fish whistle, we need a fish. Oh man. Talking about a guy local to me. Oh, okay, Carl. Sorry, man, talking it up. No, that's fine. I wasn't understanding if you were talking about me, somebody in the chat. Just making sure, because I am probably one of the least racist people you'll ever meet. That shit drives me crazy. That is one of my biggest pet peeves. People treating people different because of the way they look. It's just ridiculous to me. But anyways, carry on. Oh man, that huckleberry milkshake is tough. Best eaten fish is Atlantic salmon. And like you were saying, they have to be the right time of the year. Sea bass are great as well. You grow up fishing citrus. Yeah, there was a long period in my life where I didn't fish. I kind of bounced around the United States quite a bit after college. And in my travels, I really didn't fish much. But I started fishing when I was probably somewhere between the ages of 5 and 7. I don't recall specifically. But until I moved away for college, I fished a ton. And I've been back here in Montana for almost 5 years now. And I'm back at it. I love fishing. It's one of my favorite things to do. It is incredibly relaxing. You're out in the beautiful outdoors, the wilderness. It gets me off my ass and away from my computer. I spend so much of my life staring at my computer and not leaving my house. Kind of I've worked remotely for the better part of the last 2 decades. So I don't get out a lot. So this is my escape from the monotony of everyday life. And not only is it relaxing and gets me out of the house, but it's so exhilarating when you hear that drag scream, you feel the fight of that fish. Always awesome to, land them, get to see them. And I have just as much fun half the time letting them go. The release is a big part of the experience. Appreciate the subscription there, Citrus. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, Dave. Rainbow trout, so delicious. I don't like all the little bones. Yeah, they're not one of my, rainbow isn't one of my favorite to eat. A lot of people eat them, a lot of people love them. They're a more fishy tasting fish than a lot of what I like to eat. Northern pike is a much more mild tasting fish. Nothing like fishing, man. Montana's an absolute beauty. Oh, absolutely. Even when the fish aren't biting, it's just fun to be out here on the water, especially a day like this. The weather's just perfect. Barometric pressure still flat today. Needs to start dropping. But yeah, the fishing forecast wasn't great coming out here, but the weather is perfect, and I needed to get out. All I wanted the other night was to see your computer. Oh, Carly, I'll show you the rig to set up sometime. My desk is an absolute shit show, but we'll give you a look-see. Audio lag, show me your rig. Don't care about anybody's race related political views. If you're a decent human, that's the only thing that matters. 100% Bordy. 100% catches over and over. What's up, Pierre Coops? Welcome to the stream. Trying to get caught up on chat. Cool. He's a fisherman, guitarist, master carpenter. I see a mule deer on that. You might spot. There's a whole bunch of wildlife out here. Every time we drive up here, we come across mule deer, whitetail. We've come across elk a few times. There's so much wildlife out here. All right, we're at 90-foot bottom. We're marking fish at 40, 45, 20. We need to do something. We need to change up our top rig here a little bit. What do you guys think? Should we run a second Dipsy? We're running just straight worm harness rig off of our lead line right now. I think we need to switch her up a little bit. Spinner? I mean, worm harness is a spinner. It's the same thing. You're talking Vibrex or something, though. Great channel name. Thank you, Citrus. It was a name born out of pure frustration, honestly. I spent hours sitting down with Mia trying to come up with a channel name, and taken. There's no way this went taken. And after like 3 hours of banging my head against the keyboard, trying to come up with a YouTube channel name that wasn't already taken, I entered wannaseemyrod as a joke to myself. Like, is this fucking thing broken? Like, it says everything's taken, and finally I got the green check mark, and I was like, sold. Let's do this shit. But it fits, I think, my personality, my sense of humor, and the type of people that I tend to get along with, I think, would find the amusement in the name. There's that initial knee-jerk reaction to it. You get the kind of double meaning. And people are either going to laugh or they're going to cringe. Or they're going to cringe and then they laugh. And anybody that ends up laughing you belong here. Basic spinner. You have a right to your opinion, all good? Absolutely. Here, fishy fishies. We have caught nothing yet. We haven't got a single bite so far. We are, let's do depth routing. Let's go 0, 6, 2, 070. All right, we're gonna kick on the motor just for a moment here to get us onto the right depth track before we turn the motor on, or autopilot on. It really helps. For those of you guys, and I'm fairly new to the Lowrance Recon and the HDS-10 Pro controlling it. That's one of the weird kinks that I found with it, is if you're doing the depth follow, the depth trolling, before you engage it, try and get fairly close or within a decent, it'll give you your arrows, like right now. It's like it made a pretty sharp turn on us. So that's the route that we're following. I just engaged the path. And we're over here, but I was pointing straight the same way as it. If you engage it, the boat will do like a 90-degree turn and then go over. So you want to kind of point your boat in the direction so you get a more gradual turn. Otherwise, it'll drop all your rigs on the ground. Tangle your shit all up. All right. Wrong button. But welcome those just joining. We're out here central Montana. This is Holter Lake. We're out here fishing for rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, yellow perch, walleye, and northern pike. We have not landed anything yet, but we're gonna keep at it. Can you buy contour maps for your fish finder? So yeah, Carl, the Lowrance work with the native and the best integration, and the self-mapping feature uses this CMap Genesis maps. CMap Genesis, CMap Genesis Social. You can also, they are compatible with all Navionics map cards. And Navionics has some of the best maps that are out there, but you have to buy a bunch of different map sets, I think, map chips. And I've never run those. I've just been running the CMap Genesis. And some water bodies, they do have like 5-foot contours, like base maps for it. But what I've really got into is self-mapping, making my own maps. They're 1-foot increments. I can map structure, I can map weed beds, and then I can upload and share that all on CMap Genesis social maps, and then everybody gets to use it. So I'm building, I like open source stuff. I like crowdsourcing. Again, I'm not a gatekeeper when it comes to fishing. I'm not an expert at anything, but any tips, tricks, good holes, stuff that I find out or learn while I'm fishing, I like to share with people. So I feel like I'm contributing, I'm helping when I make and upload the more detailed maps for the water bodies that I fish. Self-mapping is just a lot of your time and money training their AI. It is, Carl, but again, it's more detailed than what even the Navionics maps come with. Any of the map cards, you're gonna get in the long term a better quality map self-mapping, in my opinion. And again, I'm not an expert on it. Y'all may know better than me on this for sure. But it seems like, again, your depth, your contour intervals are better. You don't get any of the vegetation or structure on any of the other maps. And it does take time, but it's a learning process. And again, I'm trolling. It really fits with the style of fishing that I like to do. That, and again, since I've started posting to these areas, I have noticed that there's been an increase of at least 1 or 2 other people that are out here that are also occasionally posting little bits and pieces of some of the areas that I fish. I will say the almost every water body that I upload to, most of the map is me. I can show you some of these water bodies, the pathing that I've taken over the years that I've fished them, and we've crisscrossed every damn corner that there is. Holter's pretty big. We still have not mapped all of Holter, and we've been fishing here in this boat for the past 5 years, 4 years. The only thing I know is spinners catch big northerns and walleye. That's a fair point. We're a little deep for the pike are probably out here. I don't know that we're gonna see many walleye out here over the basin, though. Anything's possible. If I were fishing and the camera wasn't on, I would be a lot closer to shore in a lot of these places, casting at the weed beds and the structure on the edge there. I bet you there are big pike lurking all over in here. But with the Starlink, these cliff faces are so tall, the mountains, it obstructs the view and really degrades the quality of the stream. Shipment, charter captains eyeballing, following, costed money to fish. They follow you and get paid. Yeah, Carl. But at the end of the day, you got to remember they are out there just trying to make a buck and support themselves, so. I mean, if I were doing a business and I saw people that I could learn and follow, I'd probably do it too. If it's putting a buck in your pocket, I mean. All right, we need to run something. I think we got to put our damn lake troll back on this guy. Ed's gonna kill me. Ed's like, you don't need it. Get it off there. We're gonna put our lake troll on, and I think we're gonna switch to something other than this double wedding ring. We'll throw a different worm harness on. You know what we could do too, and I haven't in a long time? All right, so we do have a bit of weeds on there. So instead of our lake troll, well, instead of our Lure Jensen baby cowbell lake troll, let's run, there's another thing that the locals here like to use. The guy that I started learning trolling from, I fished on his boat for a couple of seasons here. And he likes to use Mack's flashlights. They're another kind of lake troll, but they're thin mylar blades instead of heavy metal blades. They don't create nearly as much drag. So let me bust these out here. They're better for trolling at higher speeds. So very similar to the flashlights that we've been running, but these are just a series of blades that, again, they spin in the water and they don't create the thump that the lake trolls do, or the cowbells do, but they create a nice flash. So we're gonna swap this up a bit. All right, let's pick a different rig here. All right. So this is one of my beta rigs here. So we're doing two different presentations here. We have our wedding ring up top, and again, I was the silver instead of the gold. So that might make a difference. And it's also running a micro Hoochie off the back of it. So it's a double harness rig. And I tie these up, I experiment. If you have some beads, some shiny shit, and can tie a knot, you can make yourself some worm harness rigs. They're not rocket science, and you never know what's gonna work. So I like to experiment when I build them. And this is one of those experimentations. It's two different presentations in one. I'm always curious to see whether they're biting at the shiny or whether they're biting at, you know, the frillies. So we added both. And we're gonna tip one of these with night crawler. We haven't run night crawlers at all yet, and that could be what we're missing. So we'll bust out some crawlers here and try a little chunk on one. And then we'll probably do pink gulp maggot on the other one. All right. And a pink gulp maggot on our wedding ring hook. All right. So we'll show you guys the rig again. So we have Mack's flashlight, lake attractant, lake troll. That one is in chartreuse and silver. A snubber, about a 18-inch fluorocarbon leader. Our wedding ring was silver blade. And we have like a orange and yellow Hoochie with gold Mack spinner. So it's one of the, again, y'all know me, I fish with the kitchen sink, and this is a kitchen sink model. We're out there flashing, seeing if we can pull something in visually. With the sun shining like it is, they have really good visibility right now. All right, good to go. Now we just need to find the fish. On a diver, with the back pull out as a diver, I could bust out another diver. There isn't a cowbell emoji. We need a cowbell emoji. Do you have leeches? Ryan, I do have leeches. We have not fished with leeches at all either. Here most of the time, less is more. Yeah, see, that's what Ed keeps trying to tell me, and that's how he fishes with. Often he pulls off everything, your dodgers, your flashers, all of the attractants, and just runs a simple worm harness rig or a simple spoon. Leeches are fire in Iowa and South Dakota in the dog days of summer. Yeah, I normally, the rigging that I typically do, I do two setups when I'm fishing leeches. Usually a bottom bouncer or worm harness when I'm fishing for walleye. And I like to do that over, you know, muddy flats. Or a bobber rig, like a slip bobber rig or a clip bobber rig with a, you know, just a leech on a floating jig head. How do you like to fish them? Hard to beat live bait. We're in Iowa, northwest Iowa. Oh. All right. No, go the hell away. No, bee, what the hell? Got a bee trying to attack my croc. Some bullshit. Out here in the middle of the lake, and the bee finds me. Where do I find the new emojis for channel? Do they not work on my phone? I have no idea. I've not actually used them in chat. But I think you could type the quick word for them. So like if you do a semicolon or a colon, semicolon, uh, too fast, or fish on, or fish off. I don't know where in the GUI to find them though. There you go. Thank you, Mia. Goodbye, everyone. Hey, Arizona, thanks for coming and hanging out. We'll catch you either later today. We'll be here till sundown. I know it's a bit boring. We're not catching anything. It's not so exciting for y'all. I still enjoy it. And again, during this downtime when the fish aren't biting, I'm also staring at the map, trying to clear out a couple of patches that we have not previously mapped, and looking for fish. Mia, stop showing off. Throw on a spinner and you'll catch something. My OCD won't let me leave, Morty. What spinner? Everybody says spinner. Which one? What are you talking? A Mepsiglia bucktail? A what? A what spinner? A blue fox Vibrex? Are we talking like little trout spinners, or are we talking big, you know, pike musky spinners? Spinner is such a generic term. Stop speaking Spanglish, just a regular normal spinner. Actually, I've done much better with a Jackaloid or Ford Fender than a cowbell. Ted, yeah, so I have Ford Fenders. I have what, I don't know if I have a Jackaloid. I've got a handful of different lake trolls. The Ford Fenders, those ones that they seem like a very slow troll. They create so much drag. The bigger your spoon, your spinner is for each of them, the more drag it creates. And I guess I haven't, until I got the Lowrance Recon, my low speed was, 1.6 to 1.8. That's just, I couldn't really reliably go any slower than that. And those bigger lake trolls are hard to troll at those speeds. Not yet, Poke. Ripping, Poke. No, nothing yet. It's been a lifeless morning. Carl, so are you a channel member? If you're not part of the Rod Squad, you don't get the emojis. It's a membership bonus. For every X number of channel members you have, they unlock a new slot that you can put up a new members only emoji. So they're only usable by people that are in the Rod Squad. Action at the tip of my pole, I meant. Maybe Apache has to publish them channel. Check out the flashlight, looks like a Ford fender, but less drag. Justin, that's like we just put down a Mack's flashlight. But that's what we're talking about. Normally I run, this is my tried and true Lure Jensen Baby Cowbell. We've been running these for quite a while. It's usually one of my most productive, and either the hammered brass, or there's one that's like brass. It's like gold and silver, so it's a two-toned. But I normally run these, and you can troll these up to 2.2 miles an hour. They create a bunch of drag, but not like the Ford fenders. The Mack's flashlight you control much faster, and they don't create nearly as much drag as these. They do pull up higher in the water column though. But yeah, we just switched out. We went to the Mack's flashlight. We're trying a little bit different rig, being as we haven't been bit on the cowbells. But then we were talking about the Ford fenders, and I was just saying the Ford fenders create even more drag than the cowbells. It seems like the bigger the troll, the more drag it's going to create, and the slower really they're meant to be trolled at. Go Rod Squad. What's up, Redneck Amusement? 603, what are you fishing for? Rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, yellow perch, walleye, and northern pike. We have out a Dipsy diver, a Kokanee Dodger, and a Hoochie rig on the back rod here, our down rod. And then on the side rod here, we're running 2 colors of lead core out with a hand-tied worm harness rig behind a Mack's flashlight in chartreuse and silver and orange. Cowboys I had were close to that, but not the same. Do those type have name or style I can search for? Yeah, so again, it's the baby cowbell is the style. It's Lure Jensen is the brand. Baby cowbell is the size and the shape of the blade. They make cowbells, which are slightly bigger. Baby cowbells are slightly smaller. But these are the hammered brass baby cowbell Lure Jensen lake trolls. The one that we just put out are Mack's, M-A-C-K'(S) flashlight. And it's Flash, L-I-T-E. And those ones, again, they create much less drag. They're just thin mylar. They create a bunch of flash, but not the thump. The lake trolls, the blades spinning in the water, create that rhythm, that vibration that I think helps draw in fish. These are more visual than vibration. Things definitely different here. I've tried trolling faster, but never caught anything. That's why I troll #1 setting on my electric troll. Super, super slow, huh? As it depends for me. I vary my speed all over the damn place, but I tend to prefer trolling a little bit on the faster side rather than the slower side. Oftentimes, again, to cover more water. And I've found that a lot of fish will bite at faster speeds than people think. But now I do have the ability to actually crawl, so we're playing around with super slow trolls from time to time. The silver trout here, love those things. I lost a huge brown, I'm sure. #1 on my 40-pound thrust, won't even spin my worm harness. Oh, dang. Yeah, see, I have the ability with the Recon. I can set it a percentage of the thrust, so 10%, 20%, 30%, or which I guess would probably be a 1, a 2, a 3 setting. Or I can set, the speed itself, the mile per hour, since it's all networked. And I'm setting, I bump between, 1, 1.2, 1.4, or up to 2 at certain points. All of the action that we've had has come at 1.7, which we honestly should just bump back up to it and just run it. I keep playing around with speed here, and the only time we get bit is when we're going faster. If I'm trolling, I want it to be a little faster for sure, but I'm more of a cast out myself, because normally hit on the stop. Fair point, Morty. I run a little faster when setting lines, then back down. Okay. That makes sense. The speed helps get your stuff out. I have good luck at 1.8 or 2. Yeah, it really depends on the species. And the day. And what way you're holding your mouth. You never know. Fish are so finicky some days. But I do see a lot of guys out here trolling incredibly slow speeds, just crawling over the deeper basins. But you have to be careful, because you go too slow and a lot of your rigs won't run right. I mean, like you said, you go too slow and it won't even spin your spinner. So you got to make sure that you're running lures appropriate for the speeds that you're trolling at. 1.8 to 2.4 for me. Okay. All right, we're bumping back up. We're gonna do 1.7. We're jumping back up to where they were biting for us. Let's quit dancing around with slow speeds here and just give them something to chase. All right, I need to find some smokes. Nope. Any luck yet? Levi, no, nothing yet. Slow morning, good swivels. Never know what the speed the fish want. Depends a lot on different factors. Just gotta find out. Right, that's why I oftentimes vary my speed a lot. I start slower and I bump it up, you know, over time. Every once in a while, I'll dump it all the way back down and start over again. And sometimes, again, I'll, you know, bump it up a little bit, down a little bit. Work? Oh, man. All right. Saw a guy trolling at 4 the other day, followed him for a bit. He was trolling for muskie, though, on Lake Arthur. Really? That fast for the muskie there? Yeah, see, that's where Pike, normally I troll much faster. Yeah, 2.4, 2.7, sometimes 3, occasionally 3.2, but I don't really troll much faster than that. I know a lot of guys do, though, for pike and muskie. Power trolling. Good morning, Lake Erie Lee. Wish I got notified when you start streams. That's so frustrating, Lee. Yeah, so one of the reasons that I try to schedule my streams ahead, when I schedule them, you can go to my profile and it'll say upcoming stream and there's a notify button right on the stream. And those seem to fire 100% of the time. Every time I've ever clicked on one of my own streams or somebody else's to get notified, I get the notification. But sometimes just the regular streams, you don't get notified, or you get notified 3 hours after the live, you know, has started, or, you know, it's... Do you do charters? Big dog, no, I don't. I'm just a dude out here fishing. And I've never fished on somebody else's charter boat. Now here in Montana, in order to offer charters or, you know, guided outfitted trips, you have to be licensed, insured, bonded. There are requirements in order to get the permit, the ability to do that. It says I should be getting notifications. I just don't get them when streams start. I'll have to dig into the settings. Yeah, I know that it says you got to make sure that you're signed in to YouTube on the device. Again, there's the different levels of settings. When you hit the subscriber, the bell icon, it drops down and it's like all notifications, some notifications, custom. Set it to all. And then there's somewhere also within your Google, your YouTube preferences, that there's a whole list of toggles for which notifications it can or will send. So there's a few different levels of configuration for it, which is confusing. My experience, trout will hit fast stuff more readily than slow. I've seen tons chase slow bait only to turn away at the last moment running fast. I never got as many follows, but more fish caught. Sage, so that's, I think, I agree with that. And that's a lot of what I see. I'm gonna post, I have like 3 hours of just raw footage from Holter here. And it shows just that, so many trout coming up and looking, and then they swim away. And the pike do the same thing when I get them on camera, and it seems like those faster trolls you do, making them chase, makes them either commit or get off, you know, shit or get off the pot. And they tend to, when fish think something's gonna get away, they bite at it to see what it is before it can get away. 3.3 for rainbows. Dang, that fast, 6.03 for rainbow? Interesting. Only reason to fish charter is to steal their numbers. Most states think you do. Make a video with fishing tips. Set it. What's up, Noah? Big Rob, what's up, Frank? Welcome, Frank. God, I'm trying to get caught up. I'm almost caught up on chat. I'm sure it would be a drive for you to make the trip to Webster, South Dakota, Wabash, South Dakota, fish the glacier lakes. Yeah, that's a bit of a trek. That'd be a fun drive, though. Man, you could narrative over that wolf cam. Could be funny. I've never done voiceovers. I should maybe try dipping into that. Hey man, how's the fishing today? What's up, Montana Slayer? We're not on. We can't get the fish to play. They've been stingy so far. We had a slow day yesterday out here, and it's been a slow morning so far. Got a good voice for it. Oh, thank you, Carl. So in my experience, the best way to see what speed they want is before you start trolling, throw a rod out and see if they want slow, medium, fast, or anything in between. Yeah, we ain't got time for that, Morty. We get the boat in the water when it's dark, we hit troll and we get our lines in the water. I don't usually stop and cast. But not bad advice, it's good advice. Marking fish, 10, 15 foot. Again, we're marking occasional fish down at 45, 50 foot, right at the top of the thermocline. We'll give her another 10 minutes and we gotta bring these in to cycle and check for weeds. We did just bump our speed up to 1.7. I lose less fish. Trolling faster too. Huh. Trolling super clear lakes, trolling flies are my favorite. Nice. Yeah, I've just this year started playing around with trolling flies. I had never really trolled flies. We've caught a few fish, a few decent trout on the flies so far. Every hour or so, bump it up half to 1 mile an hour to see. You wet any lines from the bank last night? No, we didn't end up fishing from the bank. I sat down, I started a fire, I ate. I watched Skipjack Cindy's live for a little bit. I checked some of my YouTube stats and then I passed out. I slept. Made a crappy short the other day, got 1,000 views in a couple days, then nothing. Yes, it's 1,000's not bad. That's I know it doesn't sound impressive, but a lot of videos don't go beyond that. You got to keep them. Shorts are tough. You got to keep them real short, sweet, lots of transitions. If you have a lull moment in a short, people swipe. They're tough. What are you fishing for? M-Coot, we're after trout, salmon, pike, walleye. Thank you, Carl. DB Smelt, super popular spoon. Have you heard of them? Westers in New Hampshire. DB Smelt. That's not ringing any bells. So I'm doing something wrong. The pool and turkeys. People love the boat and fishing not so much. Oh yeah, you experiment with different subjects. Fishing shorts are hard. There's so many fishing shorts and most people don't give a shit about fishing. But turkeys, who doesn't like a turkey? A mean turkey chasing people, being aggressive. Check them out, they're fish catchers. Yeah, we'll definitely be experimenting more with some flies. What you munch on when you're in the boat all day? I don't eat very often when I'm in the boat, but I do usually have a bag of hot Cheetos, stick of beef jerky. Sometimes I bring grandma's cookies, just snacks. "96 thumbs up, let's go. We are almost at 100 likes. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us today. We are still struggling to find the fish. We've been live for 2.5 hours, 6:12. Yeah, almost 2.5 hours. 0 bites, 0 fish. It is 8:19 a.m. We're over a little bit deeper basin right now. I honestly should try going back in a little more shallow. I don't know. We're looking for fish. Reply to a guy doing a line break test. I got 60% strength. I got like 130. Not really matters. Only true trophy fish that I caught was 67-pound Atlantic salmon on Snake River, which region of the Columbia River, Oregon, Washington border. Got 50-cent clearance Walmart spoon. Oh yeah. Budget baits. I like it. Sorry for the paragraph again. That's all right, Morty. Have you gotten anything? Raz, no, we are getting our butts kicked again this morning. We're marking some good fish right off the bat. We didn't get any bites though. Now we're kind of off the fish. We need to get back. We're kind of right there now. We're at about 70 foot. 65, 70 foot bottom is where we've been marking most of our fish. Or at least that's the depths, and they're all over in the water column. Anywhere from, 15 foot down to 50 foot. It seems like that they're kind of gravitating towards that depth bottom. Some days they just don't want to eat. Yep, sometimes. Where's SoCal sleeping still? Oh, I'm sure it's only 7:20 a.m. in California. He's getting his beauty rest. All right, but we swapped out our rigs here a little bit ago. We're running the Mack's flashlight with a worm harness behind it. One hook tipped with crawler, another hook tipped with pink gulp maggot. On the other rod, our down rod out the back, we're running a Dipsy diver and Kokanee Dodger in silver, gold, and moonshine, and a pink Hoochie rig. We're doing about 1.7, 1.8 miles an hour. We're marking fish sporadically in the top like 10, 15 foot, and then marking more down towards 40, 50 foot. So kind of two different groups of fish. Some way up close to the surface and some suspended, 20 foot, 30 foot off the bottom. %, they're not native there, it's very rare. Hooked into a huge walleye Saturday night when I was headed back to Trout trolling. At 11 p.m. dark, it hit a flicker shad. Heck yeah. Yeah, we haven't done much shallow trolling of small cranks. We could do that a little later. I was really hoping we could find some damn kokanee out here. The kokanee bite should be starting to pick up here. All right, here we're in good fish. 69 foot bottom. Okay, this looks much better. Now we just need them to bite. Run the trolling motor. I can't hear you over the outboard, or upgrade your mic. Yeah, having a good mic on the boat is important. It's a tough stream if you're trying to stream, live stream with all of the ambient noises around. Trying to net in between both other rods. The back of my small boat missed it. Gets net snagged on hook. It was gone. Oh man. Yeah, I have a bad habit of doing that too. Tough gig netting your own fish. It can be. It can be tricky. What a gorgeous day. It is really pretty out here, Steve. The wind is definitely a little heavier than yesterday so far. We'll head around. We'll probably poke around this next point and get out of the swell, out of the low wake here. Planers and tread divers. Nate, appreciate the gift. Thank you, my friend. Boat flip my bass. Yeah, some fish you can here, and again, oftentimes like the smaller rainbows, I definitely do. But when you start getting heavier fish, it's hard to. What was that? That down rod just got a weird wiggle to it for a second. I wonder if we picked up some weeds. Ah, it's just the wind in the wake. All right, fishies. Check it. Yeah, we'll pull it in a second. I boat flip up to 5 pounds over net. Dang, Spot. That's a heavy fish to be boat flipping. Marking really good fish right here. 30 foot, 40 foot, 50 foot. Top 3 fish on my bucket list would be Goliath tigerfish, which probably never get a chance to fish. Arapaima, just because it's more realistic. Muskie, that has eluded me. Nice, Morty. Arapaima are neat. And I've never caught a true muskie. We have northern pike here and we have tiger muskies. I haven't yet to actually net and boat a tiger muskie, but I've had one at the side of the boat struggling and missed the net on it. Hooked the damn hook on the outside of the net. What's up, Jean-Claude? My biggest walleye was 18 inches. It's not bad. Now mine was closer to 30, but it was long and skinny. It wasn't super fat. Really long fish, but not a lot of girth to it. 15-pound walleye on 3-pound test, ultralight, my rod. Went from the handle to the hole, no backbone. Went to Wyoming and caught a 3.5-pound rainbow. Nice, BW. That's a good sized rainbow. That's about what the rainbow that we caught at the end of last night was just under 22 inches, and I estimated it's probably a little over 3 pounds. Good size rainbow, but that's been our one and only fish since we've been out here. Seeing the fish, I dropped the pole and hand lined it, right? The pole's basically irrelevant with a fish like that. .27, really fat belly. Nice, blah. 4-pound rainbow is my PB. 4-pound line was a fight. Come on, fishies. There's one other boat way down there. He's fishing kind of basin like I am, and then there's one boat kind of in front of me, also fishing basin. They both look like they're just slow crawling. Probably half a mile an hour. I like water fishing as much as Great Lakes. Dang. I just started trolling, been using small John boat, but I've been having luck catching a few walleye every time. Caught 6 the first day I trolled a little bit before, just using one rod. Nice, Northwest. Heck yeah, dude. You're having better luck walleye fishing than we have this season. Got some of my beautiful rainbow trout, I think. My biggest was probably 3.5 pounds, but never weighed it. Might as well be half a pound. Yeah, we don't, rainbows tend to be so temperamental. They're hard to get, unless you're gonna harvest it. It's hard to get it on the bump board and the scale and then get it back in the water and actually have it swim away. Do you think it's okay to have high vis braid tied straight to the lure? BW, I really think it's probably fine for most fish in most water bodies. I know a lot of people will scoff at that or cringe. I always point back to the ridiculous brightness, flashiness, unnaturalness of 98% of the presentations we put in front of the fish. If they're gonna bite the running chainsaw hanging out the back of the boat, they're also gonna bite something on a bright line, a bright lure. I prefer high vis. I think the ability to see your line and where it's hitting the water is more of an advantage than the disadvantage of having a bright colored line that the fish might see. K-Hod, nope, nothing yet. All right, let's do a lure check. Make sure we're not full of weeds. We are weed free and our rigging is just fine. All right, let's check this second line here. This is our Dipsy rod. And we got a whole bunch of weeds on our Dipsy here, which is no biggie. That I don't think is a big deal. But nothing on our spoon or that looks fine. All right. All right, we're gonna let that spool out a little bit. Damn depth routing on the boat there just went a little crazy. Gonna let the boat spin back around and then we'll get it back in the rod holder. There we go. We are spinning. Yeah, I put on a contour follow and it's going a little crazy here. Struggle busting it a bit. All right, we should be good. I do it all lead core, copper, down warm. It's probably high 60s, low 70s right now. A little bit of breeze. What's your favorite bait? Depends on what I'm fishing for, Frederick. I do a lot of pike fishing. I like crankbaits. They're one of my preferred presentations. Do a lot of small water fishing. I know the lakes locally, even though they're small, the water quality is high. I have a lot of bait and growing big trout. Nice. All right, we're over about 70-foot bottom, 72-foot bottom, marking good fish at 40 foot. That is a fat coke right there. What's up, Pause the Track? Man, I got a small lake boat. I'm about to drive Rod so he can have a deep V. That'd be nice. Do you have better luck when it's windy and choppy? I usually do. Oftentimes, yeah, the worse weather for you as the fisherman tends to be the better weather for the fish, which is a damn shame. What's your biggest catch? Of the trip, a 21 3/4 inch rainbow trout. My biggest fish in general is a 22.5 pound, 42 inch northern pike. I'd give it to you, Rod. Oh, that's awfully kind of you, Carl. Someday we'll get a boat ferry, a nice boat. Looks like one or two more boats just came out from the boat launch. They look like they're actually fishing too. Let's blow the old fish whistle here. Outboard hasn't hit 100 hours yet. Dang, that ain't even broke in. Catfish 15 pounds in California, I'm not bullshitting. 14-foot deep V, live wall carpeted storage, 18 horsepower stroke, Nissan. That'd be an interesting boat, Carl. I wonder how well that would handle in water compared to this little guy. I don't see any fish. James, yeah, we're struggling today. Sounds like a weed cough. We're calling in the fish. This is the fish whistle. Small boats are for Quakers. James, smoke, ... These guys must be bottom bouncing. First time out this year, I was just glad my 89 Merc started right. Cheer up, Rod, you on the water. I'm in a garage staring at rabbits. Oh, I'm having a blast out here. I don't mind. We're doing good. So we're at 72-foot bottom. We're marking fish, quite a few fish in the top, 30 foot of the water column, and again, just that break down to like 50. There's a whole line of them. Always glad when any Mercury starts. 86 Evinrude, 25 horsepower on the back of my 14-foot fun drive when nobody's in the boat. Nice. Yeah, I'm running an 84 Evinrude two-stroke, 75 horsepower. But again, it's got the jet foot, so you only get 60% of its rated. So it's closer to like a 50. There we go, big fish. Big fish, 50, 45, and a whole bunch of little fish, shallower. Okay. This is a good spot right here. No wonder this boat's been over here. $68-foot bottom. Please throw on a Walmart spinner. Morty and his damn spinners. .225 Mark 2-stroke. You got a big boy on your spot. You have got the bigger engine, sir. Yeah, this motor is way bigger than what this boat is rated for, I'm pretty sure. Sportcraft 252 Merc, 5.7 Chevy 350 with Bravo 3 stern drive, dual prop, links for salt. Nice, Carl. Ricky Bobby, UPI live stream in Upper Peninsula all the time. Nice, Ricky. Okay, there's a bunch of fish in here. Come on, get bit. How fast does it go full throttle? It depends on whether the wind's in my face or in my back. 25 miles an hour. 30 some days. But wide open throttle, it'll usually do, with just me in the boat, 25 miles an hour or so. Run an 86 tracker, 16-foot mod V with a 24. Okay, 16-foot mod V. So very similar boat to mine, but you have just that little bit of. Does the mod V, how well does it help in wake? In like, you know, chop and wake from boats going by? We have a hard time, like when the wind picks up and we gotta go through it, it's rough. I mean, I slap, slap, slap. I would imagine that the mod V's just got a little bit of cut that you're not wrapping on the water so hard all the time. It's hauling ass in a John boat. Yeah, it's not bad. I want to get something bigger for that reason. The wake boarders still kill me. Yeah, so I was looking at, I don't know, a 19-footer Like 21 sounds nice, but then I start looking at how much they weigh and how much more of a pain in the ass it'd be to trailer and haul around and maneuver. I think like 19 would be a good spot. Stock in the marketplace for an upgrade, but nothing of interest for my budget. Blah, I check every once in a while. I'm not really in the market for it right now. I would have to find a pretty damn good steal to move on a new boat at this point. But I would love to, though. I window shop. All right, so 64-foot bottom right now. What the hell did I do with my smokes? There they are. I just tournament fish for the competition. What's up, BHD? Welcome to the stream. What do you tow with? It's a 2015 GMC Sierra half-ton 4x4. It's a decent truck. It's got a tow package on it. I mean, it tows my boat quite well. But again, my boat is incredibly light. It's a truck that'll tow a boat, but it's not really a truck that was built for towing. It's just your standard model half-ton. Got my butt kicked this morning, lost like 15 wiper. Dang, man, at least that's a lot of bites at least. We're struggle bussing it. RV cam, but it needs replaced. I pulled a push rod and it's only running on 7 cylinders. Need to replace the cam. Other than that, it's all new and pristine. That's a big job though, Morty. Tearing a motor down all the way like that. Our Uber driver here is running over park benches and sidewalks. Watch out. Autopilot on the depth follow here with the Recon's a little aggressive at times. Morning, dudes. What's up, John Mahoney? Welcome, welcome. I've been told I should probably just replace the engine. That would be cheaper and easier, but I don't want to. Yeah, one of them things, you're that deep already, you might as well. not a mechanic, I just know I pulled push rod. Forecast for Wolf Creek, high 88, precipitation 0%, max winds 8.9, sunset 9:14 p.m. Supposed to do one before this last one, I'm glad I didn't, but I'm gonna text money, I'll do the next one. Motor, I like throwing a rod. Hello everyone, what's up Bob? Welcome to the stream. Come on, fishy fishy. Look at my profile picture of 07, 6.7 Cummins, 6-speed manual dually, truck is a tank. Heck yeah, pause the track. That's a beast of a truck. All right, I just sped us up a little bit, so I need to adjust our drag. All right, that's not gonna work. Not trying to poach viewers, so please tell me if... Nah, you're fine. I don't give a shit if people advertise channels in here. If you enjoy my live, you'll probably enjoy other fishing lives. Go watch them. Just come back. Don't forget about me. We're out here. Welcome everybody joining. We're at Holter Lake, central Montana. Trying to catch some damn fish, but they are not loving us today. No sweet, sweet trout lovin's. No kokanee. No walleye. No pike. No perch. We're still trying to get something to come out and play with us. Seems like everybody that I'm seeing right now is out kind of similar to what we're doing, trolling in the basin area. A lot of them look like they're going maybe a little bit slower than I am. But I'd imagine they're probably running lake trolls, wedding rings, very similar stuff to what we're running. It's a very common, dang, there's 5 boats out here now. A whole bunch of them that popped out of nowhere. Very common trolling strategy out here that does get bit. Looks like that boat might have 1 downrigger on it. People that we just passed back there look like they were probably running bottom bouncers, which is a little weird because we were over like 60, 70 foot bottom. Just look for the net coming out. That's, yeah, I'm watching. One superstition in the boat, you have to wash the net first, get the fucking net. I don't really have any superstitions on my boat. Other than you're trolling too fast. We're always trolling too fast. I don't know. That guy over there, I just saw reel in. He looks like he's running either a Mack's flashlight or some kind of lake troll I see spinning. I don't know if he caught a fish or he's just weed checking it over there. I see no net. There was no net involved. Game over from B. What's up, B? I don't gatekeep. I share my Great Lakes info to people in Montana. There you go. Because everybody in Montana needs to know, just in case. Glass him? Yeah, I need to, I keep telling myself one of these days on Amazon I'm going to pick up just a cheap set of boat binoculars or a boat monocular. I just never do. Oh, let's do a bait check. Okay. That one feels fine. That's our Mack's flashlight. And then we have a worm harness and Hoochie rig behind it. This one's our Dipsy diver. That seems fine. All right, we're good. We're over a bunch of fish. We're doing about 1.8 miles an hour. Marking fish 40, 50 foot. I might swap out that Hoochie rig for, let's do that. I'm gonna pull in our bigger Hoochie that's on the down rod and try something a little bit smaller on that one. Sometimes kokanee are really picky and they just want itty bitty little things. Let me. In fact, I'm also gonna switch to a smaller Dodger. We're gonna run just a little micro Hoochie, small blade on it. See if maybe the kokanee want that instead. No, I like the moon jelly Dodger that's on there. No, that's, we took the moon jelly out. We'll run it. we're gonna grab a different Dodger. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, we're gonna go with this one. Sorry, I'm having indecision over here about which Dodger to run. Oh, dang it. I'm gonna run this guy with our new Hoochie. So we're just gonna switch our rig up a little bit. It's not getting bit, so let's change her up, put a little different presentation out there.
Lotion detected in the side yard.
All right, and we're gonna throw some pink gulp maggots on this guy. All right, so we got our Dipsy diver, short leader, a snubber, our Dodger, silver, moonshine, has chartreuse, a pink and a blue dot, and then a little pink micro Hoochie with a tiny little willow leaf blade. We're gonna get that back in the water. I'll let that spool out a little bit as I make our turn back around here. Come on, fishy. All right. Rig swapped. We're good. I want to either fabricate a hardtop or straight up get into a dedicated all-season fishing boats. John, I'm right there with you. The hot sun, the wind, the rain, something with some shelter just makes life so much more bearable when you're out on a boat, especially for any length of time. And especially for those times where you get caught in the weather and you need to escape it. Good luck today. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you. Where are you fishing, Robert? We're at Holter Lake in central Montana. Got quite a few more boats out here today than there were yesterday. On Point Fishing. How you doing, On Point? How is it? We haven't had anything yet today. Been a slow morning for us. Fred killed another. Oh, dang it. I don't understand how he keeps catching bats. He didn't bring it inside, did he? Troll flicker shads for trout. Yeah, we haven't really trolled much for small crankbaits yet. Is that a natural lake or a reservoir? It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. So the Missouri River runs through these valleys. They built a dam below and a dam above. So it's a man-made reservoir. But it's truly the river system. They're just damming up flowing water that's coming down. All right, there's bait fish. That's the first real bait ball we've seen all day here. Interesting. 77 foot. Right here off of. That's on point. On point. The only Freds I know are pelicans. Fred's a cold-blooded killer. It sounds. Fred is that's Mr. Squisherton. He's the brown, the tabby cat that was a feral cat. Him and Sassafras, Sassmaster. They were previously named by Tracy, my mom, because they were feral cats that were eating out of her cat's food dishes over at her house. And then they migrated over to my house, and now they basically live in and out of my basement. But yes, Fred is a stone cold killer. That cat murders everything he can get his hands on. He keeps catching bats. He catches the gophers, baby birds. But like he brings them home as gifts, and he keeps trying to bring them inside. Any walleyes? Not yet, John. We have not caught any walleye. Caught some big rainbows last night and 20 eyes on Canyon Ferry. Did you, On Point? Nice. What depth were you finding them at there? How low a bottom and where in the water column? Anyone else, Bruce Lee? Let me fix it. Thank you, sport. Hoping to go out tonight again. Nice, on point. Casting jigs, okay. Jigging. What color flicker shad? Oh, there's a big pile of fish. Nice pile of fish. This is what I've been looking for. $40, $50 That is off our left side over here. Sweet little baby Jesus. South end of Canyon Ferry is really good right now. Dang, I haven't fished Canyon yet this year. We fished Hauser once or twice, and we fished Holter like 6 or maybe 8 times now. Trolling flicker shads you could do. Any particular color or depth that you would be running the flicker shads at? Just in a nice lay trolling. I'm the only person in the world who doesn't catch fish on flicker shad. I've got a whole box of them, and I've probably caught 3 or 4 fish off of the entire box of flicker shads. They're just not a productive lure when I run them. Got lake trout using crankbait while trolling my kayak. Make sure you're hitting bottom. So real shallow. Used to live in Renton, don't miss that place. It's hard to catch when they're in the box. That's a fair point, valid point, spot snatcher. Body baits this morning. We get flickers down to 18 foot. You can run a planer, get shallow, still keep your contour. That's a good point, Carl, and that is something I've never really run planer boards to achieve. I've seen people do it though. I understand the concept of it. Hey Dylan, welcome to the stream. My favorite number, troll flicker sheds 1 to 1.5, so fairly slow. On point, you're fishing shallow. What's up, Fat Cat? Welcome, welcome. Hey, NFO. There's so many little boats up in here. Trying to navigate the minefield out here. Troll flicker shads and 13 foot at 2 miles an hour. We did 1.8 to 2.5. Helps weed out the little fish, so a little bit faster. Interesting. I literally fish break lines and on troll break lines for walleyes, and they're all year round. On point, do you fish Holter much or just Canyon Ferry? Purple and gold flicker shad. Purple and gold. I do believe I may have one of those. It's probably an F7. Are you running 5s, 7s? What size flicker shads? You gonna make me bust out the flicker shad box here? We gotta dig for it. Oh, I lied. She's right on top. We got a purple and gold segmented one. Flicker shad 7, purple and gold, 5s for trout. Yeah, I only have 1 5. Almost all of mine are 7s. Is that why I don't catch fish on flicker shad? What do you guys think? Should we give the flicker shad gold, purple? Should we give her a roll? Should we run 2 flicker shads? You guys want me to go do some we can't. I can't troll too shallow because we're up next to these high cliff walls. Every time we get this idea, I'm like, great, let's do it. And then we do it and the stream dies out. We lose signal. We can only troll so close. We can use planer boards to get out closer to the shore. Trout, heck yeah, double up, let out 100. That's a good crank. Daniel, appreciate the gift. That looks like a good brown lure for morning. Did you catch anything? No, we still haven't caught anything. We're swapping our baits up here a little bit, I think. The state put a bounty on walleye and lake trout and ponderay. It's open to bow. Dang, John, really? Walleye and lake trout. Side planer, I'd definitely try something completely different. I might have to bottom bounce. Yeah, let's run this guy. Now the question is do we run it on lead core? Now, if we're gonna do planer board, we gotta do, we just gotta do braid. So just taking our Dodger out on this one, we're gonna run our flicker. We're gonna pull in our lead rod here. Get off, weeds. All right, let me get this rod put away and then we'll get our planer board out. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, let me find our planer board. Give her a look. I use the solid flicker shad, not the jointed. I catch some monsters at times. Dang it. Wrong one. All right. Let's get this guy out. We're gonna let it out, let's say 50 foot, get on our planer, and then let it out another 75 or 100 foot. We'll get it off towards the shore over here. All right, so we got 50 foot of line out. We'll let our planer board out. Did we catch anything? Nicholas, no, we are just switching up our strategy here a little bit. We're gonna run some small cranks and planer boards. See if maybe that'll get bit. Oh, we forgot to dip her in some juice. Into some attractant. That's all right. Let out 125. So you clip in. Ooh. You put the flicker on 25 and then 25 foot clip the planer and then let out 100. So 25, 100. So we're at 50, 100 right now. Is the flicker shed flickering? Yes, it was flickering. Can't catch a fish with a dry net. Is that our problem? All right, we are gonna dip the net. All right, we have officially dipped the net as per Carl's requirements. We can now officially catch a fish. Now starts the you've got to bite every 2 minutes because the rod is bouncing. Dipsies are hard to run on stream. It confuses people. Or excuse me, the planer boards. Whoa, easy there, trolling motor. My depth following was spazzing there a little bit. Fish whistle? Maybe it is that time, Citrus. What attractant are you using? I've been using the Potski's Fire Gel Crawfish. And the past few times I've been here, it's worked moderately well. We're not getting anything. Nothing wants to come out and play. Don't you get tired, Redbeard? Not when I'm fishing usually. What's the temperature today? 72.1 at the surface, and I think it's, whoa, that fish was airborne like 2.5, 3 feet, just a little guy, but whee! He's doing tricks over there. I don't know if that was a trout or a whitefish. Temperature 66.9 feels, so we're not even above 70 yet. That's crazy. It's 9:40 a.m. 3 and 4 poles. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm only allowed two per person on the boat, and I'm the only one out here, so we only get 2 poles. Cutthroat? No, trout fishing, I don't think in this water body. There's rainbow trout, brown trout. There's supposedly brook trout in here, though I've never caught one. Kokanee salmon, yellow perch, walleye, northern pike. A couple of different kinds of whitefish. But no cutties in here. I should do what do you guys think? Should I go after cutthroat trout one of these days? We've never done a stream really just targeting those. I guess I take that back. Where do we stream from here recently? Our camping trip with Mia. Wow, I can't remember. There were cutthroat trout in whatever the hell place we streamed from here recently, but we didn't catch any. Too many fishing rules over there. Bottom feeders. Gonna catch some sleep. Be back later, catch them up. All right, Ted, thanks for stopping through, buddy. Go take yourself a nap. Sounds fun. We're gonna keep switching up strategies here and checking different areas till we find some fish. Yeah, you should. I think you should come here and we'll do a king salmon. That'd be fun. Standard leg jig for 40-inch Lakers. What crime? Yeah, Ed's gonna teach me how to catch Lakers out of Tiber, apparently. He said October, November is when to go to Tiber to snag some Lakers. We can't even catch the trout out of Holter. We're doing real bad right now. Super, super bad. There's Lakers in Tiber? Yep, there are. They're not a common catch. They are in there though. If you know how and where to target them, you can pull some pretty good Lakers out of Tiber. The Fish, Wildlife, and Park survey that they do there every year, every couple of years, depending on the water body, always shows some decent sized ones that come out of there. That was a nice trout last night. I would love to catch one like that over here. Nicholas, it's the biggest trout we've caught out of Holter so far this year. Still haven't broke 22 inches, but it was 21 3/4 inch. Very dark colored compared to what I typically catch out of here. Good fish. There's some real big ones out of here, though. I've never caught truly any of Holter's big fish, other than I've caught a handful of 3 to 5 pound Kokanee out of here. Those are the biggest fish I've ever pulled out of Holter. There's monster. The state record walleye comes out of here 17 pounds. There's 20+ pound pike that come out of here. I just have never managed to catch a big fish out of here. Caught some big walleye below the dam at Tiber, only fished it once. Walleye below the dam, huh? Yeah, I only fished below the dam. We went out, we streamed there at Tiber a couple of times last year, 2 or 3 times. And the last time that we were there, we were on the water for like 15 hours and didn't get a single bite. It was just completely dead. And I'm like, I'm not leaving here without catching a fish. So we pulled the boat and everything down below the dam and fished there for like another 2-3 hours and didn't get a bite there either. It was a rough fishing trip. What's up, Rod? Is the air quality bad up there? We're getting 105 degrees, feels like today. Hey, that one guy fishes. Air quality, it's not as bad today as it was yesterday. It was much smokier yesterday. There is still a bit of a haze, but it's not bad. There's a little bait ball at 40 foot. Bait ball, bait ball. We will mark bait balls. You're having a bad day. Oh, it's all right. We never have a bad day fishing. As long as the boat ain't sinking or we haven't fallen out of it, we're doing all right. Fish or not. I did expect the bite to be better today, though. It is not great. And I don't think it's just us. I would imagine there's some people here catching some fish, but I don't think the bite's probably great for much anybody here right now. Heard the Dakotas are absolutely cooking this week. Oh, I bet. Run some brighter colors. We could. It is pretty overcast. Oh, what are we? Oh, that might just be our speed change. We picked up some weeds or something. Our back rod, our down rod is acting a little funny. right on the North Dakota, South Dakota line. You're over there getting real toasty. What time is it? 9:49. Something's funky here. I'm gonna bring this in and check it. I'm gonna see if we picked up some weeds or something on here. Could just be because I picked up our speed a little bit, but it was looking funny. A little bit of weed, not much. Oops. All right, we're gonna let her back out. That dude almost smoked your planer board. Yeah, they don't pay a whole lot of attention. You get some of those bluegill lures that look and swim real good. Try 100 out on the planer board and then clip it and then 20 out from the boat. Okay, so you're saying the opposite. We could try that. Yeah, I was using it more to, oh, good Lord. We gotta, don't hit my planer board, bro. We're about to get smoked here by a pontoon. Grandpa and his 19 little grandkids. Here comes the wake, y'all. Hang on, buckle up. I concur, his math is matching. Any fish on? JB Joe, not a damn thing so far. Montana Army Guard, we caught one fish right before we packed in. It was almost 22-inch rainbow. Biggest rainbow I've caught out of here so far this year. Caught it on the Dipsy diver, Kokanee Dodger and Hoochie rig. Yeah, we have it 50 out and then 50 planer board, then 100. So you're saying let it out 100, clip on, and then 25. So that's real close to the boat. That's your inside rod, well, inside planer board. See, I normally run them the opposite, much further out. We'll bring it all the way in, check, make sure we don't got weeds on this guy, and I'm also gonna give it a dip of the pot skis here. Feels fine. So I don't think we got weeds on it, but we'll see. A little bit of weeds. Little tiny bit. All right. So we're gonna take the crawfish flavored pot skis, fire gel, just get a little nudge underneath the bill. Gives it a little bit of smell, flavor when it's running out there. Something was still in the corn off my wedding ring last night. Didn't land anything though. Dang, John. Long and back on top, short and deep on riggers. All right, there's 100 foot. We're gonna get this guy on here. Oops. Oh, dang it. I'm literally on top of the other pole. All right, that's 25 foot. That's not very far. I've never run my planers this close to the boat. I always use them to get way away from the boat. Guess that allows you guys to actually see them. Catch anything, and what are you fishing for? Ripping, we're out here fishing for trout, salmon, walleye, kokanee. Yeah, that definitely, you guys can see it much better on the camera there. You can do 50 too. Okay. You were just more distance between the planer board and the flicker. I think that's probably the key change in what you're recommending. I love your rods. Thanks, Voidcaster. Yeah, we're running the Okuma Classic Pro GLT planer board rods. They're a one-piece telescopic rod. 8'6" collapses down to 7'6". They're paired with the Okuma Coldwater A series line counter reels. They're really nice. It's a good setup. I just like mine close, but when I have 3 guys, I'll have 3 rods out each side. Yeah, I've never really, the most rods I've successfully trolled with and didn't get tangled up a billion times was 5. We had basically 2 down rods, 2 side, planer rods, and then 1 straight out the back in the prop wash. I don't have super great boat control out here a lot of the time. With as many wake boats as there are, and me being in a flat bottom, I get beat up. So it can get tough trying to run a whole bunch of lines in my boat. Also, I don't have downriggers. My favorite trout is Trout Lake is Clark Canyon, but haven't been down there in years. Montana Army Guard. I've never fished Clark Canyon. What kind of trout do they have in there? Rainbows, browns, cutties. Love the videos, dude. Oh, thanks, Rippin' Pokemon. I don't put out very many, and I'm not great at editing, but I'm trying to learn. I have fun with it, or try to. I'll go on my far side 100, and then 60, 70, then I'll do 125, and 1 straight back. Okay. So you're letting out roughly 100 before or after every lure, and then staggering them with the 50, the 75, the 100. Now the 25 is actually good. It keeps it far enough away from the boat. That, and I have a port side, or set, the Dipsy diver set port side. So it's actually, our second rod here isn't going straight back. It's going out behind us. So we have good separation here. But that keeps it just close enough that you guys can almost see it at all times in the frame. Always do the furthest one first. Yeah, get it out in a way. That makes sense. Try faster speed. We're actually at about 2.1. I have it set to 1.95. But because of the turns that we're doing, we're going 1.9, 2, 2.1. Walleyes like to go super slow. When you say super slow, are you talking like 0.8, like 1? What's super slow? Walleye bites on in Minnesota? Nice. We're trying to find a bite of anything right now. No bite is on so far for us. I know I gotta be careful over here. There's some downed. In fact, I'm gonna start. Oops. Stupid motor, come on. There we go. We're gonna turn back around here. There's a bunch of sunken trees right up in front of here that I remember because we snagged on them before. So we're gonna loop back around and head back towards where we were coming from. Try again tomorrow. Are you across from the boat launch? On point. We're just past Split Rock right now. We launched from Log Gulch. We're probably, I don't know, quarter of a mile or so, maybe a little bit further past Split Rock, and we're turning back around, headed towards Split Rock, towards the Log Gulch basin area. Seen a nice burbot creeping around the dock a week ago. Didn't even think they were around here. Oh yeah, they're in almost all these water bodies in the upper Missouri River Basin. You don't hear of many people catching them other than in the winter and spring, sometimes in the fall, but they're out, they're around. If you know how and where to target them, I'm sure you can catch them all year round. I want to go to Holter and fish the weed beds for pike. On point, I've heard some stories of some crazy pike coming out of here. Every great once in a while, I'll catch a pike. But yeah, there's supposedly some like 30+ pounders that have come out of here in the past few years. Like truly massive pike. Jigging marabou jigs. My buddy caught a 43-inch northern. Dang. Catch them in the fall a lot when I'm walleye fishing. That's all I do though is jig though. Okay. Yeah, see, I don't do much of that on the channel here. When I'm off camera, I do fish a lot more of that style. It's hard for me to pay attention to chat, actively jig. We do try it sometimes. It's tough for me. But yeah, very effective for a lot of different species. What kind of work do you do? John, I work in web development, security, full stack web developer. I do security audits, a lot of compliance shit, PCI, HIPAA. Blue teamer. Do need to go buy cat food, maybe some for me too. Sure the cats are gonna want to eat tomorrow. I'll leave the stream playing, but not entertaining y'all with my wit and wisdom. All right, Anon. Go get yourself some cat food. We're trying to catch some cat food out here. I think our kitties might starve though. Going to Sealy for a week pike fishing. Super excited. Nice, On Point. I've never fished Sealy. I've literally never. I've been there a bunch of times when I was younger. I never did get to fish it. When are you going? I'm gonna let this out just a little bit further from the boat. All right. We'll let it out 50 from the boat. All right. Tried to turn on autopilot and it gave us a very sharp couple of turns here. Calm down there, buddy. Fish, LED, Browns Lake, good bass fishing. I've never fished Browns either. I used to live on Lincoln, an On Point fish Browns Lake. It's almost a 300 copper at this point. 26 you're going for a week. Okay. Thought contour, run some waypoints. I haven't played around with how to do that on this trolling motor yet, so I can with 100% certainty tell you I have absolutely no idea how to do it. I need to play around with it, preferably off camera. The rainbow aren't hitting a flicker, the fishing must be dead. Yeah, we had one fish at the back of the boat yesterday and then one in the net. So over 8 hours of fishing, we had 2 at the boat. We had a couple other nibbles and bites, but very, very slow. And so far this morning, we've been 18, 24, a little over 4 hours we've been streaming so far. And we haven't had a single bite so far. Yeah, if the rainbow aren't hitting a freaking lake troll and a worm harness, they ain't biting. But we'll keep at it. We're gonna try some different stuff. Switch our speed up a little bit. I'm running our outboard right now. I'm trying to charge our battery up just slightly. Our house battery has a decent capacity to it, but we ran 8 hours yesterday and we've run another 4 hours so far today, and haven't run the outboard for almost any of it. The sun is starting to come out a little bit, so we're gonna get a little bit of juice from our solar panels. Throw that squid out. It might be about time for the SoCal saltwater squid. You're right. I was just in Great Falls. Nice. What were you doing in Great Falls? You tried the Whopper Plopper. No, we haven't run a Whopper Plopper yet, Dave. I've trolled Whopper Plopper a handful of times. It's amusing as shit to troll. You get the plop, 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 plop. It's like ASMR out the back of the boat. But I've literally never caught anything off a Whopper Plopper troll. It's good to cast in the shallows, in the weed beds, around structure. Doesn't seem to be great for trolling though. Not that desperate yet. Seen my nephew play some football, then spend over 500 in shields. Shields can be an expensive visit. They always part with a lot of my money as well. North 40 as well. It's hard to get out of that store without dropping $100. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us today. We're on hour number 4 of our marathon stream. We're doing a sun up to sundown fishing stream out here on the water. Looking for rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, anything that wants to bite. This is Holter Lake, central Montana. We're out here in the beautiful mountains in Montana. We fish this water body quite often. It's been about 3 weeks since we fished here. I think last time we were here we caught 9 or 10. So it was an adequate day on the water, still a little slow. This water body, sometimes when we come here, we'll catch 20, 30, 40 fish. Today is not gonna be one of those days. But we're out here giving her the old college try. We'll get a fish in the boat here eventually. Got some of the new rip fish from Berkeley. I don't know if I have any rip fish. Berkeley Dredger is one of my favorite cranks. I run the crap out of those for pike. The pike at Pishkin absolutely love them. We caught a trout off of one here one of the last times. That's what we should throw on, is a frickin' Berkeley Dredger, our 14.5-foot diver. Engine is running an alternator to the battery for Lawrence. Errol, so we have 2 batteries in the back. A house battery, which powers all of our graphs, our lights, and a crank battery. So when the outboard is running, I have something hooked up called an ACR, an automatic charge relay. And what it does is when the crank battery gets to a high enough voltage, so above 13 volts or so with these AGM batteries, It combines the 2 units and then starts pushing the charge into both of them. So right now I'm running the outboard, and it doesn't have a true alternator. It's a rectifier and a stator rectifier system. It does put out about 6 amps of charge at full wide open throttle, or right below. But we do get a small amount of charge when we're running at 2 miles an hour or so, 2.2. So if I run it for an hour or so with the outboard, it juices back up my house battery, and then we can kick it back off and we can run the electronics for longer. Union labor in Oregon started when I was 21. I'm 25 now. Oh, cool. It's a high-tech new setup. Yeah. Yeah, we have the electronics are pretty dialed in on this boat. There's still a few tweaks I'd like to make to it. Gonna go help my neighbor with his camper roof, then might go slay some cats on Peck tonight. Heck yeah, Montana Army Guard, good luck. Go catch some fatties. Man, I wish I could fish Peck. I wish it was closer to me. It's such a long drive. I gotta plan a whole damn trip around it. Yeah, this water body, it's easy for me to escape for a day or, a couple of day trip here. It's only an hour drive for me. Peck's like a 5-hour drive one way. I don't know what we need to change up here, but we need to change something. So we switched our Dipsy diver to a different Dodger, a different Hoochie. I don't know why we're not getting bit on that guy. Just getting some stuff put away. Oh, damn. What the hell? What are you doing here, autopilot? Thought I was driving for a minute, and then I realized, no, I'm not. Carl, I might have to chat with you about running frickin' some of the specifics on how the hell I run wire from my house to my shop. I know I gotta install a new panel and do a ground rod, and still haven't decided if I want to try and run it underground or try and set up a damn pole. But yeah, one of these days. I'm so tired of running an extension cord out to my shop to power shit. What's the deal on longshoremen strikes every other year? More money? Yeah, I have no idea about any of that stuff. All right, so this little boat in front of me is running one. He's got 2 downriggers on there. Thank you for the gift. Appreciate you. No, it doesn't look like he's running downrigger on anything. I'll give you that if I don't know. Master electrician. 3 master electricians as friends I fish with. All right, that's cool, Carl. Used to have a van. I used to travel the state when I was 15 to 20. Heck yeah, on point. The rod back right is crying. Weeds looks like. Errol, so we're running the planer board. You can see the yellow board hopping out there. Every little wake we go over. No, he does have a downrigger on. Okay, so he's running off of a downrigger. I'm like the only boat on the water here that doesn't have a downrigger, seems like. Good morning, what's up, Lucky? Good morning, good luck too, I appreciate you. I hate electricity. Yeah, I've rewired my whole house from the panel so far. It's been a learning process. So we're now on. I need to rewire the garage. I need to rewire the shop. But I need to run. I've stripped all the old wiring out. It was so bad in the house. It had been spliced and rigged by so many people over the years. I just tore it all out. I ran fresh line. New panel, fresh line. Any luck fishing? Tommy, no luck so far today. We haven't had a single bite. We've been streaming for a little over 4 hours. We're still looking for the first fish of the day. It's been a slow start. Living room floor, one of my buddy's houses with the largest private landowner in Wisconsin. Sparky's Mack over 100 an hour. Yeah, it's a good trade to be in. It just, electricity scares me. It's so dangerous. We're marking good fish though, 20, 25, 30, all the way down to 50. We're over about 76-foot bottom. We're gonna run, what time is it? We'll give it 15 more minutes on the outboard and then we'll shut that off and go straight trolling motor again. What did I just miss? Steve McMahon with a $19.99 super chat. Let's go. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate your continued support. You are awesome, dude. Love your channel, bro. Throughout the day, if I can't watch, I listen all the time you're on. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Steve. Always a pleasure to bring you along for the fishing trips. We are struggling again as usual. You know how it goes. But we're having a whole lot of fun doing it. And we will hopefully get some fish on the boat here eventually. But thank you for coming and hanging out, and I appreciate your continued support. Catch any yet? Ripping? Nope, not a damn thing. Shock, really bad, $1,200 an hour with benefits. Catch them up. Paycheck, I've put a longer line on my downrigger. Everything I want to fish for is lingering around 112 to 125. That's so deep. How fast are you trolling? We're a little bit faster right now. I'm trying to charge our battery. We're at about 2.1, 2.2 miles an hour. We've trolled kind of all over the gauntlet. We fished 8 hours last night. We've been fishing a little over 4 this morning. The 2 fish we caught yesterday were at about 1.7 miles an hour. Got mine doing prevailing wage work for the government. I always talk to them dudes on job sites and tin knockers. Go inside and talk to guys like Rod too about comps. Yeah, it's good to be knowledgeable about different topics. I don't know, everything interests me. So I dig into a little bit of everything. All right, trolling motor, you're doing weird shit again, buddy. Marking a good little pile of fish down at about 50 foot over 72-foot bottom. Tap your screen, what comes up? A little high, I can see 15K a month. Too bad you guys don't have stripers out there. Yeah, I know, Brian. I think there might be in eastern Montana. Ooh, good fish right here. All right, we need a fish. One fishy. Signal's gonna get a little bit bad here. I'm flipping around. What's up, SoCal? No fish yet, no. Whoa, holy shit. All right, easy there, Chief. All right, let's get this rod back out there. Driving like we're drunk over here. Hold on a second. We'll get it, I promise. All right. We need to find some fish. That's what we need. Is that a fish hunt? No, I turned around. We were getting way too close to a guy that was trolling in front of us. He kept closing in on us and it was getting too shallow, so I pulled our rods in and flipped around. Caught your live the other day, PA firewood. You were walleye fishing. Nice. Put surfboard fins on your hull. Never mind, I got anxious, thought there was... No, I was just... So I had to reset the lines, and the way that I set out the planer board and the Dipsy diver is you open your bail up and you turn the clicker on, and it just creates a slight resistance. And allows you to spool them out evenly, so rather than standing there with your thumb on the line. Guys, I think I'm gonna go do some laps in the pool before it starts raining. I won't be gone too long. All right, Carl, we'll be here, buddy. Hey, Noah James, thank you for the star. Noah with the floating heart. Thank you, Noah. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far today. We are still on the hunt for fish number one. One of them days, you know. The fish just aren't cooperating. We're not throwing the right thing. We didn't wear the right color socks. I don't know what it is. There once was a banana on the boat. I don't know. We're definitely not catching anything so far, though. We are going to continue to adapt and try some different areas, some different presentations. Noah James, where are you at? This is Central Montana, Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. it's just the wake we're coming into. D808, 1 month in the rod squad. Let's go, D808. Thank you for your support. Do you get a worm harness out with a full crawler? We have not tried a full crawler yet. We could. Now, right now we're running a segmented flicker shad and F7 in purple and gold. We're out 100 foot, the planer board, and then we're out another 50 foot. On the other line, we are running a Dipsy diver at a 2.5 setting, one of the bigger ones, the mega Dipsies. Behind that, we're running a smaller Kokanee Dodger and a small pink Hoochie tipped with, that one is just tipped with pink gulp maggot. We haven't run a full crawler though. D808, like and subscribe. I appreciate you. Steven Trujillo. What's up, Steven? Welcome to the stream. You say jigging or trolling is better for walleye? I think in most cases, jigging is going to be more effective more of the time of the year. A lot of that is water body specific though. There are certain water bodies, certain times of the year that you can really clean up trolling for walleye. But I think people who stop and jig probably are more effective at it most of the year. I like trolling, but jigging works too. Rod is right. Jigging minnow for walleye. Maybe they want meat in a crawler. Yeah, we've had our flicker out here a while. I don't know. What should we set up? Should we set up a crawler harness on a leaded line? Do a braid and a snap weight? What do y'all think? We can pick our next rig. Somebody tell me what we need to be running right now, where we need to be running it to catch fish. And don't tell me running 15 foot of water where we can't fish right along the canyon cliffs. or we lose our Starlink, our Starlink connection. You can locate them jigging for sure, but not sure where they're trolling might be better. Gotta cut the first one, you get open and see what they're eating. Yeah, the only one we boated yesterday, we threw back. It was 21 3/4 inches, almost 22 inches. Really depends on the body of water to decide castrol jig. I have some saugai in my lake near me, and the walleye lake's a little further away. The saugai are very rare in my lake, though. Yeah, I've never caught a true saugai. I've caught sauger and I've caught walleye. I've never caught the hybrid. Not that I'm aware of, at least. Drop a jig down to the 4-wind jig, up hard bank. Yeah, we'd have to find a pile of fish sitting on the floor somewhere to do that. I don't know, a couple of those standing trees that I marked yesterday that are real good snag points when trolling look like they held a lot of fish around them. That would be some good spots to try spot locking and jigging. I don't know, we could go run some bottom bouncers maybe through these mud flats over here. Jig off the bottom. Yeah, we're over like 80-foot bottom right here. We're kind of out in the basin. Are there Lakers in there? Big dog, no, no lake trout in here. There's rainbow trout, brown trout, brook trout, Kokanee salmon, yellow perch, walleye, northern pike. Where should we go? Taco Bell. Tanner, we did end up with one large rainbow trout right before the end of the stream yesterday. Caught with a Dipsy diver, run out about 65 foot, 70 foot. With a Kokanee dodger, a silver, gold, and orange dodger, and a large pink Hoochie. I was probably running about 40 foot deep, 40 to 50 foot. No bite on the planer board rod comments, that's cool. Yeah. The weather doesn't look as nice as usual. How is the fishing? Yeah, Mark, it's been really cool and cloudy here, which is a beautiful change of pace in the weather. The fish don't like it though. They're not biting today. We just came off of like 4 or 5 days of some real intense heat, which has really heated the water body up. Fish are not where they usually are. But we're looking here. We're over about 82 foot bottom here. We're marking some good fish at 30 foot, 40 foot, 50 foot. I'm gonna feed out our Dipsy here a little bit further. All right, we let that out another 15 foot or so. Should get us down slightly deeper. Gonna bump our speed up slightly. We need some fish up in here, Jay. That's what I'm saying. We need to swip this flicker ain't cutting it. We need to put something else on this rod over here. Half tempted to go back to a lake troll. Fish don't like the cloudy day. That's the best time to fish. I don't know. Some days when the clouds hit, the fish bite really turns on. I think it's more so the heat the last week or so has just really done a number on this water body. All right, we need some dew and some fish and maybe a fish whistle. Then we need to put something on this other line. We need to... Should we just try a plain spoon and a clip weight? What are you fishing for? There's rainbow trout, there's brown trout, there's kokanee, there's walleye, there's pike. Bait ball, big bait ball, 40 foot. Holy crap. That is a good mark right there. Solid bait ball right below us at about 40 foot with some bigger fish swimming around it. If we're gonna get hit, it might be right here. Oh, lots of wake. Lots of wake. What boat do you have? It's a 16-foot flat-bottom John boat, solid aluminum welded. It's made by a company called Weld Tech. It's the Landau series. 16-foot long, 52 inches wide. And it's got an old 1984 Johnson Evinrude two-stroke on the back of it. You need to be trolling around 2 miles an hour if you're going to catch any of those fish. You think so? We'll bump her up just a notch. Ever tried dynamite? No, I haven't. I hear it can be quite effective. Surprised the boat is rated for so much. It's not. It's not. It's the sticker on the back says 35 horsepower, the Coast Guard sticker. No, 30 horsepower. U.S. Coast Guard maximum capacities, 4 persons or 605 pounds. 925 pounds, persons, motors, gear, 30 horsepower motor. So it's somebody tore off the original and replaced it with a much bigger, but it's a 75 horsepower with a jet foot conversion on it, which makes it run at about 60% of capacity, so it's closer to a 50 horsepower. Just trying to be helpful. I hear you. I know it's true. I fish Superior, catch a bunch. I know you're not on the Lake Superior, but it's still really good everywhere. Yeah, speed tends to vary for me on days. Some days I get a real good bite going slow. Some days I get a real good bite going fast. Fish can be real temperamental. As the season progresses, a faster troll tends to be more productive. High pressure makes it tough. It does. Yeah, that absolutely affects it as well. What's up, Killin? Where are you at on the lake? We're right out on the basin in front of Log Gulch. We went down, we spent the morning going down towards the dam area. We got down, I don't know, about halfway down to the dam, turned back around. Right now I'm just kind of in the deeper basin area out in front of Log Gulch. Split point is right up there, you can see it. Or Split Rock, sorry. At least there are clouds today. Sage, yeah, it's nice break in weather. So comfortable to fish when it's overcast like this. What are we running? So the planer board rod here, we are running an F7 flicker shad in purple and gold. It's out about 100 foot, the planer board is on, and then we're out another 50 foot. We're about to swap that out. We need to put something else here. The other rod, we're running a Dipsy diver, a small Kokanee Dodger, and a little pink Hoochie. So that one's gonna stay down. We're still gonna keep going for Kokanee on this side. We need to run something else on this rod though. Got any Craw colors? Of what? Cranks? Flicker shads? It's a beautiful lake, bro. Steven, yeah, it's so pretty here. The background, the mountains, the sky. Almost everywhere we fish here in central Montana is just gorgeous. Craw colored flicker. I do have a couple of F7 Craw flickers. I think I have like a gold Craw, and then like more of a darker, duller Craw. Black and gold. Got family in Level, Quebec. The flickers don't run deep enough out there. Yeah, in the basin, that's why normally I would run them either on a snap weight or a leaded line. We're playing with the Dipsy, or excuse me, the planer board. Yeah, we still have the flicker box out. We could run another flicker. I was thinking something different though. Again, we're out in the basin. I mean, I guess we could catch trout off a flicker. We got a fire craw, gold, black, red. Got a bunch of walleye craw flicker. Perfect. Yeah, out of my flicker box, that's probably the one that I run the most often, is the fire craw. We have some natural perch. We got purple, we got gold, silvers, clown. I do also have a couple of articulated or segmented flickers that are in fire craw. Yeah, that one. You guys think I should run it on a snap weight instead of on the planer? Again, these only, I think dive depth on F7 is like 9 to 12 foot trolled, something like that. It's not a lot. We should probably do a weed check on both poles, honestly. Yeah, we're fouled up. I don't know how long we've had weeds, but that ain't good. Damn it. This could be a big factor in why we're struggle bussing so much. It's all these damn weeds. Let's do a little Kokanee oil on this one, vanilla. Let's switch things up a bit. Try a different scent here. Jig and a wacky worm, my phone's gonna die. I want trout, fire, tiger, apex behind a Dodgers fire. I have like 3 or 4 apexes somewhere. I have no idea what the hell box they're in. All right, we're gonna do a 2 ounce weight on this guy. Let's give her a little dive depth. We'll just let that feed out there. What's up, John? Hey, Bill. What are we fishing for? Rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike. Did you keep the purple and gold on? No, we took the purple and gold off. We swapped it for the fire craw. Never used a snap weight here in Montana, only in Columbia. Interesting. I use snap weights all the time. Try the Daredevil. Sage with a gold coin, a gold coin, a gold coin. Thank you, Sage. No, on our other rod, we're running a Dipsy diver with Kokanee Dodger in silver and moonshine with chartreuse, blue, and pink dot. And followed by that is just a little micro pink and white Hoochie tipped with pink gulp maggots. And then we just put out the fire craw on this one. We let it out 50 foot, snapped on 2 ounces, and we're gonna let it out another 75 foot. So we're now at 125 foot total line out. That should get us down somewhere around 20, 25 foot. Last time we caught walleye, probably 3 weeks ago when we were here the last time, I think we caught 1 walleye. That or it was the trip before that, 4 weeks ago. Hope you catch a monster. It's out there somewhere. Heck yeah, Tyler. There's lots of them out here. One day we'll learn how to catch a fish. When the eyes are in the Columbia, 20 foot and only hitting 5 flickers, I use a 4 ounce snap weight. 4 ounce snap weight and 20 foot of water? Come to Canyon Ferry and fish the south end. You on a river or lake? Tyler, this is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. Yeah, I'll have to try Canyon Ferry. I fished it from the northernmost boat launch up by the dam, and I fished it twice from the Silos launch. I'm turning around here, going back in front of the boat launch. Go to the Silos for walleye. 25 or 2 ounce, let out 80 foot after the snap. Okay, we got about 75 after the snap, so we're pretty close. And around the ponds. So I've heard people mention the ponds at Canyon Ferry. I think that's somewhere towards like the southeast section. I don't know where exactly that is. I've never fished over in that region. The couple of times that we launched from the Silos, we stayed fairly close to the silo area. We fished kind of western side. Is that a fish? Are we dragging bottom there? There's no way. Let me bring this back up to 60 foot. In fact, let me check this one. Make sure we don't got a bunch of weeds on here. We were either just dragging bottom there or we picked up some weeds. Not entirely sure which. A little bit of weeds, no bottom. All right, so this is what we're running on the other side. Kokanee Dodger and a little micro Hoochie rig tipped with pink corn. Going to Holter on Thursday night and going to Flathead for the weekend and fishing whitefish and smallmouth. Nice, Tanner. That'll be awesome. I hope you have better luck than we've been having. Thinking it's just a tough day. Yeah, it is. Further south you go, the better it is right now. All right, fish whistle time. We need some love here. This is right about where we hooked up on our one and only fish we landed yesterday. So it's about that time. Thank y'all for coming and hanging out for another episode of Wanna See My Rod. We're out here for another sun up to sundown marathon fishing stream. We have 0 fish in the boat. We've been on the water for almost 6 hours. And we're still getting our butts kicked, but we are out here trying. We just switched up to a couple of different rigs. We reset our Dipsy diver. We're marking some fish. We're over about 50 feet, a little bit shallow. In fact, pretty damn shallow. We need to move a little deeper here. This MFing guy, right? We'll do a little jig here on the bench. Sometimes screaming obscenities into the abyss will help. Other times not so much. Today feels like one of those days it might. Ever fly fish? No, I've never fly fished before. Really popular in this area to do, though. This your job? Bot's down. Yeah, we've been streaming since 6. Rod bot usually lasts about 6 hours, and I have no idea what the hell I did with night bot. I've offended Nightbot in some way. Hello, Miyazaki. Welcome back. Oh shit, what happened to Starlink here? Hold on, we are on 2 bars of cell signal right now. There is a little bit of signal right here. Our Starlink crapped out. I'm not sure what happened. We just did a quick battery swap. Mia, no, we haven't even got a bite yet today. Nothing. That's what happened. Damn it. Hold on, we're trying to turn Starlink back on. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So Rodbot, I understand why it's down. We're out of quota, out of tokens for the day. Nightbot is listening in the chat, but it's not responding to anything. I don't understand what I accidentally. Sorry, I'm just trying to get into Nightbot here to see if I can get it working. Sorry guys, yeah, the Starlink died. I had the switches wrong. We're just having a shit show out here. All right. Is the camera very jittery for y'all? It looks like it is on the stream. If only there was an IT guy to call, right? We're on it. We're figuring it out. Give me just a second here. Stream is fine. Okay, so it's just me. Thank you guys. All right, where are the damn fish? There's got to be some fish in here somewhere. Looking good? All right, thank you. Where is it? Is there really no way to manage moderators from within the YouTube app or YouTube Studio? There really isn't. Wait, maybe that's... I can do it through here. Edit channel, handle, viewers can post. They don't. Well, that's dumb. All right, so I gotta do it through a web page. Jerk it. What's up, Crow? Camera spine rod. That whistle got your hand bopping. Josie J's. Hello, dear. What's up, Josie J? Picture is much better. What's happening? El Dabo, we are still looking for fish number 1. Hey Josie, yeah, we still have not caught anything yet. I don't know, we'll mess with Nightbot in a little bit. I have no idea. What's wrong? Oh, we're not catching. We're having fun out here. Beautiful day on the water. We just have not had a single bite in almost 6 hours. Time to start dragging nets, right? Low rod, northern, Jersey rod, break from work, gotta feel pretty good. What's up, Uper? Swinging in from the old work break, huh? I'm going over a spot earlier that was holding a whole bunch of fish. So, oh yeah, Nightbot is here, it's listening. I can see in the logs it's logging, it's seeing the chat, but it's just not responding to anything since last night. So it's joining the channel, I just don't know why it's not responding. So I need to, there's a setting where you can manage your moderators within Live, but I don't know how to access, I don't think there's a way to do it through the mobile app or mobile studio. It has to be done from studio on the desktop. And I need to make sure that Nightbot is set as a managing mod, or to remove it and then re-add it as a managing mod. Because it's here, it's listening, it's just not saying anything, which makes me feel like for some reason the permissions got messed up on it. I don't know. Did somebody, I don't think they can, it's a managing mod. I don't think mods can time out other mods. They make you give Nightbot like the highest permissions available to function. Nightbot, in order for Nightbot to function, you have to give it managing moderator credentials or privileges for your channel. Yeah, there's no other managing mods in the channel. Everybody else is just a standard moderator. But I don't think you can manage that either. Is there a way on the mobile app that you can get to your like band list and reset it, or to set your moderators? I don't think there is. I could do it through, and that's what I'm gonna have to do, is just through the damn web page. So just studio, YouTube. Wish I could help you more, but no idea. Ah, it's all right. Looking fishy right there. Yeah, we're marking some good fish right in this area. But nothing wants to come out and play. Rod, you cash out on Bitcoin and decide, screw it, life's too short. Youper, not yet. No, Bitcoin's real low right now. It's in a pretty rough down cycle. All the war shit, the tariff shit, it's thrown the whole world financial system into chaos more than it is on any other given day. Where the hell is it? Why is there no settings? I have no idea. Doesn't matter. Nightbot is broken, we'll figure it out later. Trying to fix Nightbot, it's not answering commands. Yeah, we'll deal with that when I'm not on the boat. There's no reason to play with it right now. Let's find some fish. I mean, we're marking, there's a bunch of little and a whole array of smaller fish from 30 to 50. Fish whistles and more cowbell. Yeah, I think we're gonna switch out this crankbait back for our lake troll here shortly. We could try running something else behind our Dipsy as well. Let me find, everybody keeps saying Apex, Apex, Apex. What goddamn tackle box do I have those in? That's the Dipsy box. I'm not in there. Cut plugs, some flies. There we go, Apex Trout Killer. There's the I have one somewhere else, one or two more of them, but we got two of them we've never run. We got what is it, like a watermelon, and I don't know what these colors are. A Dredger. See, now that you're thinking like I do. I've got more fever. The only cure is more cowbell. I'd run one of the Apex behind the Dodger instead of the Hoochie. UV, purple. Try the purple. Purple for the leech look. That is a really long ass leader on there. We're gonna shorten that a lot. Spit on it. Got a few on Apex. Is that a worm harness? It's an Apex trout killer. They're a little trout plug. How do you sort your tackle and store it? I'm going through mine right now and it's killing me. It's a ever-evolving strategy, I think. I don't know, I've got a couple of different boxes with similar stuff. I just try and group it as like as possible. All right, so there's a little trout killer. We're gonna reel in our Dipsy and our Hoochie rig, and we're gonna run this little trout killer, and I'm gonna put a half a worm on there. In fact, let's get the worm on there before we pull our rig in. Just a little morsel. There we go. That's what we're gonna run out there. Looks killer. Yeah, I've done something to break Nightbot in my channel. We don't have the time, the patience, or the ability to fix it from out here, so we'll play with that later. All right, switching things up here. Putting my snubber directly after the Dipsy, then a leader, and then my Dodger, and then my Apex plug. All right, I'm also gonna put a little bit of vanilla Lunker lotion oil, Kokanee, on this guy. All right, that looks pretty good. Usually awesome at answering, he's busy. Sorry, I'm trying to get my rigs reset up. Trying to talk fishing with you, dude, but you don't answer me. What's your trolling speed? We're doing about 2 miles an hour right now. We're a little bit deep on this guy. Yeah, sorry, Nate. We were resetting some rigs. I try to read everybody's comments. Sometimes I miss it. Dip it in Tabasco. Is that the key? We're missing the spice. Yeah, we're doing about 2 miles an hour. We're fishing over 60, 65 foot bottom. We're marking fish all the way from like 10 foot down all the way to 50 foot. We have the Dipsy out that we just let out. We have about 60, 65 foot of line out on the bigger Dipsy. I think that's getting us somewhere around the foot setback. We're gonna swap this one out here shortly though, I think. Can't find any bootlegger cigarettes. Oh man. What's up, Brandon? For whatever reason, WD-40 works good as fish attractant. Spray some on your lure, bait, try it. Crow, yeah, it's I've heard it works real well, but that's one of the, it's a really bad thing to use as an attractant. That shit is pure poison. You really don't want to be putting that in water bodies. Any catches? No, not yet today, Brandon. We haven't had a single bite yet. We're still trying for our first fish. Lots of people camping there. Yeah, there's quite a few people. Jeff, we haven't caught anything yet. It's been a real slow morning so far. It's almost noon. We'll be here till sundown, so we probably have another nine hours or so of fishing today. Canada stand. Man, if I was still in Montana, I'd help you call them in with fish whistles. I appreciate that, Tyler. I will have to catch up when I get home. Tim Dow with 10 gifted Want to See My Rod memberships. Let's go. Welcome back, Tim. Thank you for your continued support. You are awesome. Stephanie, Flying Bry, Lil Pigo, James Slimbera, Rockhound Son, Max Ferg, Beautiful Ear, Beautiful Earth. I was like, beautiful ear. That's a beautiful ear. Woke as a joke. Kimmy Forever. Starkey, congratulations on your one free month membership to the Rod Squad. Let's go fish on. I wish. We need that to happen immediately. They just don't like us today. Greetings from Poland. What's up, Moss? We're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. We're out here fishing for trout, salmon, walleye, pike. Say here, fishy, 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 fishy. Come on, fish. Just one. Can see you down there. Yo, good afternoon. What's up, Bryson? Welcome to the stream. You made some emojis. Yeah, we got a few of them. They're not great, and we're still working on them. But yeah, we have so many members now. I think I have slot for like 25 or more emojis at this point, and I have 3, but it's a start. Don't recognize where you're at on the lake, William. We're right up from Split Rock. We're kind of by the Log Gulch boat area, a little bit past Split Rock up the river channel. Always did good at Holter with Rapala shad jerk baits. Interesting. Yeah, we do have a flicker shad down in Fire Craw right now. I think it's about time to swap that one out, honestly. go there. Gonna be another little Jimmy kind of day? Yeah, he might be our savior today. What's the temperature there? The water temperature has warmed up quite a bit in the last couple of weeks. It's up to almost 73 degrees at the surface now. So we're in true summer temperature water here now. The bite is a little off because of the heat that we've had this last week. It's caused another jumbling, another migration of the fish. They're moving in the water body. Gonna be deep, mostly trout and company. They like the cold water. Yeah, Jeff. So the one sole trout that we landed yesterday evening came from about 40 foot depth. We're running a Dipsy diver out about 75 foot. So the warmer surface temperatures definitely did push some fish deeper. Ant river mouse or river mouse around there. There's two springs that feed in. It's probably about 2 miles or so upstream. Probably where any of these guys you see jetting past me are probably headed up that way. It's a bit of a trek. We could go up there. It would just take us probably an hour to get over there. It's awesome you get to do that for a couple of days. Yeah, the weekend was so hot. I wanted to get out and fish this weekend. And I had made plans to meet up Saturday morning with Ed at Nylon. But the weather, it just looked like it was going to be crap. And I couldn't find a ride and somebody to watch the kiddo. So it didn't end up working out. So today and tomorrow, or yesterday and today, there were a break in the weather before it starts heating up again. So we got out here during a break in the weather. Get her done, 2 miles ain't far. Yeah, we could swing around. I don't know, we went up that way yesterday and we weren't really marking shit up there. But we didn't go all the way up to it. I honestly should just, in fact, let's do that. Let's bring our rods in and let's just jet over there. We haven't, it'll give a much needed boost to the battery and it'll get us over there. Let's go fish that section over there. We've spent enough time on the damn Kokanee. The Kokanee don't want to bite today. Let's go see if we can find some pike or some walleye. Or even some rainbow. I pull the trolling motor in. Get our net in. All right, we're good. My motor's mad at me. It's used to getting to play all day. It doesn't like this starting and stopping shit. All right, y'all. We're gonna head up upstream here a couple or a few miles. See if we can get into the creek mouth. The other fishing streamer I usually watch caught a nice flathead earlier. Nice. Maybe a pike? Yeah, maybe. Enjoy fishing. Thanks, you to Black. Lovely, I can see this saves me money. Time to go back to work for lunch. Get you tonight. All right, man. Watch for ash in the eye. Sucks. going to Oregon? Almost. Just trying to stay awake at this point. Gotta switch the day cycle on my days off. I was gonna head out fishing, but all the cigarettes are gone. Now I'm trolling for cigarettes. Man, it's always rough when you run out. Headed to a new fishing spot, Dave. Not paying 24 bucks a pack. I can get a cart for 40. Yeah. That's kind of fast for trolling. A little bit. Faster the bull, troll, bigger the fish. From the Trudeau gang. Trolling for albacore tuna at that speed. We're doing about 10 to 15 miles an hour for the most part. I slowed down a little bit. There's some jet skiers over here. 191 thumbs up. Let's go. Thank y'all for coming and hanging out and fishing with us. We're just moving to a new spot. We're going up towards, there's a creek mouth that feeds in here. There's some mud flats in front of it. The last time we went up there, we did catch a couple of walleye. So we're gonna bump up there. There's still a little ways to go, so get comfy, hang out. We'll be slowing down here, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. Greetings from Germany. What's up? Welcome, welcome. We're in central Montana. We're out here fishing for trout, salmon, walleye, northern pike. Got a little bit of wind and wake. Wait, keep things interesting. What's up, doggy? Sorry, we're a little bit bouncy here. We're doing about 15 miles an hour. A little bit much for the chop we're in. Not seeing this part of the lake, felt like it was too far from Black Sandy. Yeah, it's a bit over the ways up. It's not too bad though. right, we're getting real close. Tank's full, trolling too fast. I don't think so. I think we got a little bit more in her. Got a full tank of gas, yeah. I don't want to have to come pull you out of the lake again. Now we do have we have like 3/4 of a tank of gas. We're good. We've been running primarily off of the electric trolling motor. We've used the outboard very little. You have a paddle? Yeah, I have a paddle. We have the electric trolling motor as well. Were you able to use the Jenny all night? No, I was courteous. Everybody else shut theirs off. I ran mine until almost midnight, and then I shut it off. It did give me an almost full charge on one of my DeWalt batteries. I need to get a 3-battery charger to bring with to hook up to it. Clorox bleach, where are you headed? We're headed to the creek mouth. I forget what the hell the first creek name is. Willow Creek. We're almost there. It's right over here. There's just this one little section of the map over here that I haven't hit yet that we're picking up before we bump over there. How many batteries you got in hand for the day? We have 3 8-amp hours. One of them is probably halfway dead, so 2.5 8-amp hours. Then I have a whole assortment of 4s and 5s. We've got way more battery than we have daylight hours left. It's 12:30 or almost 12:30 right now. Good to go? Yeah, we're good. So we're almost at the creek mouth right now. Gonna see if we're marking anything out here. Hey, from Twin Falls, Idaho, just had my coffee and attitude adjustment. Hope you and me are having a great day. Wave the camera. Hey, William. She's at work right now. She's not on the boat today. Was Nightbot under an alias? Nightbot, I don't know what's wrong with Nightbot. Nightbot's not joining us today. All right, we're gonna get the trolling motor back out. We might poke around over here. I don't know if we want a spot lock or we'll see. I think we should bottom bounce. I know that you fish all over the state, but what town do you live in? Tanner, I'm just outside of Great Falls, Montana. What a drag. My biggest deal is keeping gas off my hands. Right, William? By the way, do you ever use live bait when trolling? I've never tried trolling with live bait. Most of the water bodies around here, live bait, other than night crawlers and leeches, I don't call those live bait. It's not permitted. So we're over 25-foot bottom. We got to change up our rigs here. Let's, for right now, just get a rig in the water that's not gonna get snagged up while we decide what we're gonna do on our other line. We're gonna run just a Mack's flashlight. On lead core with a little hand-tied worm harness rig. We'll get that out in the water while I decide what else we're gonna try and fish with. We're just gonna run that super shallow behind the boat. All right. Ah, hell, let's throw it. Let's try our crankbait again for, no. You know what we actually should put back down? Let me think. Hunting mode engaged, that's right. Felt good to sleep all day, not gonna lie. How deep do you usually troll? Willie, it really depends. Right now we're over about 35-foot bottom. We're a little shallower than what I typically troll. Here we go, there's some nice fish. I'm gonna throw a bottom bouncer on. Let's do it, let's run a bottom bouncer. Bottom bouncer and a worm harness rig. We're marking some fish. So I'm gonna grab a 2-ounce bottom bouncer. Ounce and a half. 3 ounces. 1 ounces. There's a 2-ouncer. All right, we're gonna use like 1.5 ounce bottom bouncer. Let's get a worm harness out here. All right, we're gonna try a wedding ring popper with a gold max blade on it, running behind our bottom bouncer, and I'm gonna put a crawler on it. We'll run a full crawler on this guy. All right. So that's gonna be our presentation. It's a little long. I probably should pinch off half that crawler, but we'll run it like that. If we get short strikes on it, whatever, we'll let him eat half of it, and then it'll be perfect size. Nice rig, thanks. I've never really gotten into bottom bouncers, don't even know how to use them. They're pretty simple to use, honestly. You basically, you're trying to run about 1 ounce for every 10 foot you're trying to get them down. Similar to a snap weight. And you're basically, you run them down, like right now we're going a little bit fast for. The key to bottom bouncers is you gotta go pretty damn slow to get them to make contact with the bottom. So whatever you're running behind them has to have some kind of action or motion. It's gotta do what it's supposed to do slowly. The idea is you let out line until you tick bottom, and you don't want it to drag on the bottom. You want it to just every once in a while tick, tick. You're just dragging it lightly off the bottom. Like right there, we just hit bottom. So normally what you do is let it out to bottom and then reel it in a little bit. And a lot of people that bottom bounce will actively hold their rod. And again, when you come on humps or valleys, you can thumb the line out or reel it in a little bit. About a cracker, I'd eat it. Wow, that's a good looking bait. Thanks, William. What do you run on a bouncer? So you can run small cranks. You don't want something that dives down real deep because again, your bouncer is going to be on the bottom. So you want something that's either kind of neutral buoyancy or float slightly. So a lot of people will use anywhere from like a 24 to a 48-inch leader off the end of the bottom bouncer. And then like a worm harness rig is probably one of the most popular. So like our wedding ring or a slow death hook and, you know, a few beads and a Colorado blade. You can run floating small crankbaits. We're hitting bottom a little bit. You can do a lot with bottom bouncers. We're still dragging bottom. Oh, let's take this Dipsy off here. Too heavy. Oh, dang it. I think we just hit bottom on that. Oh, over 25-foot bottom. Bottom bouncing is easy mode for trolling. I noticed the other day, yeah, different colored line on one reel. Are you using lead line sometimes? William, yeah, so almost always I have at least one lead core line out. Like right now, the one off camera right now is our lead core line. I'm gonna swap out of the jacket here. It's getting a little bit warm. Yeah, I usually bring on the boat with me 2 lead core lines, two lead rods, 2 braid rods, and then 1 or 2 casting rigs, spinner rigs. You can put micro rigs. Yeah, you get anything that is neutral or floating buoyancy. You can run behind a bottom bouncer. Might be the answer for targeting whitefish up here. They tend to hang out deep and want very small lures and baits, jigging tiny hooks in 40 foot of water. So that's one thing about, you can get heavy bottom bouncers. You can get 4, 6, 8, 10 ounce bottom bouncers. You gotta have a beefier pole to run heavier ones like that. The biggest ones that I typically run are 3.5 or 4 ounces. I have some 6. They're really bulky on these medium, moderate fast action rods. How many times has your license been checked? This year, let me think. We had the sheriff stop in with us on one stream at Loma. I don't think we've run into Fish, Wildlife, and Park at all this year. Maybe we did one. I noticed that I actually got a subscription. Kimmy, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Tim Dow has been in here and gifting memberships. So if you notice your name is green, you got a brand new membership, it's courtesy of Tim Dow. I don't know what the hell I just did with that pack of smokes. So thankful for the membership. Heck yeah, Kimmy. Well, I'm glad you came to hang out and fish with us. You guys have a hell of a fish fry at the end of the day. Yeah, some days when I do harvest, most of the time, for as often as I fish in a stream, typically I catch and release what I can. The ones that we tend to keep are the ones that just aren't going to swim away. Those come home and end up on the table, dinner table. I haven't seen a CO this year. Yeah, I think last year God man, everywhere we went we got checked. We had almost every Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park officer in central Montana on our stream at some point last year. Good afternoon. All right, we're gonna spin back around, head back towards the mouth over there. Bruce Lee, let me fix it. Hold on. All right, we are back, y'all. All right, trying to get back to where we were marking those fish before.
Lotion detected in the Cyclone.
Elon doesn't like this end of the lake. Is the quality much worse over here? I haven't checked on my other phone. $198 thumbs up. Let's go. We are almost at 200. Thank y'all for coming to hang out and fish today. If you have not done so already, double tap that screen. Let's get it to 200. If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We usually stream 1 to 3 times a week, depending on weather. We're out here trying to get some fish in the boat. Hooterite pickle or flathead cherry? $201. Let's go. Y'all are awesome. Let's let a little bit more line out here. You're awesome too. Thank you, Dave. I made a couple of minnow traps last night to try out. Just gonna throw them out from my house and pick them up when I come home. Yeah, I think that's kind of the key is finding a good spot and just leaving them. They take a while to work. We might switch to a 3-ounce bottom bouncer. We're a little bit deeper. Let's try shallower. Let's see if we're marking any fish up in the shallows. Buddy of mine caught like 20 in a few minutes the other day with oatmeal. Interesting. One of these days we're gonna join you on the lake. Gotta go, bro. Yard work calling me. I'll catch up with you later. All right, William. Thanks for swinging through. We'll catch you on the next one. My lake has been an absurd amount of bait fish. Can't go 10 feet without seeing a massive. Oh, really? Dang. Super healthy. Yeah, I haven't seen a whole lot of that yet this year here, surprisingly. Not marking a whole lot of fish. Oh, there was one just biting on the surface. Keep making plans to net then in the spring. We never do. Oh shit. It's $8 a tub now. We usually go through 4 tubs a trip. Dang. Yeah, that's a definite big expense every trip out. All right, y'all, 1 second. I gotta go check the lake levels. Be right back with you. All right, we either just touched bottom or we got a bite. I don't know if you guys saw that. Tim, welcome back. I was checking the lake levels. I turned the mic off. She was a little low. I had to fill her up. And no, we have not had a single solid bite today. Nothing on the end of our lines. We've been out here 7 hours now. Yeah, it's been a rough day out here so far. You having fun, mate? Oh, I'm always having fun, Dave. I'm enjoying myself. Yeah, that's solid. I just freezed my bot. Deep freezer last year just to fill with baits. I found a good deal this spring. Bought 2 boxes for 100 each. 26 tubs per box. Wow. That's some serious bait you got going on there, man. Marking some good fish right here. Beautiful view. One box is really good quality. The other box is pretty they were droopy, not rotten. I want to make a baiting joke, but nothing is hitting. It's all right, Sage. Keep thinking. We're not going anywhere. All right. Come on, fishy. I want to make, oh, I just read that. Chat's a little slow in here today. Y'all aren't digging the no fish, it seems. That's all right. We're gonna keep at it. We'll find the fish here eventually. All right, we got the lead coral line out to 2 colors. We got our bottom bouncer here, 1.5 ounces. Which I think actually I'm gonna bump to a 3 ouncer. We're going a little fast, I think, for change channel names to rods, 14-hour boat rides. Right. With no fish in parentheses. All right, let me get a heavier bottom bouncer out. Let's swap this out. I don't feel like we're hitting bottom enough. I got way too much line out. Shit, is that a tree? Please tell me that's not a tree. Oh, we got some weeds. That ain't helping. Whoa, we are way shallow. Good Lord. Nope. No losing our lake troll. Whole bunch of weeds. All right. Well, that was awesome. All right, let's get our 3/8 bottom bouncer on. That way I could just let it more straight down rather than having to feed out a whole bunch of line. Keeps it closer to the boat. Less tangle prone. So beautiful in there, never heard of it in the USA. Thanks, me Mart. I know I'm at the cabins there. I could low-key drive a jet ski down there. Master Walleye Canada thing? Yeah, I think so. All right, we got a whole pile of weeds on this one. Let me get it cleaned up. I guess maybe not just a Canada thing. I think it's, I don't know. A lot of people in Northeast always talking about master. You don't really hear that around here in the Pacific Northwest, at least not in my circles. A little bit more. Every section of this one has weeds on it. All right. Second line is almost clear. Just got here. Good to troll for walleye. Midnight. Yeah, we just got a bottom bouncer down. We put a 3-ouncer on. With a worm harness rig. See if we can maybe get a walleye to come out and play. Nightbot is on a 2-day bender and counting. How many fish did you catch? Meme, we haven't caught anything yet today. And yeah, Nightbot is striking right now. I don't know why it doesn't want to be in our room right now. Turn back, I'm back. What's up, Ranchitos? Too many to count. Remember Ranchitos? Alright, so we got a 3-ounce bottom bouncer out, a worm harness rig with a full crawler on it. On the other line, we're running a Max flashlight with a wedding ring / Hoochie hybrid rig. Put a rubber band above my rig, keeps most of the salad off my rig. Interesting. How far up your line do you tie your rubber band? I guess you're just creating a snag point. That makes sense. My bead kind of does that. But that pole, we got a full salad treatment on that one because I turned into really shallow water. We drug it through a weed bed. There's no avoiding that. Holter Lake, Montana. Yes, Holter Lake, Central Montana. On a dry spell? Yes, we are. We're struggle busting it. Probably the only people on the lake that aren't catching anything. That's my luck. One time I caught a pike by the Logo campground. You got a 1/2 to 3-ounce inch or 3-ounce jig and whitetail. They work wonders up here. Punch with no bait. Pitch with no bait. 3/4 ounce jig with a whitetail. Like a marabou jig type. I mean, I know. Let's get some stuff put away before I bust out another box. Another day, no fish on flicker shad. Y'all, I swear to God. You and your all flicker shad. No flicker shad. No flicker shad. Okay, that's it. What was I gonna do with that jig? not big enough. I think it's probably 3/8 or a ½ ounce. Flicker shad's been asked for me too lately. Don't feel bad. All right, John. For walleye, anyway, that's what you're targeting now, Pike. So we'll bite off the, yeah. I've got one rigged up with a little fluke on it. Sending you mojo. Under ½ ounce, too light for that depth. It's a hair jig though, might work for the trout in there. The reason no one has been here is because everyone is working. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. There's always people on YouTube, though. I mean, there's always somewhere that people aren't working. We're just, we're not keeping enough people in here for long enough today for YouTube to really start sending a bunch of people in. It may work. Yeah, it's a little small. I don't have any super big jig heads. Hey buddy, hello chat. What's up, Katie Kayak Dangler? Welcome, welcome. Doing about 0.9 to 1 mile an hour, so fairly slow, which again is kind of the norm when you're bottom bouncing. We're not marking a whole lot of fish. Rod, I have a lure suggestion. It's called a Sexy Shad by Reservoir. Catches pike, a Slade with Canada. Sexy Shad. Is that a hard bait or rubber? What are you catching? Norman, we're after trout, salmon, walleye, and pike, but we have not caught anything yet today. We're still trying to get our first fish. Welcome everybody joining. This is Holter Lake, central Montana. We're out here trying for some walleye right now is what we're actively targeting with a bottom bouncer. And then we have a worm harness rig behind a Mack's flashlight on the other, which is more trout. Trying to find some fish marking. We're just not marking a whole lot out here. It's a deep diver, sexy shad. Well, isn't that just the color? Because I think I have some sexy shad colored lures. I'm not familiar with the lure type called sexy shad. The views are breathtaking. I'm jealous. Steve, yeah, it's so pretty here. Almost everywhere you pan around to, it's hard to find a spot that isn't gorgeous. Yes, it's a color. Okay. So deep diving crankbait and sexy shad. How many today? We have less than we had yesterday. We have 0. We have not had a single bite all morning. It's now 1:24. We started the stream at 6, so we've been in the boat 7.5 hours now without a single bite. We switched to a new area. We're fishing bottom now with a bottom bouncer. Trying to see if we can find some walleye, but they ain't having it. Also, how do you get service to read your chat over there? We get the worst service ever. Dexter, I'm running, I'll give you guys a quick boat tour here. We're running Starlink Mini on the boat. We have the Lowrance Recon trolling motor. We have a couple of graphs networked up here. Lowrance HDS-10 Pro with an older generation Lowrance Elite FS9. But yeah, we get our signal out here by using Starlink satellite, Starlink Mini. And I run it with, I have a custom built hot swappable DeWalt battery system. 8 amp hours each. That gets me about 5 to 6 hours of stream time per battery. And when one battery dies, I just pop it out and pop a new one in. Trolling motor battery. We got our fuse panel. We got the captain's helm, that's where I sit. But it's gorgeous out here. Kind of on these muddy flat walls here. Got some submerged wood. But yeah, the Starlink Mini costs us about $175 a month to run it on the boat. So it's not cheap. And any and all super chats, donations, memberships, all that stuff just goes to help pay for the Starlink Mini every month. What's up, Eli? Welcome to the stream. You gotta call Wildlife Game Management, give them shit for not keeping the lakes healthy and stocked. No, there's a lot of fish in here. We're just sucking at catching them. Smoky as heck here, lots of forest fires. Yes, Messenger. Are you headed up by Gates to the mountains, or are you gonna turn around and go closer to like Boat Loft? Yeah, we're not gonna go anywhere near Gates to the mountains. We're at the, what is it, the Muddy Creek. entrance right now. That's right behind us. We're headed back up towards Split Rock. We camped out at Log Gulch. We're over about 30-35 foot bottom. I ain't marking a damn fish over here. I've seen much more in the deeper basins. The water temperatures have really warmed up here. It's 72, 73 degrees at the surface here at Holter. It was like 67 a couple of weeks ago when I was here. So this past week of warm weather has really heated the water up. Tried jigging. We have not. I do have two rigs set up to jig. We haven't come across a spot that was like, holy shit, that's a pile of fish, let's stop and jig. We are prepared if we happen to, though. I'll tell you when you get to my cabin. All right, yeah, we're a ways away from the cabins. We're right up around the first bend from the cabins. So, I don't know, it's a mile, 2 miles to get down to Pike Point down there. Anchor up in the grass and shade crawlers. Yeah, there's no shade right now. But the problem is anchoring close to shore is the steepness of these cliff walls. We get interference from the physical barrier with the Starlink satellite passing over, and it really degrades the chat, the stream. Yeah, the waters have been warmed up since we were over our cabin in May, and it was like 59. We were still jumping in. Oh, dang. I reeled in a Rapala, harvest shad, trolling, other day. Stuck on my clip weight. It was silver and blue, a little orange on the bottom, I think. Nice! Yeah, the biggest ling I've ever caught was out of Holter by the cliffs. Oh, really? Still a bucket list fish for me. I've not managed to get a ling in the boat. We had one on the line almost to the bank last year when we were fishing at Loma, but we missed it. Yeah, there ain't a goddamn thing over here. I don't know where all the fish are. Everybody else is in the deeper water. They're fishing in the basin, which is different. Every time I'm up here in the past, everybody's fishing super shallow. Now everybody's in the basin. A Venza map. So I'm not familiar with that, El Dabo. 50 foot of water perch fishing. In 50 foot of water while you're perch fishing. Interesting. Do you see that pontoon going by you? That's actually my cousin's. Oh, really, Dexter? Yeah, I think they buzzed by us a couple of times today. There was almost nobody in the water yesterday. We fished for 8 hours. We got here yesterday afternoon. Almost nobody in the water yesterday. Today, there's a ton of boats out here. The water are warmer, the water are deep. Yeah, I think you're right. They've moved down quite a bit. What's up, Todd Schultz? You get the free trial. That map kicks ass. It's chartered contour maps of all the lakes on Earth. Nice. got here on Friday night when it was pouring. Oh shit. You guys had any luck fishing? I don't know, I haven't seen anybody put anything in their boats. I'm sure some people are catching, but the bite is definitely off here. It's not what it typically is. $3 months free trial, $80 a year. After that, I used down south last evacuations, fun fishing spots all in the lakes which I'd never been to before. Heck yeah, Midnight Madness. It's the same where I am in kayak. I mean, I have warmer water, got less CM, cooled off, got 13-inch crappie and big pike, some 28 to 28-inch walleye. I'd be out. It's storming in Michigan. How far is Fort Peck from you? Messenger, it's about a 5-hour drive for me. Still good catching pike and walleye and good numbers. Yeah, I've never fished Peck before. I would really love to. I'd like to take like a week vacation and go over and fish that area. It's a pretty far trek though. Depends on where Peck you're going. I think the closest point to Peck is like 4.5 hours. It's, you know, closer to 5-6 hours furthest away. Peck is a pretty big lake. Good luck today, brother. I wish I was on the water. Keep on grinding. Heck yeah, Chrono. Appreciate you stopping through. We're out here having fun. It's a beautiful day on the water. We have not yet found any willing participants to join the boat today, but we're gonna keep at it. Catch a pike, what do you do with it? Pike is one of my favorite fish to eat. That's one of the species that I target the most. I've never really caught a whole lot of pike out of Holter. I know that they're in here and I know there's some big ones. I've just never had great luck fishing for them here. I usually fish Pishkin Reservoir for pike. And they're one of my favorite fish to eat. Do you want enchiladas? Oh, that sounds good, Mia. I will take some enchiladas. Naomi Kretzer. What's up, Naomi? Welcome, welcome. We caught one last night. We just took it back to our cabin and then we killed it. Nice. Well, I hope you ate it. It is a game fish. If you're gonna kill it, you gotta eat it. Yeah, I fillet them down, get the skin off. You gotta fillet the Y bones out of them. They make a really good fillet. Appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. Thanks for those thumbs up. 222 legends out there. If you have not done so already, double tap that screen. It costs you nothing. It does help bring a few more people into the stream. Let YouTube know you're enjoying it. If you haven't done so already, hit that subscribe button. Come back and fish with us again sometime. We'll be out here till sundown. We're gonna find some damn fish eventually. We got one like right at sundown last night. I'll definitely take enchiladas. One order of enchiladas for Kehad. Dexter, is there ling here at Holter? If so, I'd bounce off the bottom, jigging that weight, hitting the bottom brings them in. Yes, there are ling in Holter. What's up, you beautiful walleye daddies? What's up, double grilled cheese? How you doing, buddy? We're looking for fish. Trying to find us some toothy critters to pull in. We're gonna go spot lock. I'm gonna go look over here. Let's go jig for a little bit. We've been trolling all damn day. We ain't getting nothing. Let's go find somewhere to jig. We're gonna switch things up a little bit. You guys ask for it all the time. Let's jig for a little bit. Let's see if we can find something to come out and play. This spot over here is just screaming pike to me, so we're gonna go give her a whirl. If we're gonna mark it. We'll throw some jigs. We might throw a crankbait or two. There's like a little inlet, a little bay over here that is just whispering pike. There's pike over here. So we're gonna go see if they're lying to us. I can hear them definitely saying pike. Nobody's from Idaho, messenger biker, you Fort Peck. When in doubt, jig it out. Get jiggy with it. When you jig, you should go up across from cabin. Looks like wooden thing that looks like a dance. Got parked 2 jet skis across from the cabin. This wood thing. Oh, I think I know kind of where you're talking about. Right off that first point before it. Yeah, we're a ways away from there, but we might try that. We're just gonna come in a little more shallow here. See if maybe there's some pike lurking over here. This is Arizona. Love cake. We're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. We're bumping in a little closer to shore here. I'm gonna see if we're marking any fish over here. Okay, we got a little bit of a weed bed over here. All right, we're gonna try. I have no idea what this is. I found it at one of my fishing spots. I think I found this at Largent Bend. Somebody was bass fishing with it. We're gonna, wait, you should go on the bay of this cabin with like this wooden thing. Got so many fish over there. Dexter, we'll head over that way in a little bit. We're right here. I'm gonna see what we're marking. Chevy Man Outdoors, what's up, Chevy Man? Weeds. Picked up something. We're in about 15 foot of water. Yeah, we got first salad. Okay, but definitely go there next. Go for pike and warm water. They're in coves for turns on lakes. They cruise ledges. They're aggressive, live or artificial. Yeah, we're fishing right in a little cove. I'm gonna bump out just a little bit. Oh, I think we picked up some weeds again. Yeah, we're like right at the edge of a weed bed right here. Okay, we got a good mark at 5 foot. What are you fishing for? Jessica, we just stopped to jig for some pike or some walleye. Montana Outdoor Todd. Yeah, we marked a handful of fish right here. That looks real pikey to me. Like, let's do this. We're gonna super slow troll as I jig. We'll follow along this little cove over here. Chase them down, Rod, get them. You got minnows, those are great. No, I don't. Plastic leeches and worms. Do you think you'll be at like the base spot in an hour? Maybe. There's a whole boat freaking out down there. Somebody must have caught something big. They were saying, oh, they must have lost something big. Put a jig and a worm on. Yeah, we're still looking. We found a little bay over here that is marking some fish. But we're just gonna kind of cruise along the shoreline over here and change our tactic a little bit. In fact, while we're doing that, we might as well throw out, for the hell of it, our second rod. And we'll just troll along our marabou jig with a little flicker or a little minnow on it. We'll throw that out there like 10, 15 foot. And then we'll actively jig them out of the rod. I'd scale the size down a little too. You think so, Messenger? Worm and jig bingo. Vineyard off to your left. I'm not sure what vineyard is. I've not heard anybody refer to that. How long you been out there? Since 6 a.m., Reese. Going on the jet ski, I might see a waiter you down by the eagle thing. So we're way down past the cabins. You go down past the cabins, there's the first turn. It's this, we're kind of panning into it right now. There's a grassy, long sloping point. Right before the creek entrance is just up past where that's behind us now. Hello from Russia. What's up from Russia? You'll catch way more. Size down. We just started jigging, y'all. Calm down. We got our first jig in the water. We could try something a little smaller in a minute. Chasing pike, put a big swim bait, they'll smash it down there. If walleye, put a small jig head and a worm. Jigging too fast, there you go, SoCal. Yeah, we're after either. This spot made me stop. It's screaming pike to me. And I know pike. Pike will bite it damn near anything you put in front of him if you get it in front of him. Okay, if I see you, I'll start screaming. All right, Dexter. Yeah, from the cabins, if you head, what is it? East, southeast, head upstream. We're down around the first bend. All right, we are not marking anything right here. I don't know where our fish went. They won't eat everything, not really. I don't know about that. I've caught hundreds of pike in the last few years and they have eaten almost anything in my tackle box. Not at Holter. I mean, maybe Holter pike are picky. But in my experience, pike are one of the most voracious and unpicky freshwater fish that I fish for. Usually the key to catching pike is finding the pike. It's not necessarily what you put in front of them. Used to think that about pike until the infamous sucker minnow incident. If you see jet ski, it's probably me because I haven't seen any other ones on the lake today. There were two of them just down or upstream from me. a little bit ago. No, I guess that was down by the cabins. Maybe I went by you. There were two people in a jet ski turning around. Were you out there with somebody else? Pike ate my grandmother. Got 30 in just 3 days where I live. Nice. Yeah, at Pishkin last year, we had a couple of 30+ days on the Pike there. Never have had that great of luck here at Holter for them. What's your PB? 22.5 pounds, 42 inches is my biggest pike. Dexter gonna come over here and show us how to fish? We're waiting on you, buddy. Fish and turn on it all since? No, it hasn't 603. Try a spinner with silver blade. What's up, buddy? Thought you were on Hauser. Wonder why I'm lost. I haven't fished there, my bad. Oh, William, no, we're at Holter, not Hauser. Sorry. Oh, we just got smacked. What was that? We got thumped, guys. I just let it back down. Come back, whatever you are. We need you. They don't just want you, we need you. Insane landscape 10 to 10. Yeah, it's pretty here. Thump, let's go. Just grab my trolling pole. I'll try to come down. All right, we're headed to west towards the cabins. We're just coming around the bend over here. Oh, that was a fish. Shit, come back. Dang it, that's twice we've been thumped in the last, like, 60 seconds. Come on, buddy. Don't do this to us. Third time's a charm. Mike Sink, thank you, Sage. Last night I looked at your stream and watched it after and saw our cabin. Oh, nice, Dexter. Yeah, we were right by the cabins. Gummy perch with eyes bigger than his mouth. Stop trolling, stay right there. vertical jig for walleye on the Mississippi. Yeah, if I was marking a bunch of fish that looked like a spot worth just sitting. I mean, we did get smacked 2 times right there. It's not marking a whole lot. What's up, John? Oh my gosh, when I tried to come out, my jet ski sucked up so much seaweed. I have to get in the water now. Yeah, we run into that same problem with the jet on this boat. There we go. All right, we're gonna stop right here. I'm seeing some fish. I think. We're pretty shallow. We're over about 15-foot bottom here. A little bit of weeds. I'm seeing some fish on bottom and a little bit up in the water column. Much happening, Rod? Seeing much on the finder? A little bit. We're marking. I spot locked for a moment here before we keep moving on. Seeing a few fish. Dang, the water, you're so warm. Yeah, it's 73 degrees right now. 15 is prime. Look between 11 and 18 for start range. There's a good fish, 15 foot. He's about 12 foot right over bottom. Can't tell, I can't see him on the damn side scan. There we go, good fish right on the bottom. Let's just hit bottom and bang bottom here for a little bit. See if we can entice it in. Edge of the weeds, no matter the depth. Yep. Yeah, there's a weed bed right beside us. Ain't catching in that range, then I moved to 17 to 30. on the weeds. All right, we're gonna keep. We're gonna keep on moving on. Tip it with a worm. Gonna hop in the shower, keep stream going. All right. Any luck, Bill? No, nothing so far today. We're stopped. We're jigging for a little bit, or just super slowing, casting and jigging. Fishing just right along a weed bed here. No. More correctly, in the weed bed, apparently. Oh my gosh, I just started up the jet ski and it just did. Turned off right away. I think I have to tow it. I don't know, it sounds like you might have sucked up some weeds there, Dexter. Oh, there's a fish just jumping over there in the weeds. Could have been. Or just super slow trolling by them. Catch these captain bearing. I gotta go. All right, Dexter. Caught a walleye once hanging my jig 5 feet down over the side of the boat. Set the rod down to untangle my sons. Sage, our first walleye of the year was basically that. I set the rod down in the holder with like 25 feet of line out with a crankbait, messing with the fish finder because it wasn't showing depth. It was right after I got the new network finder set up. And while I'm dinking with trying to select the right down scan to get the sensors working, the damn rod I set down got smacked by a walleye, and that was the first walleye we caught of the year. got the weed bed on that one. We got all of it, apparently. Jesus. Pulling in Swamp Thing here. Trying to cast to the edge of the weed bed, and apparently felt like a 10-foot monster over here we're dragging in. Pretty impressive for a swamp fish here. Got a walleye once hanging my jig. Oh, I read that. Sorry about your luck, Dexter. Trying to fish on the edge of the weed bed, and we went into it. What was that? I just heard something jump again. Caught 2 this year ripping my flicker shed, so I could run the net for just as fast. Bit right under the motor. I thought they were Pike 100%. That's walleye, huh? Damn it, on the weeds again. Iowa, we haven't got a single fish yet today. It's been completely dead. We're just super slow trolling and jigging right now. Getting a full screen view. Are you using your phone? Yeah, we're streaming from my iPhone right now. What's up, bass lures? All right, I think I'm gonna bump up to this next little cove. Got you on the TVCR? Alright. Logan, we haven't caught any fish yet. It's absolutely gorgeous out here. Perfect weather. Just can't get the fish to bite. Could do bottom bouncer while we're Oh, you mean a crawler on the second one? Okay. Thermocline, yeah, it's just starting to form a thermocline. From what I can tell. Looking for a pile of fish here to sit down on. on, I always see people sitting over here. Why are there always people in this spot? There's no damn fish here. What's up, hey Jamie? Yeah, Jamie, how you doing? Welcome back. What's up, Sebastian? Nightbot is broken right now. I don't know what the hell happened to Nightbot. So we have no fancy bot commands right now. Post on Fish Brain if you catch anything. Yeah, we the one catch from last night I didn't get to post. It was pretty dark. I'd had it out of the water for a while already, so we let it go. Nice rainbow though. We're pretty close to these cliffs. How's the signal? Is it getting poor? Let me know if it is. Fine still. Thank you, Sage. Trying to get a little bit deeper into this point here. Threatening 101 on Saturday. I might stay home. It's actually good at the moment. Thank you, Marcello. Yeah, it's supposed to be warm way back up at the end of the week. Unfortunately, again. Alright, I ain't marking shit, but it looks so nice over here. We gotta try throwing a little bit. Signal's good. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and anchor up here. Cast a little. Nose to the grindstone. Tired of working, just want to fish. I know. I feel for you. Okay, we're marking a couple of fish right on bottom here, it looks like. We're over about 25, 27 foot bottom. Right where we're sitting, but I'm casting shallow and jigging back towards the boat. You can work and fish? What do you mean? I work 12-hour days and fish 4 hours after? That can be rough sometimes. Oh, we just need to get slammed. Stand up. You can see a visible weed line over here. I don't really see much in front of me. We're marking a fish at 25 foot over 30 foot bottom. Oh yeah, I was gonna put a crawler on that other one. Let me get a crawler out. Yeah, I broke something with the bot. Game warden coming for the fish whistle. Probably not, Ben. Probably not. We tried yelling, "Here, fishy, fishy." We have employed the "here, fishy, fishy" method. Multiple, no avail. Any other big locations you think of hitting this year where the snow is supposed to have huge winter due to the El Nino? I'd like to hit Flathead or somewhere up near there at least once. Thinking either Whitefish or Tally Lake. Peck was on the agenda. I don't know if I'm going to make it to Peck or not. We're going to do some Tiber fishing definitely at some point this year. Now that I'm in the chat, you're going to catch something big. I can't DIY. We're waiting on it. Send them our way. We're ready. Rogers Lake is huge Arctic Raylade, West Slope Cutthroat. Near Kalispell would be cool to watch spinners work mostly. Rogers, I don't know if I've seen that one on the map or not. Is it boat launchable? No, Mia, still nothing. We did get, there's a cove back there that we were jigging in that we got smacked a couple of times, but did not manage to land anything. Hello, good afternoon. Catching anything today? Hey, Randy Miller. Welcome, welcome. Now, we've had a really slow day so far. No fish. We're still trying. Silver spinners work on grayling. Bot is experiencing revolution, no fish caught. Yes, boat access. Okay, Rogers by Kalispell. Oh, found the weeds. Dang it. We're actually sitting on bottom with this guy. Oh, we'll do. All right, we're gonna jig here for a few more minutes, and then I think we're gonna get the show back on the road here. Maybe if we come across another spot that looks good, we're just not getting anything. Hey, fishy, fishy, fishy. Come on, buddy. Finally found some cigarettes, but not till 5. Ain't gonna have no time to fish. Oh man. Yeah, me had to work today. $40 to town and back, run the coop, tire, weed store might have a couple hours. It's cutting it a little thin there. But do what you gotta do. Caught 20 carp in a couple hours before. What did you say surface temperatures? 73.3 over here actually. So this is the warmest we've seen it since we've been here. Yeah, we're over about 25 foot, 27 foot bottom right here. We're gonna head on back down the way. I think we'll troll down towards the cabins and we'll find somewhere down there to jig again. That's just not productive right here. We're not getting any bites, no follows. Whatever these fish are that we're marking here aren't feeding. All right, so we got our Dodger and our Apex Trout Slayer, Trout Killer on that line. We'll get our bottom bouncer out on the other side. I guess we could do it right here. All right, we got a 3-ounce bottom bouncer on there. It's basically dropping straight down. We're going really slow right now. 0.69. Let's bump it up to 0.8. Have you heard anything since I was there? No, Dexter. No, DIY, I've never fished either of those states. Braided my beard last night for the fun. That was uncomfortable. Are you by the cabins yet? We're headed down that way. We're still about a mile or so out. Probably be back. All right, Dexter. Yeah, I've never tried braiding my beard. I don't really have enough of it to braid. No, we'll probably be down there in about an hour. Whoa, big fish. Holy shit. Oh, good Lord. That was a good hit. A tiny fish. We just had our drag really low on that. Holy shit. I don't know if he's still on there or not. God, that scared the shit out of me, you guys. Oh yeah, he's still. Whoa, it's bigger than I thought. This is a kokanee, you guys. Feels 100% like a kokanee. Wow. My heart is in my throat right now, you guys. It feels like a kokanee. There's no way. No, it's a bow. Holy. Oh. Really colorful one. What a pretty. No. Landed. We caught a fish, you guys. It only took us 8 hours on our kokanee killer. What a nice one. Oh. Stop. Let me get a quick picture on Fish Brain here. Log a catch. Pictures. Come on, turn. Oh, all right. We're gonna get this one straight back in the water. Very pretty fish. Man, he slammed that. That's gotta be an easy 20-incher. With as warm as the water is, I don't want to keep him out of the water any longer than I have to. So we're gonna get this one quick released. Oh God. Scared the crap out of me, you guys. Off she goes. Very nice. All right. Well, the super slow troll on our kokanee dodger and the worm. Let's put another worm back on there. Mark on the map where we just caught that. Holy crap, that scared me. I didn't realize I had the drag set so low on that. He just went with it. That was fun. To wake y'all up a little bit. Woke me the fuck up. We're over 50-foot bottom there. This is just our dodger. We ran it up. We had just set it out a little bit further, about 60 foot, so it's not very deep, just subsurface. This is the shallowest we've trolled the whole time we've been here. Maybe that's the key. Yeah, them rainbows are just, all right, so let me show you guys one more time. So we got our, the spade dodger. I forget what the hell these are called. And then a purple and clear kokanee, or excuse me, a trout apex, trout killer apex trout killer, tipped with a full crawler. Good Lord, that was a good hit. We'll let that guy back out again. Yeah, at least 20 inches. I don't know. We didn't get that one on the scale. Nice one, Woot. Fish on. Heck yeah, I was snoozing. That just woke me up. It woke me up, too. Good Lord. Should make a trip to Flaming Gorge. Had my first experience. I was able to catch my first kokanee ever, first lake trout ever. Heck yeah, DIY. I jumped. How long are you staying out there? Till sundown, probably. Yeah, that came out of nowhere. I didn't realize that our drag was set so low. He slammed it, just went with it. I can't tell you the last time I saw my drag rip like that. I thought we had a monster for a second there. Good Lord. Man, he slammed that shit. Yeah, it's 2:50 right now, 3 o'clock. It gets dark about 9:30, so we have about another 6.5 hours, and we don't necessarily have to leave at dark either. We'll see. See how the battery's going. Batteries are going. Let me post that on Fish Brain. Not a great picture for Fish Brain. Whew, scared me. Man, that sun is really beating down now. What happened to the clouds, man? I thought we were supposed to have clouds. And don't tell me that the bite turned on as soon as the sun hit. Hold on, my mic is dead. Hold on. All right, sorry guys. That second mic, I can't get it to connect anymore. I don't know what the hell I did to it. Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can hear me or no. Somebody told me you were tearing up the fish today. Just one. We tore up one fish. We smacked him. All right, can you guys hear me? Will somebody put a thumbs up in chat if you guys can hear me? Put a thumbs down if you can't hear me. Thumbs up, thumbs down. One. We just got, it was probably the biggest explosion on the line we've had all year. And it was like a 20-inch rainbow. Sounds good. Excellent. And we're on the mic, right? Not the camera. Dexter, it was a good sized rainbow trout, about 20 inches. Can we see the fish? No, I threw it back. I usually don't keep rainbows. Fishing for trouser trout. We did, Morpheus. We're running a three ounce bottom bouncer right now, so we still have not pulled any trouser trout out, but we are right in the general vicinity of where we caught our last trouser trout, so there is a good chance we might hook into another one. That was a little bit further upstream that we were at. Same spot, similar area. What lure did it hit? Silver Dodger and a Apex Trout Killer, the little plug tipped with a full night crawler. That was a crazy hit. Scared the crap out of me. Scared a few people in chat, I'm sure, too. I had just finished letting it out from 30 foot to 60 foot. And it just grabbed it and ran. Left for 1 minute to get food and missed it. That's what happens, Northwest PA. You can't leave, ever. You're going to miss the only fish we've ever caught on the channel. I love how the people come in here and they're like, man, I've watched like 4 of your streams and I've never seen you catch a fish. Would you please catch something? Like, holy crap, man. Are we that bad at fishing? Y'all miss the days where we smack like 30, 40 fish. You catch all the streams where we catch nothing. Tommy, we just caught our first fish of the day probably 20 minutes ago. All right, here comes the pontoon boat pulling somebody behind it again. Dexter, I think you said that might have been your cousin or something. You know, right across from Log Gulch, I've caught like 20 fish over there. Oh yeah, that's where we were fishing earlier today, was right at Log Gulch. Trying to get into slightly more shallow water over here. That last one that we hooked up, we were at like 45, 50 foot bottom. Seen you catch and drop loads of fish, right, Kaza? Is the pontoon boat blue or not? It might be. It's got a big bimini top on it. It looks like the rear end of it is dark. It might be blue. And then it has kind of a blue or a gray top on it. It might be black though. It's hard to tell from this distance. They're coming down this way. Oh, our bottom bouncer. We're over, we're over 65 foot bottom. There's no way we're hitting bottom. We got a fish smacking on it, or we picked up some weeds. That might be a fish. That's a fish. Fish on, fish on. What do we got? Oh, you guys. What do we got here? Oh, hell yeah, y'all. It is officially a multi-species day. We caught our first walleye of the day on our bottom bouncer. Interesting. Heck yeah. Let's get a quick picture on Fish Brain. Got ourselves a walleye. Let me mark that. I don't know how long he's been on there. Come on, Fish Brain. Where did I put you? There you are. Jesus. There we go. Just a little guy. I do think I'm going to bring it home and eat it. We haven't harvested a walleye yet this year. It's a little on the small side. We'll throw it on the bump board here. Nice. Very pretty fish. Good eater. Yeah, a little on the small side. We'll throw her on the bump board. I think it's probably 15, maybe 16 inches. If that. Might be 14. "14 inches. Good little eater. we will grab stringer, get it on the stringer, bleed it out, and then get her in the all right, we're probably getting a little shallow here. Dang it. Oh. Ouch, ouch, sharp. All right. Just got it on a stringer for now. We'll get it bled and in the boat here in a minute. Get our rig back out in the water. So again, we're running a 3-ounce bottom bouncer and just a worm harness rig. Can't beat 5 of those for dinner, right? It's more where that came from. Do it again, right? That boat was definitely us. Yeah, they're parked right next to me right now. We're turning back around to run right back over where we just hit that one, I think. All right, let me get him bleeding so we can get it in the tackle or in the cooler. It is really warm out here. I don't want to leave him swimming out there for very long. All right. It's bleeding out. Catching fish without me. Sorry, Carl. Should have kept him alive till later. I don't have a live well, and the temperature, surface temperature is like 74 degrees. It ain't gonna live very long at the surface. So we'll bleed it out, and I have a cooler full of ice. We'll throw it in a bag and get it in the cooler. Good thing I was in the boat with you, otherwise you might not have caught it. Definitely, Jimmy. It was absolutely your presence in the boat that is what led us to get that fish. We're gonna turn back around and run right back through where we just hit. Might as well. Dexter, that's the boat over there. I missed it. Yes, it's right back there, Dexter. They're parked. They're pulled over on the bank. There's like 3 or 4 kids in it. There's like an inner tube. Oh, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 7 people in the boat, maybe 8. They're on the shore over there. Yeah, I put another full crawler back on it. Landscape looks amazing. It's so cool. I love these rocky hillsides. That's the boat, Dexter. When the winter is, I want to see my rod. What's up, Woodcaster? Yeah, so we've landed 2 fish so far. 1 rainbow trout about 20 inches, 1 walleye just shy of 14. Dexter, you just saw the boat. I have no idea. We've been over this. Yeah, we're right up from the cabins. You can see the first cabin from where we're sitting right now. What's up, Hal? You have a fish on? No, no fish. We're waiting. We're going right back over where we just caught one. That's all right, Hal. Go over that spot at least 10 times, right? For as much time as we've spent here today. If there's one little one in here, there should be a few. We'll see if it was a fluke or not. Is that a fish? Wet sock? Oh, walleye, of course. Basically, yeah. I saw the line like tapping, but the drag is set really loose on it. It was just back there fighting for its little life. They really don't have a whole lot of fight in them. Not the little ones, at least. Something wrong with the engine. I have to get inside the engine. Oh, dang, Dexter. Yeah, we're fishing. It's just right off the first break is where we just caught that. You have kind of the shallow little hump that slopes down and then it breaks and goes into basin. And where we just caught that fish is like right on that transition area. Up here, those little bastards can pull, especially early June. Oh yeah? Now the biggest walleye I've caught that came out of the Missouri River, I caught that one on a bottom bouncer. That one had a pretty decent fight, but it was also, you know, almost a 7-pound walleye. But it seems like the river walleye definitely have a little bit more fight in them than the lake walleye. Straight across from our cabin, like there's these cabins, and we always go by like where we see mountain goat. I'll be back in an hour. All right, Dexter. We'll be here. What did the eye hit? Bottom bouncer, we got a 3 ounce bottom bouncer down and a hand-tied worm harness rig that I tied up. It's basically a wedding ring that has a gold Mack's blade on the top. I think it's pink and orange, and then a full crawler. Well, we're gonna drop this bottom bouncer down a little bit further. Yeah, it's basically it's a wedding ring. It's just got oh, that's the thing that's different about it. It's like a Wally popper, if you've ever seen those. They have one or two little float beads on them. So it's basically a wedding ring and a Wally popper combined. You have the wedding ring components and then 2 float beads on the outside of the wedding ring. And then it's got a little gold spinner. But it's orange and pink in color. And it's tipped with a full crawler. Dang, that's a nice ass boat. Yeah, I just passed where we caught it. I'm marking some other stuff though, right here near bottom. I'm gonna let this guy out a little further. Dear Lord, we have every boat in the water body crossing us, one after another. We're about to have fun going through this wake here. Yeah, we're gonna go up a little bit further and then I think we'll turn back around and try and hit that point one more time. Didn't notice it was you till we went by. That's all right, Dexter. The red pontoon was our boat. I thought you said it was blue, Dexter. Going out Canyon Ferry Saturday, caught 2 walleye and a big rainbow last Friday. Pink worm and bright green beads. And a flasher on 1 ounce. A 1 ounce flasher. Nice, CB. We have 2. Oh, okay. Steve McMahon with the 1999 Super Chat. What's up, Steve? Welcome back. Thank you again for your continued support. That view is a postcard behind you. Aren't they all? Somebody could just take my live streams and chop it up and make a fortune selling postcards. You missed our walleye. Any fish on? JV Joe, we've caught one rainbow, 1 walleye. Rainbow was somewhere around 20 inches. The walleye was just shy of 14. Speaking of which, he's spent plenty of time. Let's there's our, we're probably gonna eat that tomorrow. Got a nice, pretty fish. But we're gonna get it gutted real quick and into the cooler. Oh. Ouch, sharp. Owie, good Lord. All right, there we go. There's our monster walleye. We're gonna hang that on the wall when we get it home, our trophy. I'm gonna grab a bag. Oh, come on. Every time I don't need it, I'm grabbing it out of here and shoving it back in. Now the time that I do actually need it, I can't find it. Oh, why you gotta be this way? All right. Bait bag has become walleye bag. Ouch. Sharp. Oh. Yeah, the slot sizes differ everywhere. If I recall correctly, there's no the maximum size limit. In the frying pan, hopefully you can get another one. Yes. All right, we're gonna turn back around again. Size limit is only one above 15 inches. Not in this water body. Thank you, Steve. Something jumped behind him. Anyone else see it? Probably Chris. Worm harness. Yeah, worm harness rig. It was basically a wedding ring with two, they're popper beads. I don't know if I have any other ones on here that have them. No, I don't. But if you've ever seen, they're called a Walleye popper. They just have one or more float beads in them. In fact, I think there's one, and it's in the place of like wearing a wedding ring would have the wedding ring band. It's just got a floaty bead. I took a wedding ring and I put one floaty bead on the outside of each. And then instead of like a Colorado blade, I'm just using a little Mack's, the little Mack's blades. I forget what the hell they call them, the little propellers in gold. So pink and gold. Yeah, Sebastian, we caught a little walleye and like a 20-inch rainbow. We're right by where we caught the rainbow right now, and we're swinging around, and we're gonna hop back through where we just caught the walleye at. Having a hard time choosing what my favorite fish to catch is. I enjoy so many of them. Sebastian, right? My favorite fish is the last one that I caught. Most days, quite literally. Thought he said it was blue too. No, there's no blue in it. I'll show you guys when we pull it back up. I believe it's a pink and orange. In fact, I think I have a picture of it on FishBrain. You guys can find me on FishBrain at Vox, V-O-X. And there's so much glare on here, I don't think I'm gonna be able to show you this. There's so much glare, I don't think you guys can actually see. Oh, there you go. So it's a wedding ring in the center, and then those bigger beads are the poppers. They're floaties. And a double hook with full crawler spinning on the end of it, and the little Mack's blade as the topper. Just one of my, I make a ton of little worm harness rigs. I have so many different random ass variants. Sometimes they work good, sometimes they don't. Yep, I'm on Stream Life on Fish Brain. I'll tag you in Rogers Lake. Hey, Sebastian, heck yeah. Yeah, I know your Stream Life. Oh, it's toasty out here. I don't know what happened to partial clouds, but it is hot. Makes me wish I had a bigger boat. If y'all ever win the lottery and wanna go fund me a nice new boat. Whew. We're burning up out here. All right, we turned around way too sharp there. It's a huge boat. Yeah, the angle of the picture, so I'm so bad at taking pictures of fish while holding them. But it's the angle that I was holding it wasn't that big, but doesn't look big. It's good size, probably 20 inches. And it was the best hit we've had in a long time. I had my drag set a little light on it. And it just, it slammed it. It scared the crap out of me. It just hit and ran. And then it was splashing out of the water. I thought for a moment that it was a kokanee, the way that it hit and the way that it ran on me. But it was just a very hungry trout. Go ahead and buy yourself a pontoon. It's so nice. Got so much fish and things. Pontoon, too big for trolling. I see people use pontoons to troll for catfish and shit all the time. Most of the pontoons you see around here are just pleasure boaters. Not a lot of people fish off of them. It'd be a fun boat. I always see people struggling at the boat ramp trying to put them back on the trailer straight, which doesn't look all that fun to me. I like mine. I could get it up there crooked as shit, and I just gotta... And she settles back down in most cases. We troll behind our pontoon all the time. We got so much fish. Yeah, you could use it. I mean, it's a good boat for the purpose. Kim, what's up, Kim? Welcome to the stream. Hey, Yasin. We've caught one rainbow trout and one walleye. It was a really slow start to the day, and within the last hour, I think we've caught both of the fish so far today. We're marking fish at 25 foot, and another one sitting right on the bottom at like 45 foot. You can do everything on a pontoon? Yeah, they're a good boat. I mean, they are. They're big, they're bulky. I don't think it would be my preference for a boat to fish off of. Maybe if it was some on your pontoon boat. Except rough water. Thanks for the mod. No fish, moonshine. Are you going fishing this weekend? Tanner, I'm not sure. Depends on the weather. Maybe fish whistle time, just saying. Saw your walleye too, such a cool fish. Yeah, cute, nice little fish. That one's actually in the cooler. We're gonna eat that one. We're going over right now, coming just upon where we caught that last walleye at. or we will be in a few moments. Now you need a pike, right? What was the I caught on? The 3-ounce bottom bouncer and one of my worm harnesses that I tie. It was a pink wedding ring slash Wally popper style with a full crawler dangling behind it. Over about 45-foot bottom, trolling about 0.8 miles an hour. 0.8, 0.9, somewhere around there. Make it a 3-species day, heck yeah. Do you know the boat loft? Dexter, I don't know what you're referring to with the boat loft. I know that there's a couple of, there's maybe a couple of spots that I think you might call a boat loft. The one over on like the east shore, north from Log Gulch campground, the loft. Yeah, okay, yeah, you just store the boat here. It's like the campground where the shed is, and they store a bunch of boats there. Okay, yeah, I think I know where you're talking about. Where's SoCal at? I'm not sure. He was in here a bit ago, earlier this morning. Time is at 3:43. Okay, so we got about 5 to 6 hours before we have no light left. We got time. We got time. Dexter, yeah, I've never been in there. I was on a boat once fishing with a buddy of mine and his dad, and we stopped there, I think, I think that's the same one that they have a gas pump there. Gonna check on the river real quick. All right, man. Go smack some fish around. We'll be here looking for our next. Looks peaceful. It is, Andre. It's a little warm out. It really is. I have the hat and the hood on, trying to keep myself from burning up. My face is getting toasty. I should have put some sunblock on. Store boat there, actually, we soaked up a bunch of sea with the turbo and they're fixing it. Yeah, that happens. All right, we're marking a few fish at like 30, 35 foot. We're right in the general vicinity of where we caught that last walleye. So keep an eye on that back rod. It didn't set off our clicker the last time. All right, we're good there too. Wide brim hat, cowboy hat, look good on you. Yeah, I've never worn a cowboy hat. I do need a brimmed hat though. Keep some damn sun off my face. Guess that's probably gonna be a little cheaper than a new boat with a canopy, but I would prefer the new boat with a canopy. Hard top. Come on, don't let it be just a one walleye fluke. Let's get another one. We need a couple of these for the cooler. Bruce Lee in the chat. Thank you, Carl. My buddy's dad's boat that I fished out of a couple of seasons, or a handful of times over a couple of seasons, had a bimini top on it, but he never actually had it up any of the time that I was on the boat with him. I've just seen the ones with, you know, a hard top. Not like full, I don't want like a door and shit in the back, but I want enough that, you know, at least your driver's seat is covered, and then a lot of them will stick back. You know, it'll be like a four foot deep, maybe 6 foot deep cab. But then you could just walk out of it, and again, you got plenty enough room back here for all your rod sets, but you can sit in a little bubble. That's what I need. Sportcraft 252. I hate canopies, limits the fishable area. Well, so yeah, for a lot of people that like, you know, a bass style boat where you're up, you're walking the bow, you're moving all over. Like that style of boat is not conducive to it. But this, how I like to fish, man, it'd be nice to have a cab. It's like the difference when you buy a tractor with and without a cab. I buy the cab. I don't want to sit out in the fucking sun, the elements, the wind, the snow, the whatever. You sit in your nice cozy cab and you go out of it when you need to. Again, this one doesn't, the one I'm talking about doesn't have an enclosed back. It's just got shelter up front from the elements. A couple of streams ago, it rained on us. Where were we at? Was that at Pishkin? Where my damn lightning cable burst into flames on the dash here because it was wet and it was touching metal. Like it's just, I don't really follow sports, Dexter. I hate canopies. I read that. Yeah, I would want it just on the forward portion. Again, you still oftentimes on boats like that get a walkable front deck in front of the windshield. Small, but you can still get up there. There's some storage. You can plop one guy up there if need be. But yeah, you don't get free traipsed of the whole boat. I'd give that up for a little bit of shelter, 100%. All right, well, we just passed over where we hooked up the last time. There is nothing. As I say that, though, I'm marking some good fish. They're on our inside board, or inside, so camera side it looks like. Letter Chris, please answer. Dexter, chill, buddy. Come on, man. Ever fish Otter Creek for browns? One, I don't know where Otter Creek is. Dexter, knock it off, man. I'm only gonna ask you one more time. You will be putting time out. Just answer the question. I don't watch sports. Please don't spam things in here, buddy. Hang out, have a good time, but stop. Steven, yeah, we've caught one walleye and one rainbow. It's been really slow. We're gonna keep at it. Oh God, I wish I could find some shade. 352. Not a decent cloud in sight. Just got all these thin, wispy little crappy clouds. We need a real cloud. Here we go, good fish marking right here, interesting. We're coming across a pile of them right here. Or is that weeds? We might be in the weeds too. Definitely fish, but... Oh, there we go. We're zoomed. Why am I zoomed? Okay, we're over like 50, 60 foot bottom. There's a weed bed. And we got fish sitting right on top of the weed bed and in like the 20 to 30 foot band. Fishing Kansas is so slow. Kansas right now need to move to the Great Lakes. There's a little bit of shade over by the bay. Is there? Using live scope. Steven, no, I don't have live scope on board. We have down scan, side scan, but no live scope. Price is outrageous for what they are. Just spooled my 2 primary reels. What'd you spool it up with? I gotta re-spool my spinning rods. I haven't done those at all this year. Come on, fishy, fishy. All right, fish whistle. What are we fishing for? Rainbows, rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, pike. We've caught one walleye and one rainbow so far. Oh, buddy. Used the same braid for 5 years before. 15-pound braid and 20-pound fluoro leader. The other one just runs straight 12-pound fluoro. Interesting. 15 plus 20. How long of a leader do you put on that? Are you just putting 6-8 feet, or do you do like 15, 25? I'm gonna check and make sure we don't have junk on this. We'll do a quick rig check. There's a lot of floating debris in here. Looks like we might be good. So this one's just a subsurface rig. This one's probably somewhere within the top 1 to 5 foot of the water column. We are trolling pretty slow though. All right, let's bring our bottom bouncer in and check it. Bunch of blue dragonflies landed on the line and the pole out here. All right, so that's what we caught our walleye off of. Just a whole pile of shit there. That's a mouthful. Running about, we have probably a 4 foot leader from our bottom bouncer, a snubber on it. 3 ounces. We're running really slow. It allows me to run it basically straight down. So I've only got 30, 35 foot of line out. And it's getting us down to 25 foot or so. Think of it as a poor man's downrigger. Usually putting a new leader on every week or so, like tying on. Dang, that's often. We got 2 of them. We got one rainbow trout, one walleye. Was that a bald eagle? William with the eagle. Let's go. Thank you, William. Yeah, we let the rainbow trout go. The walleye is in the cooler. It'll be dinner probably tomorrow. This water is dead calm out here. Tried the new urchin baits. No, I haven't. Just texted my cousin, I don't think it'll get out to them, but if it does, I'll wave at you. All right. Started running fluoro leader on my braid 20 years ago. My buddies thought I was crazy. Yeah, see, I tie a swivel and a clip on, after a bead on the end of all of my rigs, and then I run my fluorocarbon leader from that. I don't do a line-to-line tie. That way I can switch off anything out. I can change where the leader is in the pole. I mean, like with my Dipsy divers, my Dipsies go straight to braid, and then from there I run a snubber, and then I run a leader, and then I run my rig. Rather than having a chunk of top shot, and then your Dipsy, and then, repeating things. Every rig I tie up has the end of every rod, lead core, braid, everything. We go straight from the main line. We have a soft, usually a UV or a glow bead, and a swivel clip. And then from there, I'll clip on a leader or whatever is next in the train of the shit that I'm trolling. Fried walleye last night, caught from Holter. Nice, Tanner. I try bottom bouncer for whitefish sometime this week. Hopefully I'll go for walleye tonight, but I still haven't got a message from my cigarette guy. El Tabo with the cigarette. I used braided line, lost a trophy. Walleye ice fishing. Dang, John. Can't wait till out of the Lake of the Woods. Bullshit. Nice and braided. Yeah, the ice is a very sharp surface. The abrasion on it, I can see how that wouldn't be preferable in that scenario. What state are you in? Mack, we're in central Montana. What you mean braid is pretty good? Did it rub a rock or what? Something called drag? Well, ice is, I mean, ice can be sharp like glass. Braid has excellent tensile strength, pull strength, but its shear strength is far inferior to mono or fluoro. So when you're rubbing against a surface like that could potentially be really sharp, I could see, you know, you just shearing it. That's where fluoro or mono would be better, though fluoro has better shear than mono, I think. I get Lake of the Woods a lot. It's walleyes mode. We lost the fish. We're headed back down towards the cabins. See if there's some shade down here. Directions. The sun's like right overhead a little bit over. I don't think there's gonna be shade anywhere. Not where the Starlink will live. Minnesota side, no Lakers. 50 pounders all day, big Lakers. Watch JC Misfits from there. Yeah, I've watched a bunch of his videos, Jay Siemens. Oh, that was gross. That was very warm. 271 thumbs up. Let's go. Welcome everybody coming to hang out. We're gonna be here till sundown. We got probably 5 hours or so left on the water. We're on Holter Lake. This is central Montana. We launched from Log Gulch and we've been heading upstream from that point. We've just turned back around. We're now headed back down towards the cabins. The rod live streams just hit different than days though. I put a cheap bimini on my tin boat. I'm not standing much though. Yeah, anything helps, honestly. They're just, I don't know. All of them that I've seen, they would all be so janky trying to get open, closed, and not get shit snagged on. It needs to be a bigger, a longer boat to have, you know, a whole portion of it covered. That or you need to sit at the back of the boat. No, way towards the front. I don't know. Really want a little whaler. Hard top with open sides would be my summer dream. That does sound good. Putting a cheap bimini, not standing, I live on a pretty well-known lake in Manitoba for big fish. It's hard to even catch keepable fish here. They're all past keepable size. Wife hates it. I have a tiller, so I'm at the rear. Oh, I hear you, William. Oh man, that wind needs to pick up or we need to start trolling faster. I'm just getting baked in the sun right now. Somebody type, oh shit, we don't have a bot in here. Man, life with no bot is so sad. Holy crap, 74.7 at the surface right now. It's gone up 1.5 degrees since that sun came out. Let's count that. What's up, Ricky Bobby? We have one rainbow about 20 inches and one walleye just shy of 14 inches. We're a multi-species day, but 2 fish in 10 hours. That's pretty on par with wannaseemyrod. What does a bot do for you? Oh, we have just some custom commands in here for the bot. Catch count, so when we catch fish, the mods add it to the catch count. We have a weather lookup functionality. There's a handful of things in here that we use it for. Still water out there? Yeah, it's very hot though. We need to, the wind almost needs to come back. It's rough out here right now. We're gonna get in a little closer to the shore here. Get out of the deeper basin area. I want to try and find kind of a transition area again. What's up? Hey, Daryl, welcome to the stream. Why aren't you working on that tan? I don't tan, I go from... You're getting pretty... Tell me up there, old Dabo. Good old Canadonia. Come on, fishy, fishy. We're moving in a little more shallow now. Not shallow, just a little ways up the... A little bit out of the basin. We have one small walleye in the cooler. You can come pick it up. The 20-inch rainbow we let go. What's up, Les? Oh, we had fish right next to the boat jump up. I didn't see what kind of fish it was though. Some of the biggest walleye and pike I've seen are from the far north. Yes, they grow some big ones up there. In the cooler, 14-inch walleye, yeah. We went back over the same spot 2 more times and didn't get any bites. So we moved on. We're over about 42-foot bottom right now. We're running a 3-ounce bouncer, and this one is just subsurface. It's a Dodger and Apex trout killer. There we go, there's some fish. Or is that a tree? Oh, is that a tree? Don't be a tree. Please don't be a tree. I don't want to catch a tree. I think it's a tree. No tree, no tree, no tree, no tree. No tree. Don't need a tree on the catch count today. No tree. No tree. No tree. We're good. Feels good. We're over about 35-foot bottom. A little shallow. Harsh winters definitely keep the population down. Striped bass fishing when they're up top. You throw top water lures at them. That's super fun. Did you ever ship that plug wire? Sage, I got it hanging on my shop wall. Tim just wanted it to hang. Tree pounder? Almost. We missed the tree pounder. Why Montana is one of the best states in the USA. Further north, less people, more fish. French Canadians are too much. Montana's all right. Tax the shit out of property, I've heard. Yeah, the property taxes are high here. My brother has been talking about buying a house in Montana. He's not an outdoor guy, though. It's just the winters are tough here. The whole rest of the year is not bad. Anybody could live in Montana. But 3-4 months out of the year is usually just miserably cold. Colder than most people have ever experienced. And driving in the ice and the snow is like one of my least favorite things on the planet. Absolutely, hands down, 100%. If I could do without any life, it would be not having to drive in the ice and the snow would be real high up on that list. It's just so sketch and dangerous. -40 for 8 months. Yeah, see, that's even worse. But again, for the same reason most people wouldn't hack it in Montana, they definitely wouldn't hack it there. It's the same thing, just to a different degree. Just a lot of people have felt cold. They've felt snow. You know, they know what it's like to be cold. But it's a whole different story when it's like -20, -30 degrees, and then blowing, you know, gusty on top of it. And it starts feeling -50, -70. You go outside and it just hurts. You're like, I don't want to do this anymore. But you have to, because your truck is covered in snow and ice, and or it's buried in the driveway and you gotta go dig it out. Get a week or two of sub-zero, it's not nice. There's some Jamaicans new to town here. Was chatting with them the other day. Nice people, but they haven't experienced our winter yet. Negative 40 Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's nasty. And the wind chill is really what gets it. Alaska, oh yeah, Alaska, anywhere above Montana, I'm sure gets just as bad, if not worse in places. Problem here is that good months are split. March or April, September, October, other than that it's miserably cold or hot. Yeah, North Dakota winters are brutal. I've been there. Hundred and 9 on the highway coming home from work today. Pretty rough in a different way in Texas. Dang, Sage. After zero, it's the same for Celsius. Yeah, I don't know. Cold is cold, but when it gets windy on top of it, and then if it gets like moist, if you get wet, you're gone. It's you freeze. Everything that's moist freezes damn near instantly. Do miss ice skating on the rivers. I think it's the same. Negative 40 Celsius, negative 40 Fahrenheit. Negative 40 Celsius is much more extreme than negative 40 Fahrenheit, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, but yeah, to a certain extent, yes, you're correct. Once you get to a certain point, I mean, cold is just cold. It's hard judging it past the point where it's just grossly cold. All right, come on, fish. I think it's the same. It is. I just Googled it. Cold is cold. Yeah, right, John. All right, we're not marking anything over here. We need to adjust strategy. Let's bring her in a little further. Yeah, so it's not quite double. It's like 3/4, a little less than 3/4 over. Yeah, it's 74.8 degrees at the surface right now. Almost 75 degrees. Oh God, a cloud came out. I can feel it. Oh, it just cooled like instantly. My chin is like sweaty and itchy under my beard. We're just moist over here. How can you be moist and dry at the same time? I feel like I'm chapped on the surface, but sweating underneath. I basically feel like a blister right now. It's awesome. So isn't that famous wildfire in that canyon? In Hellenic? I don't know. Is there? 50-foot bottom. Let's move in a little bit. Carl, our Nightbot is still not in the room. I tried fixing it on my phone, but I can't check and see if it's a mod issue. If I accidentally unmodded it, I don't know what the hell happened to it. We'll fix it when I get home. So for the rest of the stream, we're not only rod botless, we're night botless. We have no bots. We've lost all of our bots. Can't remember her name. I think 5 guys burned. Oh yes, you're bringing up some memories. Yeah, there was some wildfire here that I think they were part of the volunteer fire department. I don't remember the specifics of it. But yeah, I got engulfed. Forest fires are terrifying. Nightbot on vacation. Yeah, it's working in other people's rooms, so it's specific to my room. And I can see when I log into Nightbot that it's reading the chat. It can see it. It's just not responding to anything. So I was thinking it might be like a mod issue. You got to add it as a managing mod, and I don't know how it would have gotten removed. But it could just be one of those things you got to turn it on and turn it off, and then it'll work again. I don't know. Got a bunch of natives off the res here. Head your way for wildfire. Bunch died in car wreck. They were all high on drugs. Oh dang, that's rough. What time is it? 4:25, so about 5 hours. We're gonna have to crank the battery on here at some point. We're down to 12.09 volts on our house. One was buddies survived, but cousins did not. Dang. "40-foot bottom, not a damn thing marking. Going a little bit shallower. "279 thumbs up. Let's go. Hope you guys are having a fun time hanging out, fishing. We've got 2 in the boat. It's been a little slow. But we did manage to get 1 walleye, which is always fun. We got 2 of our target species. We've tried for a long time this morning and last night to get a kokanee to bite. We did not. And we still haven't managed to get pike to come out either. We had a huge fire up here last year, burnt so many homes in town. We all evacuated, sucked, but at least I found some guy who let me use his camper instead of staying in a refugee place. Yeah, that's nice. Just shelter when something like that happens. You just need somewhere to crash. I want to see a Coke. Me too, Carl. The Dodger rig over here would be the Dodger trout killer would be probably a good kokanee bait if we were marking them and if we were about 40 foot down. Like if we were to throw this on the Dipsy. Seen you catch one before, just one though. Yeah, they're not, I've never been able to come here and like just bang out the kokanee. They're always few and far between. Some people fish them a lot better than I do. I don't know, it seems like downrigger is what so many of catching them more often. They're running downriggers. You just have so much more control over your depth when you're running a downrigger. I should do it. I should put a damn downrigger on my boat. Just one. We'll replace our rod holder back there with one downrigger. I want one of the ones that does like the auto follow of the bottom though. That'd be sweet. That's another expense I don't have money for at the moment. Sage 16, $10. Let's go. Can't fish for free. Here's a tip. Thank you, Sage. I appreciate your support. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Always appreciate y'all coming and hanging out and supporting the channel. Having fun. We're kind of back at 50, 55 foot depth again. Still not marking a whole lot out here. Seems there's just been points, spots that are holding fish, and then they're few and far between. Okay, brother, I'm back. What's the count now? Joe, we're at 1 rainbow trout, 1 walleye. It's been a little slow. Even if I don't have those, yeah, those auto jiggers are pricey. Yeah, that would just be a whole nother nightmare of where do I put batteries to power this one more thing on my tiny little boat that bleeds power constantly. Electric though. Okay, so you at least have the electric release and the up and the down. That's nice. Do you just run it off your house or your crank battery? I would assume your house battery. Or do you have a separate battery for it like you do your trolling motor? You ever pulled a carp out of Holter? No, I've never caught a carp out of here. I know that there are common carp in here. There's also, what are they, like the big head buffalo and small head buffalo? Something like that. Which people often call a buffalo carp because they look so similar, but they're actually a sucker, not a carp, which is a completely different species, subspecies, whatever, genus. I'm not a biologist. They're different. How much would you say you've got invested in the boat rod? The boat itself, the shell of the boat and the trailer, I paid $3,500 for. I've probably put almost $1,000 in repairing the trailer after I bucked it off of the suspension below, hitting a bad crater one day. Ooh, big fish jumping over there. That was a good size. That was a rainbow. And then probably, I don't know, in the boat, well over $10,000. I mean, in electronics. The cameras is probably about 10, 12 grand in electronics and other miscellaneous stuff on top of the $3,500 plus, you know, 1,000 give or take in repairs of the boat plus trailer. But I mean, 15 grand, 16 grand. Way more than anyone should put in a tiny little boat like this. Battery's always charging, whether main 350 or 99 kicker. If you keep adding stuff to that little boat, it's not gonna float, right, SoCal? I haven't sat down in a while and done the actual calculation. But I mean, we probably got one more person in batteries and gas in the back. We got another person in trolling motor and battery up front. me, so it's basically 3 of the boat's capacity in tow and gear, and there's a 4-person maximum. So we're probably, as is with me, we're under the limit of what the boat is built for. Well, plus the motor, the outboard on the back, you got to take that into consideration too, because it's rated for 30 horsepower and it's got a 75, which is a sizable difference in physical weight and dimensions of a 30. So we're probably under the 4 limit. I'd have to add all the weight on. Trolling New York and Swamp Lake, Montana, central Montana. Length and width of what? What did I miss? What state are you trolling in? Boat cost 20K, worth 30. Got 10K in free fishing gear with it. Lures, riggers. Nice, Carl. Yeah, I basically bought mine and stripped and threw everything in the trash that was on it. It was just all old. I mean, it had been on the boat for probably 20 years since the boat was built. 25 years. And I started over. I put all new rod holders on it. I didn't replace the helm, which I should have. Should have been the first damn thing I did before I started adding everything to it. Length of the boat. 16 foot flat bottom aluminum welded john. It's 52 inches wide at its widest, I think. 1652. I don't know what the height on the gunwales is. Gunwale. Probably, I don't know, 24, 26 inches. Maybe a little bit taller. You smirk like you asked his peen size. Well, what is its girth? I don't know. How do you? Because I was thinking at first fish, like size and width. Who measures width of a fish? And your brain starts moving on to other things you measure length and width of. HP rating on boats is way more about transom attachment to sides and bottom structural strength and weight. Okay, Anon. Yeah, she's a bit heavy in the back. We got some junk in the trunk. But that's where, again, adding this trolling motor plus the 24 volt 200 amp hour battery up front it's basically sat another person on the front of my boat, evening out our heavy ass that we've been experiencing for the last 2 years. So we handle much better now that we have a bit of weight in the front. And I always figured it would. I just couldn't decide where I was gonna put a monstrosity of a battery. When you'll start catching bigger fish. HP rating. It's been a long time since I've caught a big fish, man. We're on the minnow train this year. All right, we are, I think, officially out of dew in the boat cooler, which is a damn shame because I'm pretty sure there's got to be a half a dozen of them in my cooler at the ramp or at the campsite. I forgot to reload our boat trailer, so we're gonna move on to a cran grape. I hope this is still good. It sat in my shop for a couple of weeks getting warm. I don't think this stuff has to be refrigerated. Sugars, fats. Refrigerate after opening, it's pasteurized. Yeah, so this can sit on a shelf. Another little baby trout at the surface. Not theoretically, but butt plug for the species. 20 inches a master rainbow, pretty much landed 2 masters. 20's a master, really? Kind of like a 2-stroke, yeah. It's a two-stroke, 75 horsepower two-stroke, and it's got a jet foot conversion on it. So it's actually, you get like 60% of the horsepower rating when you do the math on it. Pepsi, Starbucks products are shelf stable. Where are you? Dexter, we're, I don't know, I can see all the cabins from here. We're coming almost towards the first point around the bend. Or maybe, I don't know, 3/4 of a mile. Probably less than that. I'm not terrible at judging distance. Can you jump that hill? We'll get on that terrible. Let me just start her up and we'll see if we can hit one of these rocks and get ourselves airborne. We ET it. Hello from Maine. What's up, Rangeley? Why aren't we up the canyon with fly fishing guides, William? We were up by the creek entrance for a while. It was right as we started coming back down from there that we got hit by the rainbow, and then shortly after by the walleye. Jet foot, my God, let's go. Yeah, it's an old jet conversion. It's a basically a flat bottom river boat. We're out here getting beat up in the big water with our little river boat. 20-inch, 4-pound landlocked wild salmon on an elk hericatus yesterday. Nice. That's a good sized salmon. Been crushing barbs on the baits I'm bringing and trying to scale everything down so I can carry it all to the rental boats. Oh, that's right. You gotta pinch everything before you can bring it there. Man, that's such a pain in the butt. I just seen nice fish, strong fish, especially in that river. Heck yeah. Congrats, Rangeley. Tried finding barbless hooks, but no shops locally have any. Amazon wouldn't deliver until the day after. Dang, man. What are you fishing for? Jeff, rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, and northern pike. We've caught rainbow and we've caught walleye. We still haven't managed to get into the other species yet, though. Just bend barb down with pliers. Yeah, it's just a pain. It's a pain to go through all of them. I guarantee you, going through even a small selection of tackle to smash the barbs down, I'd stick myself at least once or twice. There ain't no way I don't. Red boat behind you. They stealing your fish? Yeah, they're right up against that canyon wall. They're just super slow crawling along. A lot of these canyons are almost straight drop-offs. They're over there fishing the wall. If I were looking for perch in here, I'd be doing what they're doing right now. It's just along those sheer cliff walls. Oftentimes the perch school up. Barbless is fun. Gotta stay on them. SoCal, I would go bass fishing with you because you're not the fish. Yellowstone's barbless, is it? I run barbless on fly rod when I break it out. Can y'all imagine how many fish I would lose if I were running barbless hooks? We lose 75% of the fish already. Did Jimmy go swimming? Oh man, we missed little Jimmy. We're out here baking in the sun and we forgot about little Jimmy again. Bass lures. Dang, we missed 420, guys. I'm drained out here. The sun is just melting my brain. It's not as hot now. There is a little bit of shade. Dean Barrett with a floating heart. Thank you, Dean. Oh, another fish just surfaced right next to the boat. What do you want from me, fish? Let's do a bait check. Make sure we're not covered in weeds. I'm gonna give it a fresh squirt of our vanilla attractant here as well. Kokanee oil. And then we're gonna let her back down. So again, that's what we're running. We're running a Dodger, about an 18-inch leader, and Apex Trout Killer purple with a full crawler on it. That's what caught us our trout earlier. It absolutely smashed it. All right. Looks like a nice rig rod. Tune's crazy. Work with the most powerful fighters. Yeah, it's just it's another variation of a kokanee or a trout rig. We're running it pretty shallow, so I don't think we're going to be pulling any kokanee off of it. Though you never know. We haven't run our catch camera at all today either. We should throw that on. It's hard to do with a Dodger though. I love those plastic cowbells you have. I'll find another set like that. They were awesome right until they broke off and I lost a fish. Oh, they're, yeah, the Mack's flashlight. They're Mylar or whatever. They're built on a steel leader. I don't know what poundage it is, if it's like a 40 pound or... It might be smaller than that. Thought you sent it down this morning because you moved it from front to behind the snubber. No, that was yesterday we ran the water wolf. Today we haven't ran it at all. That was the Dipsy diver that I moved the snubber on. Because I had a leader and then the snubber and then our Dodger rig. And I swapped it and put the snubber right after the Dipsy and then the leader and then the Dodger. Yeah, no, we did run the water wolf yesterday for 3 hours. We got one fish to the back of the boat on it, and then we lost it, so we'll get to hopefully see what that looks like. And then I think we got potentially one other bite on it while the water wolf was running. But we might have picked up a whole bunch of other footage on there. It's hard to say. It was, we had weeds on it for a while, which is always a damn shame because it blocks so much of the camera when the weeds get on it. I think I'm gonna bump our speed up slightly. Love to run a water wolf out here, but it'd be gone in under a minute in my lake. Yeah, you gotta be really careful with where you run it. You will lose it, and they're expensive. I just want a GoPro so I can record the whole time fishing and cut it into videos later. It's a lot to cut up, and it takes a ton of storage space. Like right now, I have a GoPro recording. Every trip out that I do, I end up with, it's like 300 gig plus of footage that you then have to have somewhere to persistently store to get it off of the GoPro. So I have a bunch of like 2 terabyte external hard drives. Trout will take it fast. GoPro's nice, but they have way too many problems. Yeah, the biggest problem I've had with them is heat. They heat up and they die. So they're tough to use unless you have some kind of shade on them. This one's been all right today, but again, we do have partial shade. The Starlink kind of shades the phone a little bit. The Starlink shades the camera a little bit. Heat and battery life, yeah. T-Rex tape my AquaView ice fishing camera to downrigger ball. Carl, AquaView used to make a wireless lure camera just like this one that I have, the Water Wolf. And the specs on it actually looked better than the Water Wolf. But they discontinued them. They stopped selling them and you can't get new old stock of them anywhere. I don't know what the problem with them was. The specs on them were great. But at some point, I want to be able to put a camera down on one of our rigs and be able to bring it into the live stream so you guys can actually see the lure in real time. I think that would be fun as hell. But you'd have to use like one of those aqua views, one of the ones that's on a cable. And you said you run them out almost like a downrigger. It's on a wire cable and the camera, and you run the camera. Or you could run it down, I guess, like you said, down to your downrigger ball, up to maybe your release clip. I don't know. You'd have to have it pretty close to be able to see what's going on. No one else is doing it? Yeah, I haven't seen it. I know a lot of guys, your post-production, they will record, you know, down scan, they'll record shit while they're doing it and add it post-production. But I've not really seen it, at least in a trolling context. I've seen people do it, you know, dock fishing, ice fishing. My depth rater just clips on the ball and it feeds off downrigger wire. It's the only wire downrigger I run coated wire on. Interesting, Carl. Depth rater or downrigger wire. Yeah, I'll have to do some looking about that. I don't know. I haven't gone down the rabbit hole too far on downriggers. I've seen them on everybody's boat except for mine. They seem to catch a lot of fish using them. I understand the concept of them and how they would work and how they would benefit us. There's so many different makes and models and variations. You got a bite? Did I miss something? I don't see a bite. Alright, this mic is almost dead. I'm gonna see if I can get a second mic working. I think it was feed twitch, not pull. Oh, okay. Invent a downriver where a ball is camera and cable is the rod. Oh, what was I gonna do? I completely forgot. Oh, Mike. Give me a sec. All right, sorry about that, guys. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can see me? All right, we are back, I think. Can y'all let me know if you can hear me all right? Test, test, test. Audio and video are great. Thank you. All right, we're on to the new mic. I see you. Thanks, William. I can hear you all right. All right, we're good. What's up, Squad? Just got home. What's the count? Hey, Whiskey. We've got one rainbow trout, one walleye. We're we're still not doing so hot today, but we have at least caught 2 fish. About a 20-inch rainbow and one, it was just shy of 14-inch walleye. Scrubbing the pool for the next couple hours. Can't save ground squirrels though. Is that just like a chronic problem? You spend every day rescuing squirrels from your pool? Carl is single-handedly saving the population of ground squirrels. Oh, here comes a random out of nowhere gust. I let mice drown, squirrels and frogs. All that's gross to be cooking in your pool. Justin, 2 pike and a smallie out of the river, all small. Nice, man. Those are some catches. We still haven't caught anything else. We caught the 1 rainbow, the 1 walleye, and we've been out of it again. We're moving back down towards the cabins. The old guys would say it's too nice of a day for the fish to bite good. Right, Bass? Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. We're this giant ass rock wall behind us. I think we got too close to it, and the east-west movement of the Starlink got blocked by that. No tunes on the boat? So unfortunately, YouTube, I can't play anything copyrighted on stream, otherwise they demonetize you. So I lose, you know, 50, 60 bucks a month in ad revenue, and the ability for you guys to be able to give super chats and shit like that to help pay for the Starlink. So no copyright tunes are available or are allowed. Yeah, that's part of streaming. Not much you can do about it. There are some downloadable, like, copyright-free song places, but it would just be weird, generic shit. You don't need tunes with Rod's lovely voice, Dave. I babble, you wouldn't be able to hear the music anyway. All right. Let's get a few things put away while the fish are trying to decide if they're gonna ever let us catch any more. We're coming up here real soon on our dead homie. We are gonna stop and pay respects. Maybe catch a kokanee. We'll see. How many fish did you catch in the last 2 days? 3. We caught more fish than days. It's an accomplishment, I promise. Now, we caught one rainbow last night, and then we caught 1 rainbow and 1 walleye so far today. It's been real slow. Looks like it cleared up hazy in Missoula. Yeah, it's not nearly as hazy here today as it was yesterday, though there is still a bit of a haze lingering. Greatest fishing show on YouTube. What's up, aliens? Thank you. Let's go. 295 thumbs up. We are almost at 300. So close. If you haven't done so already, double tap that screen. It costs you nothing. It helps out the channel. Show your support. Keep on keeping on. Oh yeah, Rod Dog. We're getting them. It took us 8 hours today before we caught our first fish, but we did get it. And then within the next hour, we caught our walleye. But it's been radio silence ever since. We are rapidly approaching dead homie of Lake. This is where one of our trusty rods went and now lives at the bottom of the lake. And it is the reason that we now use these. So everybody, you can pay your respects to Rod's dead homie at the bottom of the lake. It's actually dead homie number 2. Shh. Dead homie number 1 lives down by the dam. We've lost enough homies in Holter, so we bungee them on. They're good. We're not losing anymore. I'd keep changing things. Yeah, Jake Reeves, we should probably change things up a little bit. What do we think? Do we feel pike? Do we think pike are gonna bite? We're gonna do it. We're doing it. Shoot, what did I do with it? Oh, there he is. There you are, little buddy. I thought we lost you. He's still with us. Damn it. Knock it off. All right, we're running it. We're putting on a Berkeley Dredger, yellow perch. It is chewed to hell. This lure has put more pike in my boat than almost anything else in my tackle box. We're gonna run that on lead line, lead core, which we have both of them in right now. Let's just throw it on this guy. I'm gonna dip her in the Potski gel. This is crawfish Potski's Potski fire gel in crawfish flavor. She's real melty. Damn, I almost just threw the cap in the water. Woo! All right, so we're gonna get this rod in. We're gonna swap this other one out. This is a 14.5-foot diver, so it's a medium diving crankbait. We're running it on lead core line so we can put it down further if we want to. Every 30 foot of the leaded line we let out. Oops. Every 30 foot of leaded line we let out, we get another 5 to 7 foot of dive depth from. Come on, we haven't even put it down yet, and it's already got weeds on it. All right, we gotta bump our speeds up here a little bit. All right, we're gonna check this one as well, make sure it's not full of weeds. All right, we're good to go. Let's go, Todd, with the goat trophy. Thank you, Todd. Just a little Jimmy, looks like Make-A-Wish lure. All right. Good things come to those that fish. Thanks, Rob. Bambi Clouser, what's up, Bambi? I say get us a big pike, little Jimmy, Maps 5, Muskie Killer. I have a whole bunch of maps. I don't know if I have a Muskie Killer. You rock, brother. Thank you, Rob. What's up, Rosalie? Hey, John. NFF with the goat trophy as well. Thank you, guys. All right, we just re-rigged our. We got a lead core rod out running a Berkeley Dredger in yellow perch, and we have a bottom bouncer running a worm harness rig with a night crawler. Did you catch my supper yet? Still just the one trout, one walleye. Ed's back. Did you catch my supper? Yo, I'm back. Did you get neon worms? Patrick, I don't have any neon worms, no. I take that back. I have pink worms. I have like bubblegum pink kind of neon worms somewhere. They might be in my camera bag. I'll take the grilled trout, please. Oh. Yeah, we let the rainbow go. Sorry, Ed. We kept the little walleye. I'm gonna take that one home and eat it. Chat changed, or is it just me? I don't know, Ted. What changed about it? 299 thumbs up, let's go. One more double tap and we will cross 300. Y'all are awesome. I hope we can get into one more fish. I would love to catch a pike. That'd be awesome. We're going over the area right now where I think if we're gonna catch a pike, it should be right up here. Font changed for me? Oh, weird. I don't know. Berkeley looks like a killer. Yeah, they're a really good producer for northern pike in a lot of the water bodies that I fish. I run them in the 14.5-foot divers, and then I have 25.5-foot divers that tend to work real well in the fall. Born and raised in Kalispell, know the area well, live by Flathead River and Evergreen. Such a beautiful area up there, Ed. KG Outdoors. We've had one rainbow, one walleye today. It's been a little bit slow, but we're having fun. we might start smacking our bottom bouncer on the ground. We're over a little shallower. We're 32-foot depth right now, going shallower. All right, we're getting a little bit deeper here. You're fishy, fishy. That's right. Species. Let's get a trout, or excuse me, a pike. I'll be back. All right, Ted. No, we haven't run the squid. We just kind of switched into pike mode. We've fished for kokanee, we've fished for rainbow. We've been fishing bottom bouncer looking for the walleye. We could throw another rod on and do the squid too. Shit, we might as well. Finish her out the last 4 hours here with a bang, going for a pike. That sounds fitting. What do y'all think? The rainbow and the kokanee and the walleye have poo-pooed on us all weekend. Should we run another crank, double up, see if we can get a pike to crawl out? I think that sounds like a good plan. Might as well. Oh, nope, wrong box, wrong box. All right, we got the SoCal saltwater squid. Let's see, that one we're gonna run on. Let's run that one on a snap weight. Or we could, yeah, we gotta run snap weight. What was I doing? go. All right, we're getting the SoCal squid squared up here. Sorry, I'm being a little bit slow. Gotta swap out a whole bunch of shit. All right, let's do some garlic on it. Run something a little different. All right, there we go. We're running SoCal's saltwater squid in chartreuse, orange, green. We're gonna run it on the other side of the boat. Had much, lad? Hey, Andrew. We've caught 2 fish so far. 1 rainbow, 1 walleye. We're just switched over, kind of targeting pike. I should go fishing tonight, but I'm too tired to get off my ass and go. Got about 4 hours of good fishing still. Should start cooling off here in a little bit. That thing has so much action, a pike hasty. I know. Great, we catch 30-pound pike here. Nice, Andrew. Smoking on sour pebbles for you. Let's have a go. Heck yeah, Carl. How big were your catches? Ted, the rainbow is about 20 inches. The walleye just shy of 14 inches. It was one of the most violent rainbow hits I've seen in a long time. Our drag was set a little bit loose, but he just smacked it and ran. Scared the crap out of me. I jumped, like, physically. I'm like, holy shit! Awesome, well done. You're kind of close. Yeah, we're just coming around the first bend. Last night's rainbow was a fighter. Yeah, that was a good fish. How big's a big pike for you? My biggest pike that I've ever caught was 22.5 pounds, 42 inches. This water body has been known to produce 30 plus pounders, so I've heard. I've never seen it personally though. But there are supposedly big pike in here. They're just not that common. Closer to Split Rock. Yeah, we're headed down that way right now. Ricky Bobby's live too. Does he live stream bank fishing, boat fishing? Now you guys were talking something about a tournament earlier, I thought. Good luck, gotta get through the jack to get to the big girls. Right, Andrew? Yeah, ours 37 pounds or something like that. But I've never managed to break 30 pounds, and I've only ever landed one over 20 pounds. I've had a few big ones on that didn't make it into the net. but they don't count unless they make it in the net, right? The rainbow hits nylon reservoirs are violent. Are they, Ed? Hell yeah. No, those were some good-sized bows. Have you looked at the weather forecast for Saturday, or do you just go and it's just nice in the morning and you only fish for a few hours before the weather starts turning stupid? 22 pounds seems barrier I can't crack. It's a big fish. They're lurking. Those bigger ones are, they're smarter than the rest. They really are. Slow the troll, hot rod. Yeah, we bumped it up to 1.5 miles. We're, in fact, we should go hot faster. We're after pike right now. .4. We just bumped it up from 1.4 to 2.4. We're fishing for pike. They like chasing. We are trying to troll too fast. That's what you want to do for pike. Make a piece. Have to outsmart the fish. Yeah, we're doing something different. We threw down cranks. We're running them fast. It's not something we've really done here at Holter much. We always have a damn line out for trout or kokanee when we're fishing here usually, so it's not often we get to just blast through here. 21, 27, 29, 30 in a day at Wales. Been about 7 30-pound pike banked over 4 years from same big water. It's nice, Andrew. Those are some fat fish. Heck yeah. .304 thumbs up, let's go. We finally broke 300. Thanks for coming and hanging out, y'all. We had an 8-hour stream last night, so we got some good fishing in, had some fun. I camped out here overnight. We've been out here since the daybreak. I got boat in the water. Stream started by 6 a.m. So we've been on the water for almost 12 hours now. Just go unless the wind is violent when I get to, you drive there and you're like, all right, we'll fish. How far of a drive is it for you? It's pretty close to you, right? You said you're 30 miles north. Station, they closed the fish cleaning station. Yeah, that hasn't been open all year. I think they closed that last year. Ryan Kelly, what's up, Ryan? We just switched up rigs. We've caught one walleye, one rainbow. We tried getting the damn kokanee to bite, and they were just not having what we were serving. So for these last few hours here, I think we're gonna run some damn pike gear. We're running some crankbaits. We're gonna hit some pikey looking water here. Trolling a little bit faster. Seeing if we can entice a bite here. I haven't caught very many pike out of here, and I would love to. Here, see any animals around camp? There were some deer mice or field mice harassing me last night. There were a couple of deer this morning when I woke up. That's your boat? What boat? The boat that's at the docks over here? Across from the cabins? I see the two docks that you were talking about. We're gonna go catch a fat pike in front of Dexter's boat over here. Pontoon that was oh, okay. Never mind. There's somebody's little boat docked up over here on these docks across on the point from the. Yeah, that's a tree, isn't it? Yes, goddamn Christmas tree. No Christmas tree. We don't want one of those. Better go fish with Ed. I'm driving out upwards. Carl, we will try and meet up with him on, I think he said Sunday. Very close to my cabin. Yeah, a cabin out here on Holter would be awesome. Not marking many fish over here. It looks fishy, but I see no fishy. Got any Mountain Dew in that cabin, Dexter? We got a whole bunch. It's all back at the camp though. We're trolling in that direction. It's 5:42, so we got three hours, a little over 3 hours till dark. It'll probably take us a couple hours to get over there. Yeah, we're all out of Mountain Dew. I'm almost out of my cran grape, and then we're gonna be down to water. Good Lord. Good Lord. I need to put my trolling motor down a little bit deeper. Have you caught anything? Jack, we've caught one rainbow and one walleye. We just switched over to some lures to try and see if we can maybe pull a pike out too. We haven't landed a pike on stream here at Holter yet this year. I'll have my limit before Rod gets there. No, if I'm actually coming, I'll be there probably before sunrise. I usually try to get there and get the boat in the water 30 minutes before sunrise at least. So I don't know, you might beat me there, Ed, you might. I'm on Pluto. Nice, Steven. We're over about 50-foot bottom. We're pretty close to the cliff on our side here. Man, I like to watch you set lines, starting with stream with shit in the water. Lately is bullshit. Sorry, Carl. The stream drop off at the beginning is, a lot of people don't like watching that. I don't know. Maybe. We could try it again. I've tried starting like at the boat dock, you know, as we're shoving off, and like the retention is just crap for that whole first section of the stream. Should see us set lines in the dark, 5-foot waves. Okay, Popcorn, hey Rod, sounds like it's been slow day today. What's the water temperature? I'm headed out this evening. Okay, Popcorn, yeah, it was slow last night as well. We fished 6 hours and got 1 fish. Today we fished 12 hours and got 2 fish. Surface temperature is 76.1. It just keeps climbing. Yesterday it topped out around 74. We're up 2 more degrees today, 76.1. We've caught 1 rainbow, 1 walleye. We caught 1 rainbow yesterday. Do you see a bay with cabins in it? I mean, there's lots of bays with cabins in them. Don't listen to me, speed up. We're at 2.2 miles an hour right now. We switched over, we're running a Berkeley Dredger, which is a medium diving crankbait in yellow perch. And on the other line, we're running SoCal saltwater squid, which is like a chartreuse. It's about 8 inches long. Big ol' squid. It's a squid crankbait. It's a medium diver itself. I think it dives to around 9 to 12 foot. We're running those both on our lead core rods. With about 2 colors out, so about 60 foot out, 60 to 75 foot. Speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down. Yeah, just keep doing that. Yeah, it's being erratic, changing can oftentimes trigger. That's warm. How deep can you troll? They have to be hugging the bottom. I can get down to, with the Dipsy divers, somewhere around 80 foot if I need to. I usually try not to run them any deeper than 40 to 50 foot. It's treacherous dragging things down that deep. You snag shit and then you lose them. We're turning away from this steep ass cliff wall. We're gonna go troll on the other side, on the northern side. So we'll cut across the basin here. Anything trolled up high in the water? Bastlers, we just took off. We trolled the one and only trout that we caught today. We caught off of a Dodger and a Apex trout killer, which is a little plug. And it was running within the top 5 foot of the water column. Our walleye came off the bottom. We were running a 3-ounce bottom bouncer with a worm harness behind it and a full night crawler trailing. And we caught that one in about 45 foot bottom on a 3-ounce bottom bouncer. But currently, no. We're running the Berkeley Dredger dives down to about 14.5 foot unaided. The Squid runs down to about 9 to 12 foot unaided, I think. And then we have those both out 2 colors. The 2 colors each give you, so on each of those rods, it's an extra 10 to 14 foot of dive depth. We're down 20, 30 foot in the water column. Dreamer, Ninja, is an inline rod. You can set your back end at any length when it releases, it slides down the line. Okay. That's what I hate about YouTube, shitloads of amateur catch one fucking fish. People are watching like I still haven't seen this guy catch one fish. Okay, Nate. Yeah, we've actually never caught a fish ever on this channel. We just troll around. That's why it's called trolling. There's not even lines in the water. This is all just CGI. You pros, you don't have YouTube channels. You're pros. You're too good for that. Stealth style, you just reel up to Dipsy and remove the Dipsy. Yeah, I've seen slide divers before. I've never run them. If you top troll or Rapala slow, you'll catch fish. No weight. Sometimes Rob Dog, yeah, we ran some shallow cranks. We ran what were they? Flicker shads, 2 different styles of flicker shads today for well over an hour apiece. On planer boards to get them away from the boat, get them closer to the shore. Keep seeing big fish roll, so I'd say they're coming up after things, but are cruising at certain thermocline in the water, don't know where, just useless observation. Yeah, you know, and we dropped a fish hawk down yesterday. We were hitting, the biggest temperature change was a 2-degree jump from 56 to 54 degrees, right at around 58 to 60 foot depth. So pretty far down there. Nate's a tool, keep fishing, brother. Oh, we're having fun. We got the armchair experts always in here telling us we're doing it wrong. That's all right. You up for catch and cook on Sunday at Nylon? I'll bring the tools. That could be fun. I need to check with my associates about a ride and babysitting to make sure that I can come. But yeah, that sounds fun. Restart the mic. All right, we got the mic restarted. Bring Mia tacos, she cool with it. We brought her a walleye. Mia can make tacos if she wants. All right, so we're headed across the basin towards the north shore. We're gonna do a little bit of trolling for pike on the north side here. Our bass are good for fishing. What's Mama Rod like? I don't know. Guess like me. She likes rainbow. She does like to eat rainbow trout. I normally don't like rainbow. What else is in nylon? They got rainbows, browns, and suckers. So close. Pike it is then. That's what we're after, Steve. Yeah, we nixed our plans for more rain. Though a rainbow, you never know. A rainbow or a brown could bite on either of those rigs that are out there. But we're trying for a pike. We have a lot of suckers. How long you been out for? Almost. We're coming on like 12 hours right now. We've been in the water. We've been out here since sunrise this morning. You don't want me checking with my associates if he knows what's good for you, right? Snakes and sparklers. We're looking for toothy fish. That's what we're after. We want some pike. This water body is known to produce some big pike. That area where we were fishing earlier today, where the is where I think a lot of the big ones come from, and right down in here as well. This loop here by all the cabins. It's all super pikey down in here. We're gonna move over towards the north shore. We're gonna see if we can find any pike hanging out in these. There's a weed bed that's like almost along this whole dang curve of the cabins. So we'll go troll along the edge of the weed bed. Beautiful there. Where are you from? Hey, Derek. Man, this chat attracts the best of the internet. Sometimes, Carl, sometimes. Do you eat pike? RB, yeah, pike is good eating. Fish count, Gary Wolf, 1, rainbow trout, 1, walleye. We moved on. We're trying to see if we can get some pike now. We're gonna move up a little bit more shallow. I think that they're gonna be in feeding on and near the weed beds right about now. So we're gonna try and find this weed bed that's over here and troll along the edge of it. Air fryer taking the whole wheel. But been a slow day. Normally we have many more catches than that when we fish here. But not ever be a great day fishing. Some of them are just good day fishing. So we're gonna move up. I think we're probably gonna try and find like 25-foot bottom, 30-foot bottom. I'll like and subscribe to your channel. Heck yeah, Derek. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Our pike is good eating as walleye. Bass, I prefer pike over walleye. Walleye are good to eat though. We have one in the cooler. But I probably, out of any fish, I harvest more pike every year to eat than any other species. Man, my brain works fast, but usually doesn't add salad to the sentence. Kind of close. Dexter, you've been saying that for like the last 3 hours. Jeff from LA Gathering in. What's up, Jeff? Welcome, welcome. This time, actually. All right, Dexter. This time, actually. 5 cabins away. All right.